Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Inherits 19 Cosmic Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. They ended up making a pile of blankets on the couch. Izuku was sitting on a cushion in front of the couch with his head resting on Uraraka's knee. Meanwhile, the brunette was entirely sprawled over Ida, as if she was worried he'd disappear if she didn't hold him in place. So, I figured we'd start with Generation 1. Izuku was explaining, just to get a feel for where it started. Then we can switch to Prime. I kinda consider that the best. I don't really want to dip into the live-action films. Why not? Ida asked. His face pulled into mild disgust. It's an entire can of worms I don't want to dive into. They started at the very beginning, truly the best place to start. Occasionally, Izuku's mother would appear to offer snacks and drink refills and occasionally sit down to watch an episode or two. They only watched a few episodes of G1 before switching to Prime. During the disc change, Izuku explained the major shows between the generations. The introduction of Predacons and Maximals, Unicron, Minicons, everything that might be relevant. You always have an Optimus. He explained. Every time they tried not to have an Optimus, they struggled. Bumblebee is the second most common, but if he's not there, it's another character who fills a similar narrative role. Ironically, the only character to show up in every continuity is Starscream. Even in Beast Wars, where none of the characters showed up, at least not online, he showed up as a ghost to possess another character. How do they keep people interested if it's almost always the same characters? Ida questioned. Well, the story is pretty easy to keep across multiple generations. Sometimes they go funny, sometimes it's serious. In Beast Wars, the Optimus is snarky, same with animated. In the 2D robots in disguise, there are only Predacons for a while but Autobots as opposed to Maximals like in Beast Wars. It's a change of stakes. The supporting cast helps a lot too. Thought the human companions are always debated on if they're any good. He pressed play on the first episode of Prime. Case in point, this show's human cast are often criticized, one in particular. You know a lot about a franchise that stopped airing before you were even born. Uraraka pointed out. Where did you learn all this stuff? My mom loved it. She's seen every Transformers ever, even the ones she knew she'd hate. They were heroes, so I liked watching it with her. We'd put it on and clean the house. The greenette settled back, his hair getting messy from the contact with his friends. They watched Cliffjumper talk with RC while Uraraka fiddled with her phone. I was worried, she said after a while. We're sorry for not Ida began again, still guilty of her stress. Not that. She shook her head. When you guys left, I had this terrible feeling. Like I wasn't going to see you again, Ida. I couldn't get it out of my head all day. She huffed a sigh and shifted. Turns out having engines in your legs did not make it comfortable to lean on you. I didn't know what it was, but I felt like I was failing, that I should have been there to make sure you were okay. Then I got the news about the attack and I saw Izuku on the news. Uraraka fiddled with her sweater's collar. What kind of hero am I if I can't be there when my friends are in trouble? The kind who is helping people. Izuku chimed in. Ida nodded. We were there and we could have backed down. But we promised to try and help people. So we did. They watched the Autobot die. I thought you were going to go after him. I did. But Midoriya and Todoroki go there first. You were going to give it all up? She sat up a little. Just like that, career down the drain, almost guaranteed jail time. Legacy in the trash. For what? 1 second of revenge? They both hushed her quickly. Ida starred at the show for a while and neither pushed him to answer right away. How do I live with it? He asked, voice near silent. I hate him. I wish he were dead. How do I live with this much anger? How can I survive when my inaction is trying to choke me? You live. Izuku faced the screen. You keep doing what's right. Maybe the hate never goes away, but you get stronger. You have a weight on your shoulders, but eventually it won't feel so heavy. You talk to people who care and want to help. And maybe one day, you'll realize you don't need to carry that weight anymore. I can't say it will happen, just that it might. They didn't talk for a while after that. Kidnap a human child, why don't you? Uraraka said at last. Oh, just wait, Izuku teased. He lost his memory? Uraraka shouted, jumping off of Ida for a second and accidentally whacking Izuku in the head as she did. Granted, the boy didn't notice as he was too busy cackling. It was already into the wee hours of the morning and there was no doubt they'd be dead by the time Uraraka went back to her internship and Ida went to UA. Izuku meanwhile was planning to sleep for 24 hours at least. He could probably get Plague to join him and roar for a cat nap. Ida was barely awake, but he did mumble something about amnesia and his brow creased as they watched the Autobot leader follow his sworn enemy. Ida, if you're gonna take a nap, take your glasses off, you'll bend them. Uraraka said, noticing the odd angle the frames had been pushed to. Ida however waved her off and just fixed them before shifting onto his back more. So you want to stop here tonight or dash? Don't you dare. X+X. Izuku stayed awake long enough to walk Uraraka to the station and Ida to school. They all were tightly clutching cups of coffee and had noticeable eye bags. So the sleepover was a surefire success. At least that's what he told himself as he yawned for the third time in 5 minutes. You headed home after this? The greenette rubbed his face. Ida shrugged awkwardly. I kind of don't have a choice. You do, I just agree this is the right one. Izuku poked his friend in the side as the school gates came into view. Call me whenever you need. I will. They separated as Ida went up the stairs and Izuku turned back to the station. I'm gonna miss him. Pollen admitted, voice wistful. He was a wonderful night. I know, I'm glad you guys got along. Izuku felt her fuzz rub against his cheek. You'll see him again, I promise. In all honesty, when he pitched his plan to the Kwami, he was rather surprised Pollen had been the first to volunteer. For all that the Kwami wanted holders, they had been a tad worried about potential abuse of power. After all, being at the whim of a revenge-obsessed teenager wasn't the most stable position. Pollen normally was loyal to one person at a time, and there was no question she had chosen Izuku as her current sovereign. So having her jump up to argue for his friend was out of character for her. But Izuku couldn't deny how well it worked out. Pollen and Ida had clicked, the same way Uraraka had with Waze. Hopefully sooner rather than later. The greenette finished his drink with a long swig and started on his way home. X+X. Toshinori was sitting in the living room when Izuku got back. You look like shit. Izuku started, eyebrows raised. What happened? I wouldn't say you look much better, kid. The blonde threw one of their throw pillows at him in retribution. Izuku dodged it easily and sat down, said cushion on his lap. So, what happened? Izuku asked. I got some bad news. And it affects you. Toshinori looked away. There was a crash from Inko's room. Presumably she fell over, and the woman burst into the room. We're telling him now? She asked frantically. Would you rather wait? He sounded equally exacerbated and exhausted. The teen felt a small pool of dread forming in his stomach. Apparently whatever this was bad enough it had been pre-discussed with his mother. You're not dying, right? He asked first, like, no more than normal? No, right now I'm okay. How long it stayed that way remained to be seen. The small pool seemed to swell. You're really starting to freak me out. He looked between his mentor and his mother in panic. Please just tell me? Roar and Pollen shared a glance and floated out of the room to give the group some privacy. No doubt Izuku would tell them later. There was at least a minute of silence. Several times the two adults opened their mouths just to shut them again. Tsukachi got back to us about the Nomu. Toshinori finally spat out. We think it's Shim behind them. +X+. If the greenette was shocked, he masked it pretty well. There were really only 2 people they didn't bother to say the name of, and one of them was definitely off the list on whether they could do this. Toshinori saw Inko shift her position, as if she was ready to tackle her son. Whether in comfort or to stop him doing something stupid. Oh, was all Izuku said, and he drummed his fingers on his knees. Huh. The teen digested the information slowly. A few whistles and notes left his mouth as he thought. Right. Izuku stood up and turned to the door. I'm gonna kill him. Practice what you preach, Izuku. But, Toshi. Izuku bemoaned as his mentor held him still while his mother wrapped him in a blanket so he couldn't do something to hurt himself. I'm just gonna kill him a little. The paramedics can probably bring him back. Half the things out of your mouth concern me greatly on a good day, now you're starting to scare me. The blonde said as the blanket burrito was finished and he was dropped unceremoniously back onto the couch. Izuku was sad to see she had used one of his all-might blankets, and since the only way to get out would risk tearing it, he was stuck. There, Inko sat down on her son's side. No getting out of that until you've slept and are making rational decisions. And don't go asking the Kwami for help, they've already been warned not to help you. Izuku grumbled at his defeat. I can't believe you didn't tell me right away. I didn't want to freak you out while you were at your internship. Toshinori admitted, sitting on the boy's other side. I only found out the same day you left. I guess that explains why you were so freaked out at Hosu, Izuku admitted. The blonde ruffled his hair. I'm always going to worry about you, but at least I knew Inko was in the city at that point. She already knew and would stop you doing anything dumb. The woman nodded. The fox necklace still hung from her neck. No doubt she'd be hesitant to take it off for a while. Izuku yawned, the weight of his choices finally catching up to him. I'll figure something out, he's not gonna touch you, he said, face pinching as his brain fought to stay awake. I have no doubt, Toshinori said as Izuku finally fell asleep. +X+. Inko sniggered as her son tipped sideways onto Toshinori's side and began snoring. The blonde tensed up for half a second before wrapping his arm around the teen. I'm stuck, he announced. Inko nodded, still stifling her laughter. You are. Get some sleep, you look like you need it. He did take a nap. There weren't many options when anything else might wake the sleeping teen. And if Inko took a picture of her two favorite people passed out on the sofa, alive and safe, then nobody needed to know. +X+. Izuku woke up in his own bed, dazed. Go back to bed, Izu. Roar told him from the space between his shoulder and ear. It's late. He complied. When the morning rays of the sun dragged him into consciousness once again, he actually sat up and yawned. As wonderful as that sleep had felt, he needed to get up and get to work. Like hell that no-named, faceless, egotistical bastard was getting anywhere near Toshinori while Izuku still breathed. He had once written down everything he'd been told about All for One, and granted he hadn't been told much. There was only so much one was willing to tell a then 13-year-old. He pulled out the notebook in question, and began writing down everything he remembered about Shigaraki and Kurogiri next to it. Then the Nomu and what they knew about them. He'd have to ask around. Gran Torino probably knew about All for One, right? No doubt Toshinori had informed him by now. He could probably ask Principal Nedzu too? Toshinori had mentioned he had been around for that fight. He had options, he had resources. Izuku could do this. Oh my, Fluff leaned over his shoulder. Aren't you up early this afternoon? It's morning, Fluff. Izuku pet between her ears. I see. She flipped upside down. Are we going somewhere? Tomorrow? Last week? Right now? Izuku nodded. I need a new perspective on things. I gotta watch them unfold myself. Are you ready? Yep. She spun right side up. Izuku stood and walked to the miracle box. What do you seek? It asked him. A final chance. Izuku admitted, to learn from the past to guide the future. The box opened the pale blue compartment and Izuku retrieved the miraculous. It turned into a silver wristwatch in his hand, which he strapped to the hand opposite Roar's miraculous. Roar, I'm going out for a bit, okay? He said, voice slightly shaken. He rarely used Fluff's miraculous. It was easy to get overwhelmed and the last thing he wanted to do was fracture the timeline. But looking at the past without interfering shouldn't cause wrinkles if Fluff was to be believed. Fluff, clockwise. He felt her magic, frantic and fast-paced, form his suit. Pantempest spun his umbrella once in his hand. Burrow. He hopped into the swirling white portal which snapped shut behind him. Inko opened the door to her son's room and looked around. Roar, where did Izuku go? She asked the magenta Kwame who was yawning on the pillow. He went time-hopping with Fluff. What? Izuku had set a timer on his umbrella almost as soon as he arrived in the burrow. It was easy to lose yourself in there without an outside source. So he knew he had only been in there for 5 hours watching All Might fight All for One when he landed back in his room. Counterclockwise. He called and felt his transformation fall. The clock revealed he'd timed his jump back to be only half an hour after he left. His notebook was now much more full with notes and theories that he could mull over at a later date. All in all, a successful trip through the waves of time. He entered the living room to see his mom nursing a cup of coffee, hair a mess. What happened? He asked, causing her to jump. Oh, Izuku, you know I really hate it when you travel through time, she said, looking frazzled. I have nothing against Fluff, but I really rather you stay here in our timeline, please. Sorry, just had to do some research. I didn't leave the burrow, I swear. He promised her. Did Toshinori leave already? No, he's in the guest room. I made him stay the night to prove he was actually sleeping, she admitted, pushing a plate of breakfast to him. So, how'd this research trip go? Well, it wasn't exactly pleasant watching Toshinori lose his stomach, but my respect has somehow managed to grow. I did manage to take a photo of the BSTRD's face of shock when Toshinori punched him with half his torso missing. That's worthy to be framed. He felt shivers run down his spine. The shock had worn down over time, but he'd still needed to detransform and have Fluff calm him down. She was a lot more coherent in the burrow, or maybe the burrow just made everything else less coherent. Point is, I have a good list of what kinds of powers All for One had the last time they fought. But I can only assume he's gotten more. I also rewatched the USJ to get a better idea on his lackeys. Izuku set the notebook on the table. I'm gonna sort through that later. He ate breakfast quickly. With all the new information he had to go through, he wanted to get some training done first to clear his head. Since school didn't start for a few more days, he had to keep himself from slipping. I'm going for my run. He stood, washed his plate and set it aside to dry. Can you ask Toshinori if that all looks right when he gets up? I will. She nodded as he ran to get ready. She followed and stood outside the door while he changed. You're sure fired up. I'm not going to be caught off guard, Izuku declared, opening the door, now dressed for her run. This is my fight as much as it is Toshi's. And I'm not taking anything lying down. I'll be back for lunch. Once his shoes were on, Izuku was out the door and off like a shot. Toshinori woke up half an hour later and choked on his coffee when Inko pointed out the notebook. Do you want that picture framed? She asked after relaying the teen's story. He paused. Maybe not framed, but I wouldn't mind throwing darts at it. Inko grinned and placed the photo order and one for a dartboard. +X+. The biggest topic on everyone's brain was final exams, but close second was him, Ida, and Todoroki. Did you actually fight the hero killer? Mina had demanded almost as soon as all three arrived back at class. Frankly, the show of patience was impressive. No dash, Izuku waved his hand, not really. He was already pretty beaten when we got there. Todoroki explained. We just restrained him. I'm afraid I was little help. Ida conceded. I arrived after Midoriya and Todoroki. They had already detained the hero killer and were helping Native by the time I found them. Don't sell yourself short. Izuku poked his friend's arm. He couldn't say that Ida had done better than Izuku could have dreamed. But he could say this. You helped us do irreparable damage to his pride. Ida chuckled. I suppose I did help in that. This resulted in Izuku spinning the story of the hero killer's shitty arguments, though he was less brutal against the assessment of All Might this time. Yeah, but isn't that kind true? Kaminari rubbed his neck. I don't think any of us are under the illusion that all heroes are perfect. He stopped when Hagakure slapped him in the back of the head. Not to say they deserve to be killed or injured, or that they were bad heroes at all. Try and be a little more sensitive, you dimwit. Jiro snapped quietly at him. All eyes turned to Ida. No, he shook his head. No hero is perfect, but that doesn't mean they aren't good. Todoroki chimed in. We can't know what happens behind the curtains, but any hero who tries to save as many people as possible should continue to do just that. Perfection is unattainable, but performing your duty to the best of your ability is. Honestly, villains need to give up this whole noble act. First, Shigaraki spouts off his nonsense, now Stain. When you get down to the core of the apple, they're just murderers. Izuku rolled his eyes though his mind was whirling from Todoroki's words. By the time school started up, Izuku had bought a metric ton of durian fruit for his Kwami but was much more capable of managing his power without hitting a time limit. He was able to blast past his classmates with short but powerful bounds until he was safely landed next to All Might, which almost meant he could detransform without them noticing. You repeatedly took off from the ground instead of staying above the field? All Might asked as Izuku returned from his hiding spot, still in his costume sans magical additions. Unstable footing. Izuku explained, hands in pockets to hide the bump Roar made. Learned that after I put a hole in Gran Torino's wall, and when I hit a grate and soaking my foot yesterday. Do your best to know your landing is solid. His classmates didn't take much longer. Zero was second to no one's surprise. Once the whole group made it to the rescue point, they all walked back together to let the next group go. Talk after class was the last thing All Might hiss to him before he left. +X+. Izuku had quite frankly been running out of patience for Mineta for a while now. So when the short boy pointed at the spot where he'd peeled a poster away from the wall, Izuku already suspected he wouldn't like what followed. Look dash, he said, and Izuku was sure his weren't the only eyes that narrowed. Someone drilled a hole into the wall, you know what's on the other side, right? Mineta don't even think about it. Ida was the first to start, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of very few classmates who hadn't heard Mineta previously. Izuku tried to shove his shirt on faster to curb what was sure to be something bad. Dude, that's too far. Kaminari, usually the only one to tolerate the boy's behavior. It's one thing to find the girls attractive, but spying in their locker room? Mineta seemed entirely unfazed and was already starting to spew phrases Izuku never wanted to hear now or ever again. Three things happened very quickly in the next moment. 1. Mineta pressed his eye to the peephole. 2. Jiraiya's earphone jack shot through and stabbed him in the eye. 3. Izuku punted the little perv into the ceiling tiles. +X+. Aizawa was called to Recovery Girl's office to find half his class waiting outside, righteously furious. Midoriya was sitting with his arms crossed and silent as Jiraiya and Ida explained everything that had happened. You kicked him into the ceiling? He asked Midoriya. I only regret damaging the ceiling. He said matter-of-factly. Well, he couldn't argue with that. The hole in the locker room was properly patched within the hour as well as the ceiling tiles being replaced, and Class 1A became one student smaller. Izuku also received several grateful words and hugs from his classmates that left him a blushing mess until school had ended. +X+. He found All Might and Principal Nedzu waiting for him after school. Sorry, I had to shake my friends. He admitted. Uraraka had been extremely clingy, apparently still convinced they'd do something stupid without her to supervise. Izuku had managed to transfer that onto Ida and to a lesser extent Todoroki by suggesting they go get ice cream. He was happy their quiet classmates seemed more inclined to join them for stuff. Trauma bonds really do help friendships. Diamen that sounded more depressing than he meant. I read your notebook. I know you could rewind and see different angles, but the level of detail was scary. Toshinori admitted. Also, your mother told me she got the dartboard. Izuku pumped the air with his fist. As he did so, Roar and Mullo jumped out of his backpack to join them. I also managed to go through your notes earlier today. The principal held up the book in question. If you weren't so set on being a hero, I'd assume you were planning to get a job as a quirk analyst. Izuku sat down next to Toshinori. That was the backup plan for a while, and old habits die. So I did have an idea, but I wanted to run it by you both first. No surprises this time. I already have Otoheim and Bumblebee on call as miraculous holders temporarily, but I'm considering branching out a little more. He retrieved his miraculous notebook, and though he doubted either would fully understand what it said, it did illustrate his thought process. I want to bring in new miraculous holders. He specified, flipping open the files. One at a time obviously, and I want to monitor their progress with the miraculous personally. but I already have a few people and miraculous picked out. They looked at the first file he offered them. I was hoping to start after finals. He finished, as to not throw anyone off. Help expel a classmate and pick new magic users in one day. Principal Nedzu was the first to speak. You run a tight schedule. Izuku grinned. I live life a mile at a time. This aside, we wanted to bring up another idea to you. Toshinori handed him back both notebooks. Finals were rapidly approaching, which meant everyone was hitting the books. Study groups were formed, plans made or cancelled, and a truly staggering amount of coffee consumed. Izuku was no exception, determined to race Yaoyorozu for top scores. He was slightly affronted when Toshinori told him to hand over the kwami before he entered his first exam. It's not that I don't trust you, or even think you'd need to cheat. But the principal wants to be sure. So Roar was currently eating durian in All Might's pocket while Waze and Principal Nedzu talked tea. After each test, things got easier. Having less to think about meant he could really lock in on what was important for each day. He was determined to get this done and done right. Then he could focus on what comes next. He could be helpful to All Might. The fourth and final day of exams dawned warm and dry. Each student made their way to the designated entrance to the training grounds to await instructions for the practical. +X+. Mr. Aizawa looked around the gathered students. Their other teachers all talked and mingled behind him. All right, everyone is here. Ochako looked up in surprise. No, wait, Izuku isn't here yet? There was a murmur among the teachers for a second. Midoriya has been, there's no other way to put it. He's got stuff he's involved in and has essentially been put on an accelerated learning path for right now. Don't get envious, he's in for more hell than you'd imagine. Their teacher said, no small amount of annoyance in his voice. The principal made his grand entrance by popping out of the man's scarf. As such, Midoriya is taking a different kind of test today, which also handily balances the numbers since one of your other classmates left us. The dograt, bear whatever, told them happily, or well, in the same tone of voice he said everything. Ochako reminded herself to thank Izuku again for getting Mineta thrown out. Bakuga meanwhile was fuming at the idea the Greenette had been able to get special treatment, though it sounded more like special torture based on how Mr. Aizawa phrased it. No one paid him any mind though. With that readily handled, if vaguely explained, they went right along explaining the final. I'm sure at least some of you tried to gather information on what the final exam will be. Their teacher started. Robots. Kaminari and Mina both cheered. No, Mr. Aizawa said flatly, watching their excitement burst like a balloon. Normally, we use robots like the entrance exam to avoid the worry of injuring actual people. But this year things are different. For various reasons we've decided to change the exam. Instead, you'll be facing off against one of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? Principal Nedzu gestured to the staff who all either smiled politely or showed no reaction. Well, sheet. Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat and continued. In addition to that, your partners and opponents have already been chosen. To push you while still making the exam realistically fair, all the teachers will be wearing these. He held up a metal bracelet. Together they add up to half our body weight. The objective is to either handcuff your opponent or escape through the capture gate. Ochako did her best to focus on the instructions, and did sigh in relief that she was paired with Aoyama. Everyone pitted Siro for getting paired with Bakugo. But there was a nagging question at the back of every student's minds. What kind of test would Midoriya be doing today? +X+. Midoriya? Izuku? The Greenette looked up from where he'd been threading the wire of his blouse around his hands into a cat's cradle. That's me, he said, standing as a man who could rival Mr. Aizawa in terms of pure exhausted energy. The man fished a paper out of his pocket and began to read. Hello, my name is Mara. I'm here representing the HPSC. I'll be the one walking you through your provisional license exam. You're the kid All Might and you had pulled some heavy strings for, so you better not be wasting our time. Izuku did his best to smile. I sure hope I'm not. Ochako was lucky enough that she and Aoyama didn't have anything to argue about. In terms of fight or flight, both of them would rather just get through the gate. Stealth was its own strength after all. So being stuck so close to the gate was sure effing annoying. She was holding onto the rail for dear life, while Aoyama was struggling to do the same with a massive amount of armor to weigh him down. The weights don't slow her down if she's not moving, Ochako shouted to, probably the sky. Aoyama had his own sheet to worry about. Think, be clever Ochako. You're a hero student, think like one. What would Tenya do? Probably he could have found a way around her using his enhanced mobility. At the very least 13 would probably hesitate to open 2 black holes if her opponents were separated and the weights would slow things down. But that would have required her to have thought about this earlier, so no to that idea. What would Izuku do? He had the strength to kick up cover, she'd seen him end fights in a single blow. No doubt he would have found a way to make cover for his teammate, keeping all eyes on him while his partner disappeared into the chaos. But she couldn't do that for multiple reasons. Think Ochako, what would a pro hero do? What would Oto Himido? Otoheim didn't run from a fight, she ran to it. Otoheim jumped in the way of the attack. Otoheim was a FING brawler. She took your attack and threw it right back into your face. Follow my lead. She shouted and she glanced behind her. Only one chance to make this work. Without any more stalling or time to doubt her plan, she tapped her fingers together, letting the railing go in the process. She shot like a bullet from a gun as the black hole pulled her towards 13, who only had a second to panic before Ochako brought all her weight back, specifically into a kick to the head. Aoyama blasted off after her, pinning 13's other arm down as Ochako slapped the restraining cuffs around the faux villain's hand. She was Otoheim and she passed her final. +X+. My hatchling is so strong. Weighs could. After all that planning for the final with his new T-buddy, no way in hell he was missing this. The other Kwami were gonna be so jealous. Very impressive, but did you see my knight? Pollen cheered as well. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the strength of the hive. How noble! The Kwami were both buzzing in one case. Literally, with excitement as the matches went on. Do you know who the Guardian has chosen next to be a holder? Pollen asked calmly, sipping on a sweet drink she had been given by the not-human. I know of several potential candidates, Waze nodded sagely. But not who will receive one next or who will leave us to find holders. But I do believe our Guardian will also reunite us with our holders soon. +X+. Izuku was given a short but straightforward test on hero law. Just the kind of stuff he'd learn next year before most students took the exam. Tashinori was around somewhere, Izuku knew that, but all he ever saw was Mara or the other employees who never spoke a word to him. He finished the test, reviewed his answers, and handed it in. It was graded before his eyes and... a perfect score, that's a rare one. Mara admitted dropping it into a manila folder. Izuku didn't voice he'd done a lot of research into how many of those laws he broke consistently. He could tell you how much jail time he'd owe should he ever be caught, and it hadn't been in the single digits for over 2 years. With that, you'll be moving on to the practical part of your test. Normally we have 2 different exams to eliminate the first round, but since you're a special snowflake, you'll just get the one. He followed the pale-haired man into the next room. To put it simply, you'll be traveling through one of our simulated cities. We had a pro-hero volunteer to be a faux villain who will be generally causing problems. You can fight him if you want, but your primary goal will be rescuing these guys. Izuku was introduced to the HUC organization, or some of them. He had heard chatter in different online chat rooms and from older UA students about a group trained to be fake civilians. Izuku guessed this was them. You have 90 minutes to save as many people as possible. He handed Izuku a watch that had his time set on it, as well as a slot presumably to document how many people he saved. You'll have 15 minutes to get into the city and start moving people before our volunteer villain is released. Why would I need to dash? Izuku started before a loud bang echoed through the building. Several of the taller buildings fell and fires began sprouting around the city. Yeah, that would do it. The teen mumbled as the doors opened and he ran into the fake city. Tashinori was sitting far up in the stands, not willing to risk distracting Midoriya. Legally he was here as Tashinori, All Might's secretary, here to babysit his sidekick. So no worries about having to use his muscle form. He was a bit disappointed that he couldn't help with the other students' finals. No doubt this would be seen as blatant favoritism towards Izuku, especially to the other students. And well, it was. But look, the other students didn't have a target the size of a house on their back. He knew this was something similar to what would be done for the exam next year, the one Izuku would have taken with his classmates. The provisional license exam always followed a formula. +X+. Izuku was very relieved that there was already a designated safe zone. It was one less thing he would need to worry about. He would owe Roar so many treats, anything he could afford, even that cat tower she wanted. His hearing was sharp enough that when others may have been distracted by the distinct sound of the burning city, Izuku could hear the faint noise from around a corner. He turned on his heel and saw someone with their leg trapped under a fallen slab of cement. "My name is Pan, I'm here to help," he shouted, jumping over the debris and landing in front of the civilian. "Do you think you can move at all if I lift the rubble?" I think so." The man who didn't have any obvious injuries besides the leg. Izuku nodded, looped his bolus through a piece of rebar and tossed the other end over a railing. He shifted his weight, using his not inconsiderable amount of magically gifted strength to raise the material enough. When the HUC actor surged forward, Izuku grabbed his hand and pulled him to his feet. "Any other injuries?" Izuku asked as he let the cement fall back down and retrieved his bolus. "And no. Man, these guys were good." He genuinely looked freaked. "Right, if you can walk, please follow me." Izuku smiled politely and they left the alley. He moved quickly, eyes and ears open for any other sounds of distress. When another reached his ears, he pointed the man to the safety zone and said to wait for paramedics to arrive. "Duty calls," he called over his shoulder as he moved forward. +X+. H.U.C. work server. 53, holy sheet. 53, no one told me this kid was that strong. 10, this chat room is only meant for stuff related to points. 34, they didn't tell you? This is the kid who caught a bus. Several people are typing. +X+. Izuku made good time. He found a few small groups of people and did what he could with a rudimentary medical check. The worst injury so far was concussions and one sprained wrist. They were making things easy for him, and he knew that. Realistically, he could never move everyone if they had injuries that prevented them from moving. He supervised their progress towards the safe zone best he could by scaling the buildings. According to his watch, he had already gotten 37 people clear. Go him. So when the alarm went off to tell him the faux villain had been released, Izuku braced for the fight to get a lot harder. Izuku managed to get 2 more HUC members to the safe zone before something, or rather several somethings, threw him into a wall. "Feathers?" Izuku asked as he swatted at the offending objects. They didn't let up, so Izuku kept moving. They were corralling him, forcing him further into the fake city. It didn't make sense to try and avoid or ignore them. If he could end this fight relatively quickly, he could get back to work. Or at least move them as far from the safe zone as possible should he be outclassed. Izuku quickly found his opponent waiting for him. A man with bright red wings and a yellow hero outfit standing around, looking bored. A glance at his watch said he had 1 hour left, and he didn't know how many people were still supposed to be in the city. "Hi," Izuku said as he landed in front of the man. "Hey, Hawks." The guy had apparently been chewing gum because he spit it into a piece of paper. "Pan." Izuku nodded. "This the part where we fight?" "Yep." Toshinori had taken his phone out. There wasn't much to see from the stand, so he was instead updating Inko on when he'd have Izuku home by. The plan to stop for Celebration ice cream was looking up, since a good number of fake civilians were already in the rescue zone. Aizawa had kindly and begrudgingly agreed to also update him on the other students. +X+. "I don't know what I'm doing," Yayorozu shouted as she desperately danced around the spike strap Mr. Aizawa had thrown under Shoto to stop him from jumping down. Shoto grimaced, his brute force telling her his plan probably hadn't helped her in the confidence department. "Okay, that's okay, my plan didn't exactly work, so what was that idea you had earlier?" "I don't know. It's too risky. I can't make decisions. What if I'm wrong?" She panicked, even as she got him down. Midoriya was right. "I can't think on my feet. I'll just mess it up. We're gonna fail because . We are not going to fail." Shoto said, already scanning for their teacher. So you can't think on your feet great yet, we're still in school, right? That's what school is for, learn how to overcome your weaknesses, right? You had a plan, let's try that next. She shuddered but appeared to steel her nerves. Okay. Then let's move. Plus X plus. Izuku would normally say he could adapt to most fights pretty quickly. Even if a good 70 to 80% of fights he'd gotten into could be finished by hitting the problem really hard, he felt he could handle that remaining margin pretty well. What he was not ready for was the DMN feathers. He was fairly certain Hawks was just messing with him at this point because every time he let his guard down for a second there were more FNG feathers in his face. It also transpired that the blonde was more than willing to talk once you got him going, so there went distraction strategy. Plan B had been gathering information while trying to get him away from the fake city, and that at least was going better. You know, Izuku shouted as he again pulled more feathers away from his face. I wish you'd stop FING with me and let us actually fight. I've got a bit of a time crunch here. Oh boy, had that been a mistake. Because that's when the actual fight began. Izuku swore as he bounced between buildings. He couldn't slow down or those diamond feathers would be on him again. Come on, at least try to fight back. Hawks goaded, having way more fun than Izuku thought he maybe should. Then again Toshinori practically jumped at the opportunity to play fake villain too. Maybe it was cathartic. Izuku dodged around a corner and changed his trajectory, getting low to the ground, and with a mighty throw he tossed a large portion of shattered building into the air. With another fast flick of his fingers that Hawks dodged, clearly thinking the two attacks were for him, Izuku shattered the rubble, sending stone, metal, and glass flying everywhere. Meteor strike, Uraraka style. Hat forced Hawks away from him, the man recalling his feather to try and protect himself from the large amount of debris raining from the sky. Izuku took the chance to run like hell. That trick wouldn't work twice. He needed a permanent solution. He started running again, but was pulled away when a distressed yell caught his attention. The HUC member was currently trapped in a half-fallen building that was already shaking, about to collapse. Izuku altered his course, scaling the building's fire escape in 2 quick movements. The fake civilian was starting to tip forward when Izuku managed to catch him. Careful. Izuku forced a smile back on his face, even as he breathed for breath. That would be a nasty fall. He didn't even have time to put the man down before a blur of yellow and red entered his vision, and the two of them were off like a shot. Izuku ran between the tight spaces. He could definitely corner better than Hawks, but not really while carrying an entire person. His eyes caught on something and he abruptly doubled back to where they had been before, running between a long stretch of buildings that had more fire escapes and balconies surrounding them. How long are you planning to carry that guy? Hawks asked as he ducked lower. He had less feathers than before, but still plenty for Izuku to worry about. Not much longer, Izuku grumbled. He needed to keep him low to the ground. Then much quieter he said, when I put you down, run in, you know what I'll point at. He had little clue where he was at the moment, but he was fairly sure he was right based on when he'd last glimpsed the relief area. Izuku backed up, shifted his weight, acted nervous, eyes flicking around. All up until his back hit a large trash can. You're hard to catch, kid, I'll admit that. Hawks didn't land, but he was low enough to the ground for now. Done running? Not quite. Izuku kicked the dumpster backward with as much force as he could manage. The motivation for doing so became clear when it hit a fire hydrant and was sent flying rapidly back at both Izuku and his opponent. Izuku jumped backwards as the trash bin sailed back into the alley. There was no room to move left or right, and up was filled with grates and concrete. So there was nowhere for Hawks to go. Izuku, meanwhile, had the primary advantage of moving backwards into the open air, landing with cat-like grace that had become something of a staple for him. While the faux villain was hit with a large amount of metal and a ton of water, Izuku sprinted 2 more blocks before setting the HUC member down and pointing to where he was fairly sure the safe zone was. Runga, hide if you have to. I'll handle this. He pointed. Once the man was out of sight, Izuku heard the creak of metal being shoved away and a whole lot of swearing. Time for round. Ochako and the rest of their classmates all said their good lucks to Siro and gave their condolences. We'll miss you at training camp. Tokoyami patted his arm. Hey, if you throw it'll be less embarrassing? Hagakure suggested. Hey, at least we can hang out while they're gone. Kirishima said brightly. Your votes of confidence inspire me. The boy grumbled as he put on his helmet and went to meet Bakugo at the gate. It wasn't that he didn't try to strategize. He tried very effing hard as they'd seen. But Bakugo had been so wrapped up in Izuku, who wasn't even here, that they had all expected he was probably going to be distracted for the rest of the day. They watched, rather than hear, Shiro try one last time to form some sort of plan with Bakugo. It didn't appear to work. Rest in peace, buddy, Ojiro said, as they all mock-saluted their soon-to-be fallen classmate. 2 minutes in, Bakugo started yelling. They had no idea what Shiro had said, but apparently Bakugo was vocally objecting. Shiro looked around as if trying to find someone else to comment, and shouted. If I ditch him, do I fail automatically? After 10 seconds, Present Mix's voice echoed across the field. Consensus says, yes. Shiro sighed as Bakugo continued to yell. And yelling of course made him short of breath, so no one was surprised he fell as the first cloud of mist reached the two. The other was apparently way more prepared and promptly covered his mouth, eyes scanning for their teacher. When midnight appeared, WHP in hand, Shiro did something they hadn't seen since the sports festival. Except instead of grabbing his opponent, he grabbed Bakugo and flung his unconscious body at Midnight, who had enough time to scream before 160 pounds of child hit her in the head. Shiro walked over as the mist began to dissipate and slapped a cuff on her arm. Everyone okay with that? He yelled. Present Mix's response was much faster this time. Yeah, that's good. Ochako needed to get footage of that. Izuku would probably die if he never got to see this happen. She glanced around and saw Aoyama holding up his cell phone. They shared a silent nod as her face broke into a grin. When Shiro got back to the waiting room, it was to an explosion of applause. +X+. The HUC employees had definitely gone longer stretches of not being saved. These exams could take ages after all, depending on how big or small the group was taking the practical. That Midoriya kid had been doing so well, he was making excellent time. But it seems Hawks had taken all of the kids' attention. Not unreasonable, he was only one teenager after all. None of them had seen him in almost half an hour. They had all expected he'd either lost or wouldn't be getting back to them before time ran out. So imagine their collective surprise when the same kid, soaking wet but smiling brightly, landed in front of a group of them shaking. His curls out like a dog and sending water everywhere. Hi there. I'm here to help. Is anyone injured? He asked brightly, like he didn't have a care in the world. One of them announced they had a broken leg, so Midoriya, or Pan as he called himself, braced it with a scarf from one of them and a broken piece of sign. Then lifting the only majorly injured out of the group, they started towards the relief zone. What happened to the villain you were fighting? One person finally dared to ask. He's busy. +X+. After bringing another group to safety, Izuku did another lap through the fake city, finding a few stragglers and either carrying them to the relief zone or pointing them in the right direction. He even took the time to redirect a fountain to put out a few of the fires. As he carried a kid, with a baseball cap to safety, Izuku began testing the backstories of the civilians. Some of them had some, others made it up on the spot, but all of them stayed consistent. Izuku was getting ready to run back in when a buzzer sounded. He looked down at his watch. He'd gotten 90 people to safety, but his watch still said he had a little more time. He looked around, trying to see if he missed something. Mr. Mara appeared after a moment, mouth slightly agape. Did I do something wrong? Izuku asked, or is the watch incorrect? This says I had a little more time and I'm sure I can help a few more people dash. The man cut him off. There aren't any more. The teen blinked. We only put 90 HUC actors in there, we pay by the actor, and we didn't think, geez kid, you saved everyone we planted. The man rubbed his eyes. I suppose I should be thanking you for getting this done early. Izuku blanked for a second before a small smile twitched onto his face. I passed. You passed. I need a drink. Mara turned to leave as the HUC actors all began wiping up their fake blood, and the one he'd splinted removed it to walk freely again. By the way, we didn't see the end of your fight. What happened to the Hawks? One such actor asked him. Oh yeah, I guess I'll go get him now. Izuku was pleasantly surprised to see that he'd actually managed to ruffle some feathers, pun fully intended. Hawks was dripping wet from the fire hydrant, and as a result seemed to be flying lower, and he was clearly favoring a different arm. Izuku had somewhat leveled the playing field. Hawks was also noticeably quieter, which was unnerving after the chatterbox he'd appeared as before. Either he was getting tired or he was getting said. Izuku preferred the former, but the latter had its own advantages. Namely, when people get mad, they tend to make dumb mistakes. He's been leading the fight further out of the city and away from the relief zone. That might have been obvious, but she's secondary motive was less so. You seem more interested in me than anything else, Mr. Villain. Izuku shouted. For a brief moment the blonde seemed less annoyed. Maybe I'm the kind of villain who only cares about fighting heroes, considered that kid? A bit. Izuku shouted over his shoulder. Izuku managed to make a bit of headway again, since he now had more upward mobility out of the two of them. They were getting to the edge of the disaster site. That's when he set up his trap. His bolus was magical, it was nearly indestructible by normal means. But the wire was also hard to spot when you moved too fast, making it an excellent stealth weapon. So Izuku flicked one end with some extra force into a wall and jabbed the sharpened end into another, effectively making a taller tripwire. For extra precaution, he skidded his foot along the ground to kick up some dust and make it appear he'd just stopped. Hawks came around the corner and smiled. Now you're done running? Yep, Izuku stood his ground. Just needed to get somewhere my quirk wouldn't cause so much damage. The faux villain grabbed a feather in his good arm and Izuku watched as it changed. No doubt that thing would hurt if he got hit by it. Not that it mattered, because mere feet away from Izuku the trap was sprung. The wire snapped into its natural coiled shape, and Izuku jumped his opponent in the chaos. The feather weapon thing was lost in the impending struggle. Izuku grabbed the end of his bolus and managed to tap a button he only used sometimes. Then with no small amount of force he managed to shove it into Hawk's mouth. Whatever the man had been expecting, it wasn't that, nor was it for Izuku to suddenly pick him up. Sorry about this. The greenette yelled as he launched both his opponent up into the air and falling down to splash. Stay, Izuku said, pointing at the water as he began to swim out. +X+. Izuku scanned the lakeside section of the fake city. After a minute of searching he dove in and re-emerged with a very, very irritated Hawks. Several HUC members began laughing their collective butts off while Mr. Mara's left eye twitched. Toshinori had been allowed to join them and was covering his grin with a hand. Izuku pressed a button on his bolus and the weapon was promptly spat onto the floor. You okay? Izuku asked. You threw me in a lake. The formerly faux villain glared at the teen. They said treat it like a real fight. Izuku put both hands up as he defended himself. I had to get you off my tail somehow. Hawks turned to Mara, who was still staring, brain clearly trying to process what he was seeing. He threw me in a lake. He tied me up, shoved an oxy breather in my mouth. And threw me. Lake. Did you even try to escape? Mr. Mara asked him. Yes, because it is so easy to fly underwater. The blonde said, his face set into an annoyed expression, but Izuku saw the man's mouth twitch every now and then like he was about to start laughing. +X+. Later, after the kid had left, Mara was sitting at a table with a drink in his hand, while Hawks tried to dry out his wings. You toyed with him too much, underestimated the kid. That was your first mistake. The tired man grumbled. No, my first mistake was volunteering for this. Underestimating him was my second. In truth, it has been pretty impressive. Sure, Hawks had definitely gone easy on him to start. He didn't start fighting seriously until a trash bin was launched at him. But Midoriya had learned, he adapted with every move. He'd been leading the attacks away from the relief areas, but once he realized that water weighed his opponent down, he'd changed course to take him to the waterfall and lake to attempt to trap him. He's found a non-lethal but very effective way to catch his opponent that 90% of villains wouldn't be willing to risk trying to escape from. Suddenly the rumors about UA's freshman class felt a lot more real and a lot more terrifying. Once they were out of the building and walking to Toshinori's car, the excitement finally bubbled over and Izuku let out a very age-appropriate, he definitely didn't squeal like a child. Nope. Showing your excitement was super manly, asked Kirishima. Izuku jumped up and down several times as his transformation fell and Roar cheered alongside him. Kwame of elation sure knew how to celebrate. Congrats my boy. Toshinori opened his arms just in time to catch the very excited teen. You did it. I did it. Izuku shouted, and it rattled his eardrums, but it was a nice sound. I'm a hero now. The blonde just patted the boy's back as a small wet patch formed on his shoulder that rapidly started growing. Ah geez, his boy was still such a crybaby. Oh dash, Izuku frantically rubbed at his eyes, holding up his new license. We need a picture to show mom. +X+. Inko grinned down at the photo of her son with Toshinori, proudly declaring that not only had he passed, he had gotten a DMN near-perfect score. They were definitely having katsudon for dinner, and since Toshinori could finally handle eating more than small meals, that was all the more reason to celebrate. She quickly showed the Kwame the photo and there was a lot of cheering among the magical creatures. No doubt Pollen and Waze would be ecstatic once they got home. +X+. They did get celebratory ice cream, but after that Izuku insisted on going to UA to see his friends and pick up his Kwame. He'd forbidden Toshinori from telling him the results, instead insisting he hear it from his classmates. The finals for UA took up most of the morning, but after that students were allowed to eat lunch at school and go home. Izuku's own exam had been early in the morning, but he still just barely missed the last of the finals. Oh well, he went and collected the Kwame who both rejoiced with him at another victory. He was doing better than he'd ever dreamed. Izuku waited in class 1A for his classmates to return. Roar was munching on extra durian and had a soda she's asked for to go with it. After today he'd be spoiling her rotten, no questions asked. Though silently he thanked that his partner did not have the expensive tastes of another cat Kwame that would go unnamed. The door slid open and the teen's green eyes met brown. Uraraka! Izuku! The greenette picked up his friend as she ran over, practically shaking with excitement. We passed. We won. It was awesome. I wish you could have seen. She told him cheerily as he put her back down. What happened, you'll have to tell me? He asked as the rest of their class began filling in. We were paired up in groups of 2 and fought the teachers. Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. Izuku's eyes briefly bulged out of his head. You guys were fighting pros too? That caught everyone's attention. Yes, what was this so-called special exam Midoriya? Ida asked him, clearly curious while trying and failing to not make Izuku want to shrink into his desk. I'll tell you later, I want to hear how it went for you guys first. He desperately hoped he could buy a little more time, no doubt they'd be down his throat when they knew. Each duo took turns telling him about their exams. The ups, the downs, the migraine-inducing. You swarmed him with bugs? Izuku cackled and nearly toppled. Odin, remind me never to PSS you guys off. That's the kind of vindictive sheet I have nightmares about. Jairu grinned while Koda rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. We failed hard dash, Kaminari admitted. You'll have to have fun at the training camp without us. Izuku leaned back in his seat. Huh. Well, we failed dash, Mina sighed, so we're gonna have to stay home, aren't we? Kirishima poked her in the arm. Maybe it won't be all bad. We can still hang out, maybe we will go on our own camping trip? Izuku snorted. Oh geez, you guys believed him, didn't you? You're not staying here. The door slipped open as Mr. Aizawa entered, and Izuku was fairly positive he'd been waiting outside for the right moment to interrupt. Midoriya dash. The man had a warning tone. The greenette waved his hands. Sorry sir, I'll let you say it. Say what? Kaminari asked, slightly frantic. What do you know that we don't? The threat of missing the camp was just to force you to try your best. Mr. Aizawa said, with the same dismissive tone he'd used at the start of the year quirk evaluation. In actuality, those who failed will be receiving extra training. Izuku pointed his finger in a way that reaffirmed he had been right. That's our homeroom teacher, never accept anything he says as fact. Bright red eyes panned to him and Izuku forced himself to not gulp. Oh, you know, he was in trouble. I'm not sure what you're so happy about, seeing as you'll be in for even more than them. Boo. Izuku sighed, but yeah, he'd guessed that too. You didn't pass your exam? Uraraka asked. poking his shoulder from her own seat. He shook his head, grimacing slightly. No, I did. Actually, that's why I'll have extra classes. The decision was if I passed, I'd be put on an accelerated learning course. Goodbye Saturday morning movie marathons. That's great. Hagakure cheered, and the class seemed to agree. You're on the fast track to getting your hero license, huh? Izuku was sure if he could see his face it would be redder than Tiki. About that dash. He slid his new license out of his wallet and passed it to Uraraka. She read over it as Sato and Koda leaned over to see it too. Izuku had to fling out his arm to catch his friend as she tipped sideways. He managed to stop her head hitting the floor as she roared with laughter. The guys didn't look far behind. If this is not the most Izuku thing you've done all effing year, she shouted, shoving the card into Tsu's hand. She had stood up to see what the fuss was about. She too read it, a provisional license. Bakugu will be heartbroken. There were several minutes of Izuku explaining what he'd been doing, with some details left out for test integrity. Once the class calmed down and Izuku got to laugh at the video of Siro throwing Bakugu at midnight, they all got ready to leave. Truth be told, he was tired, so he waved off the suggestions of a celebration late lunch in favor of going to celebrate with his mom. You will be joining us at the mall though, right Midoriya? Tenya confirmed. Oh yeah, I'll be there. He promised. After all, he needed a few things if he didn't want this trip to be the death of him. His friends walked with him to the gate where Toshinori was waiting to take him home. Oh, Uraraka looked at the blonde as if trying to place him. You're Mr. Yagi, right? Izuku told us about you. Yes, that's me. The blonde had never gotten used to talking to the students, outside of being All Might, that is. Ida nodded. Thank you for helping our friend, he needs it. Izuku squawked at that and began arguing with Ida that he was perfectly fine, even as Toshinori began dragging him away. They are close, huh? Uraraka told Todoroki as Ida followed the greenette to continue their argument. Yes, but that is not surprising. The teen shrugged. After all, he is in a relationship with Midoriya's mom. +X+. The Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall was a pretty popular spot, so Class 1A was pretty thoroughly surrounded by people as they gathered the next afternoon. Ochako was watching her classmates take in a large mall map as they discussed what they needed. Izuku had on his face mask, a normal one albeit All Might themed. The Meet Midoriya hashtag had certainly gotten less busy as the sports festival felt more distant, but that didn't stop him from being recognized, and in some cases hounded. When they first met, she would have described Izuku as rather ordinary looking. Like he could vanish into a crowd, slide off the brain like water off of a duck's back. With the exception of when he wanted to be seen, when he wanted to be heard, that was still kind of true. Now though, in casual clothes that still covered the truly impressive and depressing amount of scarring the 14-year-old sported, he was as much at risk as vanishing as ever. Are you okay? Tenya nudged her. You've been staring off into space for a little while? She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Sorry, just thinking. There were some people who needed random things. She needed bug spray, Kaminari and Hagakure needed new shoes. Yamamoto wanted some new workout clothes. Kirishima tapped his chin. Well, how about we kinda divide and conquer? We can split up and meet back here in about 2 hours? He checked the wall before glancing at Ida and Yamamoto, the unofficial organizers up till now. Both agreed, and with the plan to meet back where they were, they still had the chance to eat together once the shopping was done. Tenya and Midoriya were some of the last two to separate, so she stayed with her friends for now. While the taller was looking at the map, the shorter was looking very intently at one of the window displays. Midoriya, are you ready to go? Tenya asked, finally locating a camping store that would have the bulk of what they needed. The greenette blinked and smiled as he pulled his mask down. I just remembered I was gonna grab heavier wrist and ankle weights before we left. The stores are pretty far apart, so I'll go get my stuff and then meet you at your store in a bit. Okay? Ochako said, and they moved to head to the escalator. See you soon. Yep. Izuku grinned as they left. Something was nagging at her. Izuku's entire demeanor had suddenly changed. She didn't know what to think. +X+. Izuku did not flinch when an arm snaked around his shoulders. He knew what was going to happen, and it was better to happen to him than one of his classmates. Wow, I know you. You're that kid from the sports festival. He could feel the other man's breath on his ear. A hand was very carefully placed around his neck, one finger staying up. Wow, a creep here to harass me again. Izuku mumbled. His smile had faded to a neutral expression once his classmates were out of sight. You keep popping up in the most inconvenient places, don't you, Shigaraki? I get around. The villain said, voice still casual. The teen hummed. He had roar with him, of course, but he didn't know if her suit would be able to take the disintegration. Maybe if he had plague on him, but no time for how he'd change things. He needed to think in the now. Let's sit, have a chat, he said instead, gesturing vaguely to a bench. He hated that Shigaraki was touching him, not just the threat to his throat, but the man was sticking uncomfortably close to him as they walked. Even sitting, they were pressed very close together to the point Roar had to move to his other side to not be felt. See, I hate a lot of things. But right now, I'm kind of torn between two particular hatreds. Shigaraki explained. One of them is you and All Might, of course. But the other is the hero killer. Izuku didn't dare shrug for fear of the potential consequences. Rumor said he was one of yours. The man snarled. Rumors are effing wrong. But the media certainly thinks he was. That's all people have been talking about. The FING hero killer. And who should be so tied up in that but you, All Might's faithful little mutt. Funny, the comparison is usually cats with me. Izuku snorted. Why are you here, Shigaraki? I doubt you knew I was here, so what? Did we stumble into another one of your little plans? Didn't learn from the first time? Or the second? The villain paused before gesturing around. All the people here, any of them could start using their quirks and cause a massacre. But they don't, and they don't think about it. They just go about their days smiling without a care in the world. Is that what you want to know? The teen wondered. Are you mad that your little group isn't getting more attention? That people aren't hiding in their homes of the quirk boogeyman? Oh, wipe that dumb expression off of your face, of course I know about him. Izuku didn't need a miraculous to tell that the person next to him was seething. Alright then, little wannabe hero, if you're so smart, so well informed, tell me, why aren't they scared? He lifted his head a little. Simple, because he is here, isn't he? I'm not Stain. I don't think all heroes are perfect, and I'll openly admit my mentor isn't. But here's the difference between what you and he are hawking. All Might has backed up every claim he's made. He beat every villain he's fought, saved countless people, inspired hundreds, thousands. And let's look at you. So far you attacked you a flashy start. Only for me to take out your strongest fighter, so you turn tail and run. Izuku took a deep breath and continued. Then Hosu, the city was crawling with heroes already. Endeavor was already there, and despite my general distaste for the flaming fool, he did his job pretty flawlessly. Civilians evacuated, property damage minimized, the injury and casualty rate was smaller than your average wannabe villain on their first terrorist kick. He rolled his eyes. Then let's go back even further, tell me about your beloved boss. How's he making the Nomu? Like I would tell you that? Shigaraki snarled but then paused. It's not like I know the fine details anyway. Izuku filed that information away for later. What has he told you about me then? About All Might? I know you've got something he wants. Shigaraki hummed. Good, they still thought he had won for all. That's more than I can say I know about him, Izuku lied. Despite his supposed infamy, he's not exactly front-page news. I mean, he was dead to the world for 6 years. And his death wasn't even known at the time. He's a ghost, a barely remembered one. Sow the wind. Again the villain scoffed. You're dodging the point, little hero. This is a me point. He insisted. Your league will be forgotten while you still breathe. Because you're nothing in people's minds. You want to know why people love Stain? Because he stuck to his twisted convictions? Because he didn't just indiscriminately cause havoc? Because he doesn't treat life like a game? So don't bother me with your petty problems, little villain. You don't know what you want and I don't have time for you. Reap the whirlwind. Tension must have been radiating from their sheer presence because people were actively avoiding walking past them. I should kill you for that. Shigaraki told him. The fingers touching Izuku tightened. It was harder to breath. Izuku smiled, but you won't. Not now. Not when I may have something you want. There was another pause. Izuku. The second the hand made the smallest gap on its grip, Izuku grabbed the hovering finger and snapped it back. Ak! Shigaraki yelled as his finger broke. You cheating piece of dash. He didn't finish his sentence before an elbow caught his jaw and Izuku spun the villain's arm back with more power than he necessarily needed. Izuku managed to grab Shigaraki's other arm and pressed both palms flat against the villain's back as he kneeled on him. Uraraka, he snapped. Call the police, this is one of the villains from the USJ. Both of you get people as far away from here as possible, get the class to help if you can. Several people had already seen the struggle and instead of doing the sensible thing and running the F away they had pulled out their phones. Both Ida and Uraraka needed a moment to recover from the shock before springing into action. While Uraraka quickly told the dispatch team what had happened, Ida had already begun herding the crowds away from the. A buzz from his pocket informed Izuku that Uraraka had probably texted the whole class to inform them of the danger. Don't move, Izuku said in a very low voice so only Shigaraki could hear. The police will be here soon. Try anything funny and we see if I can beat the distance I threw your Nomu. He smiled when the man turned it. Furious gaze to him. Oh, and it's not wannabe hero anymore. I'm official now. Izuku snarked, and not a moment too soon. If he didn't already have his license, if he couldn't fight back here. I hate you, Shigaraki said, spitting the words like Izuku gave a DM in. Kurojairi, get me out of here already. Izuku jolted when purple smoke began to form under Shigaraki. No dash, Izuku yelled, trying to haul them both away. But it was no use. The only way to not lose Shigaraki now would be if he followed him through, but could he really take that risk? Even if he transformed, he didn't know what would be waiting for him. Shigaraki and Kurojairi, he already disliked his odds more than he pretended. What if there were more villains? What if All for One was there? Izuku swore, then leaped off, immediately scanning the area to ensure they weren't just coming from another vantage point. Izuku. Uraraka grabbed his arm. What? He asked. He gone. You need help dash, she told him, still holding on to him. He shook his head. I'm fine, I just dash. Your neck Izuku. She snapped and he reflexively felt it. He wished he hadn't as he felt a sharp pain. Had he? No, if Shigaraki used his quirk he'd be dead. It was just, oh, Shigaraki had started strangling him. Bruises, that's all. Okay. Izuku conceded. Izuku was very relieved to see Detective Tsukachi was the one who would be taking his statement. When did you know? He asked as Izuku held an ice pack to his still bruised throat. How did you know Shigaraki was there? The boy sighed. It was just a feeling at first. Something was off, I couldn't tell what yet. I think I saw Shigaraki before he saw me. I wasn't sure at first, but the hair, the way he walked and stood. You don't forget people who try to kill you. But I knew if I called it out he could do a lot of damage before I could stop him. He set the ice pack on the table. I didn't want Uraraka and Ida to get dragged in, not if I could avoid it. I guess they figured out that something was wrong anyways. Izuku shrugged. For all that he'd remained calm in the moment, Izuku could still feel his skin crawling. They worked their way through the interaction, any mentions of One for All being stricken from the record. Izuku focused on what bits and pieces of information he'd managed to get out of the villain. They knew All for One was the one behind this. Now it was confirmed. Whatever process was used to create the Nomu was being kept quiet, even within the League of Villains. And they knew that it was being assumed that Izuku was the current user of One for All. Suckers. Despite not having used anything resembling a quirk, Izuku was very happy that one flash of his provisional license meant he was off scot-free for fighting a villain in a public mall. +X+. There was a little-known fact about UA High School and the Hero Public Safety Commission. No, it was not that the establishments didn't particularly like each other. Quite frankly, that was barely a secret. What only a few people knew was that both had a very effective PR team because the people who ran them were of one mind on how to get things done. Rika Uchiha was hired when the UA Public Relations Department was first formed, when it had become increasingly clear that they needed one. There was only so much people would blindly accept when it came to their kids. She had become the unofficial boss within her first year, mostly because she was willing to yell at pro-heroes regardless of their notoriety. Her twin brother, Raiden Uchiha, had started as an intern for the legal team at the HPSC and was transferred into PR quickly, much to legal's chagrin. He had moved up slower than his sister, with actual promotions earned through handling a truly massive amount of work that might kill your average Joe. Despite the very different ways they go to their jobs, Rika and Raiden were very similar. They had the same face, both liked their coffee with 2 sugars, and both had held their employers at gunpoint on more than one occasion. It was a good rule of thumb: you don't keep things or lie to your lawyer, and PR is your lawyer to the court of public opinion. And you don't mess with the person who could bury your entire bloodline with the amount of dirt that they had collected and subsequently covered up. When Rika Uchiha walked into Nedza's office with a file on her hand that she slammed on her desk, her brother was doing the same thing to the HPSC president across the country. However, Raiden seemed much happier. "So, you went ahead and sent a freshman to take his license exam," she said shortly. "That I could deal with, if I knew. Want to tell me why I had to hear it from my brother instead?" "Oh, that would be something we'd get backlash for?" the mammal asked the quietly fuming woman. "Yes. In 2 directions. The first would be further claims of child endangerment. The second is favoritism." She ticked them off. "We get child endangerment accusations twice a week that we can write off. The blatant favoritism? That one's new." She rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Lucky us, the HPSC has been trying to find something to get people's minds off Stain. And this kid's their favorite person right now. Congrats, you just unleashed a load of hell on this kid's lap for the next few weeks. Plus X plus." When all the possible questions could be answered, Izuku wasn't surprised to find Toshinori and his mother waiting for him. While his mother began fretting over his throat, Izuku explained shortly what had happened. "I almost got him, Izuku groaned. The blonde ruffled his hair. "No one could expect it to be that easy. I'm just happy you're okay. But currently you have a bigger problem to deal with." "What kind of problem?" the teen asked as they left to go home. "Apparently the media is hyper-focusing on you again," Toshinori explained. "Unfortunately, Stain's ideology has somewhat caught on. If people start losing faith in heroes, that's going to be big trouble for everyone. So they grabbed a recent bit of good hero news and jumped on it. And that's me," Izuku yelled before quitting himself. "Can they even do that?" "Unfortunately, yes." His mother sighed. "The school is still protecting most of the private information, and I made any photos or posts about you I had online private. But you're not going to have much peace soon. Good news, once you go to camp, you'll be able to hide there until the worst of it blows over." Toshinori continued. The greenette hummed. "So just 2 weeks of lying low." "Less, actually. I got an email today that I'm sure you'll be excited about." Izuku had a lot on his plate nowadays. 4 days this week he went to school with Toshinori and did extra training. Occasionally the other teachers would wander in, either to watch or participate. Gran Torino came once and they had an excellent time annoying the shit out of Toshinori. Busy, but not bad. When he wasn't at school, Izuku was hiding in his home. Exactly as predicted, the number of articles posted about him within days lead to a leap in unwanted attention. Picture? Sure. Autograph? I guess. More than one person gave him their business card or number. The business cards were tossed in a box and the numbers were burned. But even with all the work he was putting in during the day, Izuku felt overwhelmingly restless. He had never gone this long cooped up indoors. He needed to be outside. Running, watching, doing something. When the restlessness got to be too much, he finally sat up and walked over to the miracle box. He was going to do this anyway, no time like the present. He knocked on the wood but found the miraculous he wanted already missing, so he retrieved Nuru's instead and went to his mom. "Mom, I need tricks," he said, bouncing on his toes. "If I don't go out and do something soon, I think I'm going to go insane." She hummed but took off her silver necklace and dropped it in his hand. "Keep him safe. I've gotten used to having tricks around and I'll be very frustrated if you lose him." She felt the Kwame rub against her cheek in farewell. "I will, Mom," he promised, putting Trix's miraculous in its box and hurrying to put on his shoes and head to the roof. It was already dark out and Pan-Morphos, better known as the Guardian, could move as little more than a blur of barely visible purples and grays. He made good progress towards his destination. And if he'd peeked at the school files to know where the person he was looking for lived, it was hardly the only crime he was committing. Izuku was getting really good at being sneaky. He managed to get into the house even. Though that might be because the window was unlocked. The reason for that became evident when Shinso clambered back inside a minute later. Hey! The teen, to his credit, tried to punch the intruder. However, Izuku was still the better fighter between the two and managed to catch his fist and grab Shinso to cover his mouth. I'm not a villain, not here to hurt you, but I'd really rather we not wake up everyone in the house, huh? Just hear me out. The Guardian said quickly. From the depths of the house a woman's voice yelled, Everything okay? Izuku let go after a moment and made a pleading expression, the kind that tended to get Tashinori to let him make bad choices. Yeah, just tripped. Shinso was clearly trying to sound normal. Those your parents? Izuku asked. Foster. The purple-haired boy shrugged. That why you need to sneak out? He gestured to the window. Doesn't seem super safe. Shinso rubbed his face annoyed. They don't really get it. Well, lucky you, I do. I know you want to be a hero, and that you have a chance to transfer to the hero course. The Guardian grinned. Don't ask how, that's not important. What is important is how bad do you want it? I feel like I'm being questioned by the Fae. He narrowed his eyes. What do you even want? Izuku shrugged. Nothing much, not really. I just have an offer you might be interested in. He smiled a little at the shock that Shinsu's face betrayed at the fact his quirk hadn't been able to do anything. Nuru's holders weren't easy to manipulate. Izuku pulled Trix's box from his pocket. You need hero training, I need to find someone to take care of these. It's a miraculous and it can give you extra powers, stronger than quirks. As well as perfect anonymity. You become a miraculous holder, you get training, I get someone who will take care of my charges and more heroes. Win-win. Izuku didn't know if it was the miraculous magic making him sound far more convincing than he really should, but Shinso took the box. Trix appeared in his trademark ball of orange light. Oh, I remember you. The fox Kwame cheered. I'm Trix, I'll be your Kwame. Give him the speech. The Guardian walked to the window. I'll be back tomorrow night to pick him up. Oh, and, break my trust one break you. He said the last statement in a cheery voice as he leapt backwards out the window. +X+. Histoshi looked out his window a second later to see no one. What the actual F dashed? He said as the realization of how weird this was settled in. That's just how the Guardian is. Trix sighed, as it flipped upside down to float around the room. He'd been pretty restless recently. I guess he's going out for a while. So you gonna put that one or what? He cautiously took the foxtail pendant from its place and with a flash it curled up. Now it looked like a gray stone with a spiral, held in place by cords. Trix had finished looking around the room, and finally appeared ready to start talking. I've had holders your age before, some younger. The thing that was most common among them was that unlike the others, my foxes were rarely given training. They learned by doing by acting. It explained. Do you want to be a hero? Yes. Hitoshi wasn't ready to be interrogated by a magical deity. Trix smiled something wicked. To transform you're going to want to say, Trix, let's pounce, and let's rest, to change back. No one will recognize you while transformed, so you can go and learn unimpeded if you're up for it. The teen looked at the necklace with a sigh and sat down. What am I even doing? This is nonsense. He said, more to the universe than Trix. No sense like nonsense. The fox Kwame shrugged. The miracle suit is indestructible under most circumstances, and so will the flute, that's your weapon. Play a tune on it to create your mirage, and play the illusionist. Got all that? So what, I just go out and commit vigilantism? He asked, confused. Your legal terms define vigilantism as using a quirk to cause harm. This isn't a quirk, so you'll be fine. Trix rolled his eyes. No room to worry when magic has your back. Now let's go. You're wasting moonlight. With one final glance at the Kwami and the miraculous, Hitoshi gave a resounding "it" and put on the necklace. Tricks, let's pounce. +X+. When Izuku saw his newest chosen, it had been over 2 hours. He was dressed in a rusted orange jumpsuit, a white patch running down the torso and legs. Purple hair lightened, braided and tied into a ponytail, with 2 fox ears poking out from his head. There was a light orange scarf wrapped around the teen's mouth, ran down his back to tuck into his belt, then faded to the same rusty red with a shock of white on the tip. The outfit was topped off with black boots and gloved, fingers tipped in white. Nice look, the Guardian said as he leapt after the fox holder. The newest holder jolted. He'd been moving so fast it was hard to believe anyone could catch him. How are you adjusting to some of the powers? Izuku shouted. I can see in the dark. Shinso yelled as they both kept running, and I've never run this fast. Take a leap, the gray-haired teen said as his cloak spread out and he flew up with a large beat of the wings. The other jumped and yelped as he went triple the height a normal person might. The Guardian took a bit of time to help him adjust to the powers of the miraculous. Okay, you're probably ready to try a mirage then. The Guardian hummed. As Shinso took the flute from his back, unlike the ones Izuku himself and his mother had used, Shinosu's was only the length of the teen's forearm. Huh, your weapon is different, Izuku thought aloud. Different bad? The other asked. It was a flute, what else would it look like? The Guardian shook his head. No, just different. So, imagine an illusion you want to make. Start small if you need to. The clearer the mental picture, the better the illusion. Then play the flute and it should activate the power. Shinso nodded and brought the instrument to his lips, only for Izuku to jump violently when it immediately screeched away to high pitch for his ears' liking. Oh shit, you okay? Shinso said, stopping the sound even as a cardboard box appeared from the orange smoke. Izuku managed a very shaky thumbs up. I guess you don't know how to play the flute then? Izuku landed on the roof of his building and flipped down in front of his door with a flash as Nuru landed on his palm. Trix was still sitting in Izuku's hair as he entered the apartment and instantly flew to Inko instead. Here you go. Izuku held up the box with his miraculous still inside it. As promised, and don't worry, Pied Piper and Trix got together just fine. After a bit he'd left the other teen alone to continue testing his powers, mostly because he wasn't sure his poor hypersensitive ears could take it. The bag of mixed fruits he'd left him with was quickly depleted. Speaking of, Izuku plucked the fox Kwami off his mother's head. You have some explaining to do. The orange Kwami grinned wickedly. I don't know what you mean. You didn't give him the staff version of the flute, nor did you grant Piper the ability to actually play a FING flute. Why? He poked the Kwami, causing him to giggle. He phased through Izuku's hand and the teen was shocked to see his expression had become more serious. I was there at the sports festival. I heard what he said to you. He wants to be a hero, but he's a bit too apathetic to do anything about it. He's got to start taking some initiative. The Kwami explained. The greenette raised an eyebrow. He was literally coming back from training when we met with him? The Kwami shook his head. He's not training alone. Even after the sports festival he waited for someone to pick him up. I can give him the power, but if he wants to get better, Piper's gotta do it on his own. Izuku didn't even want to know how Trix knew Shinso found a mentor. Fine, but at least poke him in the direction of staff training. He doesn't know how the weapon typically works. With a nod, Trix vanished, presumably to tell his siblings about his new holder. Izuku sat down on the couch next to his mother. Transformers Armada was playing on the TV while she typed away on her laptop, working on. Are you looking at houses? He asked, leaning over to see better. She sighed and clicked her computer shut. Just looking. Even with all our precautions, I'm worried about potential security problems. I'd prefer you not have to sneak in and out of your own home. Izuku bumped her shoulder with his own and sighed. I can take it, Mom. Don't mistake my frustration for more than it is. It's just an idea. His mother continued. You don't want to leave here, do you? The boy scrubbed a hand over his face as he thought. I don't know, maybe? We've lived here since Dad. I don't know if I can think of anywhere else as home. Ink poked her son's side. I'll let you think about it. I haven't come to a decision either way. But I do want you to think about it. I'll put up with the harassment if you want to stay here. I'm tough too. He leaned against his mom, eyes heavy after hours of running around the city. Love you, Mom. I love you too, Izuku. She brushed his hair from his face as the teen drifted off to sleep. +X+. Izuku zipped up the garment bag with his suit in it. His first ever hero check from wrestling Shigaraki had come in, nothing astounding, but enough to get a nicer suit than the red tux his dad had left behind that was older than Izuku. Izuku, hurry up! Toshinori shouted. Izuku grabbed his duffel bag and suit and met Toshinori at the door, quickly shoving on his shoes. Just double-checking I have everything. He's assured his mentor. He'd spent the night at the blonde's apartment since they were leaving early for their flight, and it guaranteed he didn't wake his mother up. She'd been offered a ticket as well but declined since she didn't have enough vacation time saved up. Izuku felt guilty since some of that lost time was due to him asking her to keep an eye on Bumblebee. Inko hadn't seemed to mind staying behind, insisting she could watch the miracle box while Izuku was gone and make sure the Kwami were well taken care of. But that didn't dissuade Izuku's guilt much at all. They were riding on a private plane, because Toshinori just did shit like that sometimes. The blonde fell asleep almost the second they sat down, and Izuku didn't want to wake him, so once they hit cruising altitude, he carefully climbed over the table and walked to the back of the plane. One bonus of flying private: no cameras, so no one would see him talking to what looked like nothing. Roar pooped out of his pocket and Izuku rubbed his fingers over his collar. Are you excited to go to the expo, Izuku? She asked, sitting on the table as he offered her some of his snacks. He finished swallowing his pretzel before responding. Yeah, I never thought I'd get to go. I mean, even Toshinori hasn't gotten to go in like, I don't know, a decade? But the biggest benefit is that even with All Might running around, people aren't as likely to notice me here. Izuku pulled out a book he'd been gifted about the history of the iExpo and began flipping through, wondering what new displays and exhibits they'd have. He was so ready to see all of it. When I-Island made its first appearance out of the window, Izuku very carefully shook Toshinori awake. The blonde jolted and mumbled something about buying lunch that Izuku didn't quite understand but didn't question. Whatever the man had been dreaming, he needed a minute to recover from his absolute crash of a nap. We're almost there, Izuku said, pointing out the window. Are you sure you're gonna be okay being out in public this much? Toshinori waved him off. My time limit has been steadily growing since you fixed my stomach. I'll be fine so long as I'm smart about it. Izuku nodded. Alright, just, I don't know, start coughing into your hand a bunch if you need a distraction. I'll launch myself into the air or something so you can run off. Before the plane began its full descent, Izuku gave Roar one more scratch under the chin before transforming. Toshinori was already wearing one of his All Might suits under his jacket, so in seconds they were both in full hero attire. They made it through their security screening in record time since they were the only ones at the gate right now. And Izuku was grinning ear to ear as they stepped into the sun, and he got his first good look at all the pavilions set up for the event. Before they could even start making their way to the hotel, All Might had garnered attention. Izuku narrowly avoided the crowd by leaping into the air and landing on top of a flower display. He chuckled as his mentor warmly greeted his fans. Honestly, I can't take him anywhere, Izuku said, mostly to himself. He'd grabbed their luggage as well and balanced it carefully beside him so that fairy things wouldn't get trampled. Young Midoriya, All Might managed to shout as a line rapidly began forming. Would you mind taking those to the hotel? I may be here a while. Izuku gave him a thumbs up and hurried off before the crowd's attention was shifted to him too much. +X+. Once he dropped off their bags, Izuku began wandering back to where he'd left his mentor. He took in a few of the pavilions as he went, and he wasn't sure he'd genuinely smiled this much in a while. Everything here was so cool. While he caught the end of a musical display, a familiar spiky ponytail caught his eye. Yaoyorozu? He asked, getting a bit closer. His classmate blinked in surprise as she turned before a smile broke across her face. Oh, hi Midoriya. Quickly, two other sets of eyes were on him, and Izuku managed to get a bit closer, giving Uraraka the chance to hug him. You didn't tell us you'd be here, Izuku, she said excitedly as Yaoyorozu and Jiraiya began dispersing with the rest of the crowd. He shrugged with a grin. I didn't know I would be until this week. I guess it didn't occur to me that anyone else would come. My parents are shareholders, but were unable to attend. Yaoyorozu said as they continued walking. So they suggested I give their early access to some friends to enjoy some of our break before camp. The others are here too, but we drew lots for early access. Jairu explained. How about you? All Might. He said plainly, and everyone nodded in understanding. I'm currently dodging the heat of all those articles released about me. With this and camp I can hopefully survive the summer. Izuku and his classmates found the line to meet All Might almost depleted, with the blonde looking mildly uncomfortable with his face covered in lipstick. Got the bags back to the hotel. Izuku explained before gesturing to the girls, and found my classmates. All Might finished rubbing the lipstick off and gave them all a thumbs up. Good to see you three. I hope you're excited for the expo. I have it on good authority it will be one of the best. We are, Yaoyorozu nodded. I hope you don't have to get mobbed everywhere. This is your vacation too? The blonde suddenly grabbed his phone. Which darn, that took longer than I realized. I fear we are in terrible danger of being late, young Midoriya. Izuku too checked the time and realized he was right. Sorry guys, we're gonna have to split. We're supposed to meet up with one of All Might's old friends and dash. He heard it before he saw anything. The sound of springs and a rhythm of hitting the ground. Izuku didn't even have time to turn before he was taken to the ground with the force of an entire person dropping on him with a very loud, Zuku. They rolled with the force and Izuku groaned as Melissa's shields rolled off his legs. The reprieve only lasted until he sat up when his friend tackled him in a hug. Lise. He managed to get his arms free enough to hug her. Then immediately shoved her over onto the ground. Don't effing tackle me, he yelled as they began rolling in the dirt. You deserve it. Give them back. She shouted back, grabbing Izuku again and forcing him into a headlock. Izuku went limp noodle as Melissa stood up, with his head still caught under one arm. Never. Give them back. She started nudging his hair, causing a curse of outrage from the greenette. Death first. +X+. The Chaco didn't really know what she was looking at. A blonde girl a bit older than them had tackled Izuku and they'd gone from hugging to wrestling in the span of 5 seconds. Now All Might appeared to be recording as the two argued with Izuku in a headlock. Hi Uncle Might. She waved with her free arm in between noogies. Hello Melissa. He waved, still filming. So they're friends? Uraraka asked their teacher as he finished filming and texted it to who she could only assume was Mr. Yagi or Izuku's mother. Yes. I introduced Midoriya to Melissa several years ago and they've been friends ever since. They appear to be arguing about their long ongoing game of stealing something small from each other every time they meet up. Izuku finally managed to throw his assailant off of him with a grumpy, fine. Standing up and rubbing his neck, he pulled a glasses case from his bag and handed them to her. Yes. She cheered, immediately shoving them into her pocket. Right, sorry about that. Greenie here stole my sunglasses the last time he came. Izuku shrugged. They look better on me anyways. Besides, you stole my All Might hoodie the previous visit. +X+. 2 years ago. Melissa was bouncing on her toes next to her dad while they waited at the gate for her. She hadn't seen Uncle Might in ages, and then he'd abruptly called to ask if he could come to the island to catch up and introduce them to someone. When the tall blonde first made it around the corner, she had all the restraint of 2 seconds to run at him for a hug. Melissa. He caught her, smiling even wider than normal. My goodness, you've changed so much. I'm 15. She reminded him as he tossed her into the air and caught her. Nope, no way, you were 8 yesterday. He shook his head. Nope, can't be. He finally set her down and for the first time, Melissa noticed the person with him. Hiding slightly behind her uncle was a kid a few years younger than her, with messy green hair and alarmingly, scars peeking out from under his sleeve. His green eyes were wide with excitement and curiosity, but he was also taut as a bowstring. Especially when Uncle Might stepped away to embrace her dad instead. Right, this here is Izuku Midoriya. He patted the boy on his shoulder who smiled politely. I've recently taken him under my wing. The kid Izuku blushed. Nice to meet you both. All Might told me a lot about you both already. As if a SWH had flipped, the boy stood taller and began to babble. I read a bunch of stuff about why you made Island, sir, and read a few of your reports, or well-abridged versions I guess, about the developments that lead to advancements in hero equipment, and I think it's really cool. Melissa was starting to wonder if Izuku wanted to be an engineer or design hero equipment himself. Why else would a 12-year-old be reading about the technological advancements they were making on Island? After a moment, Izuku seemed to realize he was rambling and cut himself off, fiddling with a bracelet on his hand. Melissa wondered who exactly this kid was. He was like a puzzle box. You needed a key to get in, but the solution was right in front of you. It was a few hours later, with Izuku ranging from long rambles to dead silence, and her scattered conversations with him, that Uncle Might pulled her aside while Izuku was geeking out about something her dad was showing him. "Melissa, I have a super important job for you," he whispered. "See, I didn't just bring Izuku here to let him be a fanboy. Truth is, he needs some help with something, and you are absolutely the best person to help him." "Oh, sure dash," she raised an eyebrow. "I'll do my best. See, Izuku is quirkless. And he's been choking on a lot of really bad things that have been shoved down his throat for years now." Her uncle continued. "He's never had a friend his age who understood what that's like, and I'm worried if he doesn't get some help soon, he'll start believing what his bullies say too. Think you can help him?" Melissa felt her eye twitch as a few not-so-pleasant memories popped into her head, and the explanation of the 12-year-old scars became very clear. "Oh, I got this." She fist-bumped Uncle Might, before turning back to her dad and Izuku. "Hey, Dad, you probably want to catch up with Uncle Might? I want to show Izuku my lab. +X+." After they met the first time, Uncle Might started taking time with Izuku to come every few months. They were both still in school, and the expo was a busy time for her uncle since so many big-name heroes left Japan to attend. But they kept in touch through texts, emails, video calls, whatever they had time for. Her dad, meanwhile, had taken to sending parenting books to his friend. Despite both of them insisting it was a mentorship, it was pretty obvious Uncle Might saw Izuku as family. Meanwhile, the greenette tended to follow him around like a duckling, clearly more confident when the blonde was around. Melissa could pretty confidently say Izuku was her best friend, hands down. Most of her classmates, well, if it wasn't the toe joint, it was that her dad built the island. There was always a divide that she'd just about given up getting over, only to be introduced to a kid who was almost scarily like her. Towards the end of Izuku's third visit, she'd told him that she wanted to be a pro hero, but was considering settling with making gear like her dad. Izuku was an emotional person. Once you got to know him, you could see it clear as day. So she could tell he was going through several feelings at once. Then he'd cautiously opened his mouth and said, "If anyone could do it, it's you." Izuku shook his hair to get it back to his preferred mess, then straightened up fully. "Guys, this is my friend Melissa. We haven't seen each other in, 4 months? So sorry if we startled you with that." They traded introductions but had to split right after. "Professor Shields doesn't know we're here," Izuku explained. "We're headed to surprise him, but I'll meet up with you guys later. I promise." He waved as they separated. +X+. Ochako watched her friend go and felt a pang of something, she wasn't sure what. Maybe sadness that they couldn't spend more time together? No, it was more like, annoyed? "What's that expression for?" Kyoka asked as they turned to separate. "I don't know, I feel weird?" She shrugged. Yamamo put a hand to her mouth to hide a mischievous grin. "Could it be that you're jealous of Midoriya hanging out with another girl?" "Yeah, is he your mystery crush you refuse to tell us about?" She was jabbed with Kyoka's earphone jack in taunt. Ochako rolled her eyes. "No guys, it's not Izuku. And I am not jealous, he can have friends outside of school. Melissa seems nice. I just wanted to hang out more is all." "Sure." Kyoka too rolled her eyes and Momo nodded, while still wearing her sheet-eating grin. +X+. "Wait here a minute," Melissa told them while she went inside to set up the surprise. They could hear her talking from the hallway, albeit faintly, so when they heard her say, "2 people we dearly love," they walked through the doors, Izuku hanging back as his mentor surged forward. "Dave!" Tashinori hugged the brunette, taking him off his feet and spinning around. I am here, ecstatic to see you again. The last trip to the island, Izuku had to come alone due to the start of the school year taking up Toshinori's time, so the friends hadn't seen each other in a year. Izuku knew it killed his mentor to miss seeing his friend when they had just gotten the chance to reconnect. When the man was finally returned to the ground, Izuku stepped forward for his own, much calmer greeting. It's nice to see you again, Professor. It's nice to see you too, Izuku. Granted, I'm not as surprised as with Toshi Dash, Professor Shields grinned. Since I know you got an invite of your own. Izuku sighed in relief. I didn't originally think I could come, but I'm glad it worked out. He'd gotten an email inviting him shortly after the sports festival, but that had been around the time they'd made plans to speed up Izuku getting his license, so there wasn't a guarantee he'd be free. I also hear this one's finally given you an official title? He asked, and Izuku nodded eagerly. The symbol of peace has a new sidekick, and I got my provisional license a bit ago. He explained excitedly. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Toshinori caught into his hand. He pivoted. It really is good to see you, Professor, but we should let you guys catch up. Least you've got to show me your gauntlet before we head out. Let's go now. Izuku pulled his friend behind him and caught one last nod of appreciation from Toshinori before the door clicked shut. What was that about? She asked. Izuku huffed before smiling. Well, do you really think you can wait till the end of the day? Let's go. They both raced the familiar path to the blonde's lab. As soon as the door clicked shut, Melissa retrieved the glasses case Izuku had returned to her. In her hands, the plain black sunglasses turned into a replica of the ones she already had on, and she sucked them out. Fee! Cocky cheered the second she formed from her wash of gray light. Cocky! Melissa brought the Kwami close for a hug. I missed you. How mean of Izuku to steal you back. I needed her to get home, Lise. He reminded her, pulling out her computer chair to sit down. Nah, you could have just stayed here, moved in with me and Dad. She shook her head. We'd bring Auntie Inko to meet him finally. One for All wasn't the only secret Izuku was helping keep from the professor. He was also lying about his powers. The man never knew about Izuku's quirkless status, so he wasn't shocked the first time Izuku had broken a punching bag in two. Or well, he was, but for different reasons. More specifically, he was lying that he had dragged Melissa into the whole magic thing. Izuku had lamented not getting to see his new friend when Toshinori pointed out he could teleport whenever he wanted. That required at least telling Melissa how he got there, and hiding from Professor Shields occasionally. Honestly, if you want my honest opinion on miraculous holders, Melissa is someone I've known her whole life. She isn't one to look for power or abuse it. And I don't doubt she'll take up the mantle with about as much vigor as you did. That had been the only holder recommendation Toshinori made in the first 2 years they'd known each other. And when Cocky and Melissa clicked as soon as she accepted magic existed, Izuku had never regretted it. Izuku spun around in the chair a few times. So, what have you been working on? He tilted his head over the back of the chair to look at the blonde upside down. With Cocky settled on her shoulder, Melissa held up a finger and pulled something off a shelf. When you told me about that weird Nomu thing, I had an idea. Check it? She tossed him a gauntlet. He turned it over in his hand. It was a similar material to Melissa's pogo stick, so no doubt it could shrink down for storage. If I did it right, it should sustain a punch from you or Uncle Might at full strength. She tapped a spot on the wrist and it shrunk down to a bracelet. You're gonna have to help me test it later. Izuku paused. On a mannequin, right? She stared at him. On a mannequin, right? +X+. With Cocky hiding in Melissa's hair, they went looking for his classmates. Izuku finally spotted them at a cafe, talking to another familiar face. Kaminari? Izuku asked as they approached, causing their classmate to look up. Oh hey Midoriya. He waved before immediately catching sight of the brunette's companion and dragging him to the side. Who is that? And is she single? Izuku elbowed him, perhaps a little harder than strictly necessary. That is my friend Melissa, and if you say so much as one inappropriate thing to her, I'll punt you all the way back to Japan. With a frantic nod, they both rejoined the girls. Lise, this is Kaminari, he's in our class too. Izuku introduced them. I'm working the expo right now, the teen furiously rubbed the back of his neck, but I definitely want to get to know one of Midoriya's friends better, we should hang out. She laughed. Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere, so I'm sure I'll see you around. Ha, I'm gonna get back to work. Kaminari ran off while Izuku and Jiraiya simultaneously rolled their eyes. They chatted for a few more minutes before Melissa suggested they go try the villain simulation, and they waved goodbye to Kaminari as he helped another table. As they approached, a cloud of dust was settling, and Izuku recognized another familiar face. Hey, Kirishima. Ida. He waved from the balcony at the two. The latter appeared to be about to take his turn as the field was reset. Kaminari joined them as Ida ran the trial. Guess I should have known you'd be here, Midoriya, the redhead grinned. When Ida joined them, the introductions were made again. Is everyone from class here? Uraraka asked in confusion. Not everyone, Kirishima snorted. I was originally supposed to come with Bakugo, but get this, he's apparently banned from the island. At this revelation, Izuku narrowed his eyes at his oldest friend. Said friend was whistling in an attempt to appear nonchalant. You didn't, he said flatly. I don't know what you're talking about. Melissa refuted. Anyways, are we gonna put our names in or what? Momo and Jiraiya decided to sit this one out, but Uraraka, Melissa, and Izuku all got ready to run the newly reset simulation. Uraraka made herself weightless and began grabbing and throwing the fake villains into each other, clearing the course in 40 seconds. Izuku revved up his quirk and managed to do it in 15 seconds, putting him at the top of the leaderboard. Melissa stepped up, and as soon as the buzzer sounded, she used her pogo stick to start climbing the fake cliff, tossing small marbles that caused an electrical surge whenever they hit the fake villains. Her time sat at a comfortable 28 seconds, putting her faster than Kirishima and in 7th place. DMN girl, Jiraiya said as the blonde bounced up to where they were watching and returned her pogo stick to its pocket size. You're outshining some of us. Melissa rolled her eyes. Gotta work both smarter and harder if I want to be a hero. Lise is hoping to move off the island and get her hero license within the next year or two. Izuku explained. She's built all her own equipment, she keeps me on my toes. The next trial runner stepped up, and Izuku grinned at who he saw. Once the fake mountain we coated in very real ice, he didn't even mind seeing his time had been beaten. Todoroki. He waved aggressively, and the other boy put up a hand in greeting. Izuku turned back to his friend. He's the one I fought in the finals. You've got to meet him too. I'm looking forward to it. Melissa smiled as he pulled her down the stairs to meet his newest friend. Before they split up to get ready for the reception, Melissa granted both Kirishima and Kaminari extra tickets to go. Both were thanking her profusely as she headed back to her dorm. Izuku waved to Toshinori as he got back to their hotel suite and told his mentor all about his day through the door to the bathroom as he dried his hair and put on his suit. Melissa was really excited to see Kaki. He finished up as he opened the door. How did your talk with the professor go? Well, he basically dragged me to get tested, not surprising seeing as he does it every time I visit. Toshinori admitted, currently still in his small form and absolutely swamped by the quiet he was wearing. The good news is my quirk has stopped killing me. The bad news is that where it stopped still isn't great. Izuku nodded. We theorized that was the case. I don't know if we can get you back up to where you were unless you took time off, but we both know that's a no-go. The blonde nodded. No stopping me anytime soon. Izuku hummed. When we get back, I'm gonna start looking into fixing your lungs. Hopefully that and a more normal diet will help some more. Don't push yourself. Toshinori yelled as Izuku deftly tied his tie and put on his dress shoes, a gift from Melissa to make him not wear his red tennis shoes or his combat boots. Izuku opened up his suit jacket to let Roar hide in the inside pocket. Same to you. +X+. When Izuku arrived, only the guys were there. Kaminari was still wearing his uniform sans apron, since he probably didn't expect to need formal wear. Kirishima had a green-gray suit with a red tie, his hair as spiked up as ever. Ida was wearing a blue suit that had breathes clearly custom-tailored with his quirk in mind. And Shoto was wearing an almost entirely white outfit. Izuku hoped for his sake no one spilled their drink. The elevator opened up and Izuku had to stop himself gawking. Uraraka has on a pink dress that was stunning on her, leaving the greenette stunned for a second. "Wow, you look great." He managed to spit out, like, "Perfect." She waved him off. "Come on Izuku, if you keep that up we'll never fit my big head back in the elevator. Besides, it's not even mine, I had to borrow it from Yamamo." Speaking of the taller girl, she and Jairu appeared soon after with apologies for being late. Yaoyorozu's green dress matched her golden accessories, and Jaira had apparently decided to keep her leather jacket over her dress. Izuku was not surprised to see Kaminari gawking. "Hey, guys!" Melissa showed up, somehow managing to run in her heels. "Geez, that took longer than I wanted. I thought I'd miss you but now we're all late for the party, sorry." "Nah, most of us took longer than expected." Izuku shook his head. "Nice look." "Wow, did you two plan to match?" Yaoyorozu asked and everyone else seemed to be thinking the same thing. They both abruptly realized that they were in fact matching. Izuku's suit was only slightly darker blue than Melissa's. The main difference was their accessories. Izuku sporting his miraculous in its usual silver, and 2 cufflinks with teal gems that matched his vest. Meanwhile Melissa's jewelry was gold, and Kaki's miraculous had changed slightly to have fold details. "Nah, just coincidence I guess." Izuku shrugged. "Everyone ready?" But before they could leave, an alarm began to go off. "Lise." The teen looked around. "What's this? Security alert?" She mumbled. The island emergency system began to play a recorded audio, saying that there was a bomb threat and the island was now on high alert. The entire city was supposed to go into lockdown in the next 10 minutes. His classmates were murmuring their confusion and concerns when metal grates slid over the windows. But Izuku's was focusing on Melissa, who looked genuinely panicked. "This isn't right," she said. "This isn't the protocol for discovering explosives. We shouldn't be locking down, we are supposed to evacuate only the immediately affected area." She ran over to one of the elevators. When she pressed the button, nothing happened. Todoroki had pulled out his phone and informed them there was no signal. "This is bad. This is really bad," Melissa was saying to herself over and over, and Izuku was very grateful when Uraraka joined him in comforting her. "Come on, we'll see if we can get to the party. Your dad has to know what's going on, right?" the brunette suggested. "Maybe it's just a malfunction or someone on security spilled a drink. We don't know if it's something terrible yet. Not to mention if it is something bad, All Might and a bunch of other pros are also there," he reminded her. "Right dash," she shook her head to clear it and pointed to a large set of double doors. "Those are the emergency stairs, they'll get us pretty close to the party." What they found did not bode well. From an opening to the higher floors, Yaoyorozu was the first to spot the problem. She quickly slapped a hand to her mouth and pointed. The reaction felt appropriate as they saw several people with guns walking between civilians who were all sitting on the floor looking terrified. All of the heroes in the room were bound in what Izuku could only assume was more of the security system's work. That included All Might, who was lying on the stage, shaking with rage as his inability to do anything. "Ju, come here, if I get All Might's attention can you hear what he's saying from up here?" he asked. After a moment Jaira nodded, and Izuku quickly pulled out his phone. He began turning his flashlight on and off in a 3-beat pattern, and it only took the hero a moment to crane his head to look at them. Izuku began signaling for Tashinori to talk before putting a hand to his ear to show they could hear him. Jairu reported back what was said while Izuku's gaze didn't waver from his mentor. He subtly made a signal like he was coughing before making an OK symbol and raising his eyebrows in question. Tashinori held up one finger. 1 hour. 1 hour he could hold this form before wearing himself out. Izuku nodded as his classmate finished telling them what their teacher said. "He wants us to hide out until further notice," Jairu said, "and that he's putting Midoriya in charge of protecting us." Melissa's eyes were scanning the crowd. "I don't see my dad Izuku." The greenette's grip tightened on the guardrail. He nodded at Tashinori to show they understood and then stepped back, to not risk being seen. They returned to the stairwell, and Izuku began pacing, whistling and notes spewing from his mouth as he thought. All Might wants us to stay hidden. Ida pointed out. We should listen to him. Kamanri snapped his fingers. If we can get out of the building and find some heroes outside, they can do something right? He suggested. Melissa shook her head. No, it wouldn't be easy to get out now. The ground floors are the most secure, and this is the same system they designed for Tartarus Prison. And if we did manage to get out, the security drones are already out, they might catch us before we can warn anyone. Izuku stopped pacing and everyone's eyes snapped to him. Lise. He looked at his friend, a plan decided in his mind. How well do you know how the security system runs? She smiled mischievously, already picking up on his idea. Papa used to read the instruction manual to me when I wouldn't sleep at night. I know that system like the back of my hand. Izuku nodded. Right, All Might put main charge. And Macy's, you guys find a place to hide. I'll take Melissa and see if we can get the island's system back under control. To his surprise, Uraraka shook her head violently. No way in hell are you leaving us to go off on your own. We have no idea how many villains there are here. Kirishima agreed quickly. Yeah, you're gonna need backup. If you run into villains, Melissa is going to be the only one there and she has her own job to do. You need us. The system is on the top floor. Melissa added, Izuku can move fast and carry me, we're going to be a bigger target as a group. Not to mention I'm the only one here with a license. Izuku insisted. He and Melissa shared a worried look. Truth be told, if they could leave the others, she could teleport them to the right floor no problem. And Izuku couldn't transform without at least Ida and Uraraka finding out about his miraculous. As much as he loved his friends, his anonymity as the guardian was key. Izuku. Uraraka said firmly. I don't want to slow you down. But if you think I'll sit here while you're running off to fight, who knows what? You're dead wrong, I'll be there backing you up no matter what you tell me. Izuku mentally swore. For F's sake, why did he have to make so many amazing friends? Okay, fine. Izuku conceded. It would be better to know where everyone was, that meant less chances to reveal himself. Much to his chagrin, the rest of his classmates all agreed they would be coming too. You have some amazing friends, Izuku. Melissa patted his shoulder as he, Ida, and Kirishima offered her, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu their jackets. Seeing as running and potentially fighting in strapless or low-cut dresses were likely to get awkward real fast. Meanwhile, all the girls ditched their shoes since they'd be harder to run in. Izuku sighed. I know. I'm lucky. He wanted to be mad, but he was also really happy to have the people he did. It's fine. They had 1 hour. If he and Melissa could slip away for even a second, they could still get to the top. The teen stepped out to the balcony, Melissa hot on his heels. When Tashinori looked up, Izuku gestured to himself, then Melissa, who tapped her glasses, before they pointed up. Tashinori nodded, and managed to give them a smile. Izuku just prayed he could hold on for them. He'd fix this. They'd save everyone. Izuku would settle for nothing less. They started up the emergency stairs. This was not going to be a short trip by any means. Ida was leading the pack with Izuku and Melissa right behind him. The 30th floor was hollow comfort, and Izuku was already starting to feel his legs ache. Roar was still in his jacket, along with Kaki, which Melissa was wearing with the sleeves rolled up. How are you so fast, Dash? Yaoyorozu breathed from behind them. I've done this before as a workout. She explained between skillfully controlled breaths. Though I only ran up half the floors and down the rest of the way. Uraraka was lagging, not too far behind, but Izuku didn't want to risk her getting left alone. He stopped and let everyone else pass him. Go ahead, I'll catch up to you. Uraraka insisted as she paused briefly and held onto the rail. If I need to, I'll use my quirk to... Izuku didn't let her finish the statement. Instead, he just scooped up the brunette and returned to running, quickly catching up to the rest of the group. Show off. Kirishima breathed as Izuku took his place beside Melissa again. I can run. Uraraka said quickly, red in the face at being carried. Don't worry about it, Izuku told her. You're light as a feather. Tashinori, he'd never complain about you and that stupid fridge again. When they got to the 80th floor, Izuku nearly ran into Ida's back. He put his passenger down as he realized their path was blocked. They must have locked down this part of the staircase. Melissa breathed. She looked at the only other door. If we break through, we'll definitely alert them to where we are. But if we go through this way, it'll notify them that a door has opened here. Izuku paused. They didn't have a choice. To continue, they would have to let the villains know their position. Melissa, what's on the 80th floor? Izuku asked quickly. The greenhouse takes up most of the floor. She thought. There is a central elevator and another set of emergency stairs on the other side of the building. Izuku nodded. We'll go this way then. We'll have a better chance at hiding in the greenhouses. The stairs world just cage us in on lower ground. Everyone, catch your breath. We'll need to keep moving once I open that door. They had already spent half their time running up the stairs. Once everyone was ready, Izuku quickly pulled the door to the 80th floor open and held it open for everyone. He was the last through, and heard the door shut behind them. It didn't take long at all for the barriers that separated the floors to snap into place. If he and Melissa were at the back, they could get separated while leaving his classmates a hiding place, but no, they were too far apart. The greenhouse door was in view. Todoroki got them an opening, and Ida and Kirishima made quick work of the barrier. Scatter, hide, Izuku said fast as the elevator showed it was moving. Ida, Todoroki, and Uraraka all quickly moved into a mass of shrubs. Kaminari hid behind a wide trunk tree, putting Jairu behind him. Kirishima threw himself in a flowering bush. Melissa dragged Izuku out of view, and he crouched down, doing his best to force his breathing still. The doors to the elevator opened to reveal two villains. Can the cameras see us? He asked, and they both scanned for a lens. When she shook her head, Izuku nodded. Give me my jacket real quick. She handed over the item without question, and Izuku got as low to the ground as possible. Cover me, stripes on. He did his best to hide the glow of his transformation with his coat and quickly grabbed his bolus. A surge of ice filled the room as Todoroki jumped in as Kirishima was found. Melissa also jumped up, reaching for her beaded necklace. Izuku trusted her judgment on needing to step in. Flicking open the weapon, he reached in, already knowing what he was looking for. He set Wei's and Pollen's miraculous on the ground before quickly saying, stripes off. As both Kwami formed in his hands, Izuku pressed their miraculous into their paws. Go, find your holders, he said quickly before vaulting over the bushes and running into the fight. Melissa was currently between Jairu, who had a weapon complements of Yaoyorozu, and both girls and Kaminari were facing down a purple-skinned villain. She was tossing more of her electric pearls, which had been cleverly disguised as her necklace before. The gold also made them excellent conductors, letting Kaminari better aim his own shocks at the villains. How many weapons were you gonna smuggle into the party? Izuku asked as he pulled them out of the way of a large boulder of ice that must have come from where Kirishima and Todoroki were holding off the other villain. This dress has deep pockets, she yelled. +X+. Tenya had gotten separated from his classmates by the sheer amount of ice created from Todoroki's fight. Attempting to still be useful, he was trying to find a way to get the elevator open. My knight, said a very familiar voice. Tenya spun around as his Kwami friend immediately nuzzled into his hands. Pollen, how did you get here? The Guardian found out what was happening and sent us to help. She cheered, shoving her comb at him, which Tenya quickly put on. The teen nodded. I'm glad I can use your power with more noble intentions this time, Pollen. Buzz on. He quickly ran back towards the fight. Out of the two villains, the smaller actually seemed more dangerous. So with a burst of speed, Bumblebee ran to attack. Venom. He jabbed the villain in the back, instantly causing him to stiffen. Todoroki jolted. It's you. Yes, I was asked to assist, Bumblebee said, already thinking about his timer. Who is Dash? Kirishima was pointing at the bee vigilante, but Todoroki had already turned back to their other classmates. You four go. We'll finish this up, he shouted, spreading ice beneath Melissa, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, and Uraraka's feet. They were the only ones close enough together. The ice rose as a solid pillar until the group was able to jump onto the catwalks above the greenhouse. As some of the robot sentries from outside began to appear, Tenya grinned beneath his helmet. With both Pollen and his classmates' help, he knew this wouldn't take 5 minutes. +X+. Yaoyorozu, I need a few things if we want to get through this door. Melissa yelled as she pulled out a multi-tool from her pocket and pried off the door's sensor. Quickly the hero student made what was requested, and after a moment, the controls sparked violently. Izuku and Melissa were able to pull the doors open just enough to get them through to the other side. The closer to the center of the building the stronger the doors, the stair door doesn't lock either, she said as Yaoyorozu made a small explosive to blast through a barrier. Sure enough, they were able to make it up a few more floors unhindered. Ochako was ashamed to say she was lagging behind again. She definitely would start running more after this. But as a small flash of green caught her attention, she stopped and quickly pulled it into Ida's jacket. "Waze," she whispered as she kept running. "Man, am I happy to see you." "And I you," he cheered, pushing his miraculous up to her collar, where she grabbed it and shoved it on. Once she was out of sight of her classmates and was sure they wouldn't turn around and see her, she stopped for a second. Waze shell on. When they entered the server room, even more security robots were there to greet them. "Midoriya, think you can handle them?" Jair asked. "Wait." Melissa caught him off before he could answer. "If any of these servers are damaged, the island's security could be damaged too. We need to protect them at all costs." "Protect, huh?" They all turned to the new voice. Otoheim's eyes showed that she grinned at them. "Sorry I'm late to the party." "You're that vigilante who saved Ida," Jairu shouted. The turtle holder saluted them. "Guilty as charged. And now I'm the one saving you. Your friends filled me in. She was pretty worn out, so I got her somewhere safe, don't worry." "I can't believe we left Ochako." Yaoyorozu sounded devastated at not having noticed her disappearance. "Hey, you're focused, things happen." Otoheim pulled her shield from her back. "Blondie and Green, you two need to get to the top right? Get going, you two ladies stay and help me." "All right." Izuku nodded. "We'll trust you." It was unspoken that they all were very grateful for her rescue of Ida all those months ago. That made the girls more inclined to trust her. "All right, you bags of bolts, let's see what you've got." Otoheim held up her shield. "Shelter." A shield of green scraped over the girls all the way to the elevator, preventing more robots from coming in and keeping the servers safe. "We'll be firing from behind," Yaoyorozu said as she formed 2 bazooka-like weapons and started making clay ball to fire from them. Otoheim spun her shield on one finger like a basketball. "Let's go!" +X+. Melissa and Izuku both took in deep lungfuls of air once they hit the roof. "So, those were your heroes, huh?" Melissa rubbed sweat from her face as she tossed her final electric pearl to short out the roof's camera. "Yep," Izuku nodded. "I hoped you'd meet them under better circumstances." "Hey," she grabbed his arm. "They'll be fine. Waze and Pollen won't let anything happen to those kids. You know that." The greenette took a deep breath and nodded again. "We need to hurry, let's finish this. Roar, stripes on." For the second time in short order, Izuku felt Roar's magic wrap around him. "Cocky, full gallop." Melissa called, letting her own costume appear in a flash of gray and blue. Her suit was different from last time, Izuku noted idly. Her formerly warm brown jacket was almost black. And her boots, which had formerly only gone to mid-calf, now were up to her knees. The most notable change was her eyes, which had turned black with bright red pupils. "Spooky," the teen noted, tossing her a bag of chips from his bolus. "Take us up and I'll deal with any villains we run into. You focus on getting the security system back under control." She nodded and a ring of blue magic appeared around her wrist. "Voyage." She strategically placed them a floor below the control room to lessen the chance of the portal being seen. And before the portal even closed, Izuku spotted 2 men with guns facing away from them. He blasted for Odd and both were sent tumbling down the stairs, their guns in Izuku's hand. He snapped both in 2 and dropped them. The villains didn't appear to be getting up, so he left them be. Melissa, per their plan, had already run ahead, so Izuku ran up the stairs in time to see her throw yet another villain down them, this one with blades for hands. Izuku broke off a piece of the handrail and bent it around the man's torso before twisting the ends around the rail on the other side. Stay. Izuku pointed. Melissa's transformation had already fallen, and she was holding Kaki in her palms while looking around corners. Which means Izuku could very clearly see her expression when something caught her eye. What's wrong? He mumbled, stepping up behind her to peer around the corner. My dad is in there. She hissed, and Sam. What are they doing here? Izuku's eyes caught on the professor who was hunched over a computer, typing something furiously and occasionally saying something even his enhanced ears could only just pick up. Something about stolen Toshinori villains. The villains probably needed something that only he could unlock. Come on. Izuku crept closer, posture wary. We need to know if they're alone. Once outside the door, Izuku did a slow scan of the room. He didn't see anyone else, but he didn't exactly have a flawless vantage point. What he did have was a much better spot for hearing the men's conversation as Sam pulled a case from one of the storage blocks. The man clicked it open and scanned the contents. You did it, it's all here. The professor sagged in relief. Thank goodness, I got it back. Izuku felt Melissa stiffen. The villains have kept everyone else busy, the plan went perfectly. Sam said, smiling as he descended the stairs, closing the case as he did. She moved past him and Izuku followed, lingering at the door as his friend's hands clenched into shaking fists. Papa! +X+. David Shield would like to say he didn't scare easily. He'd chased Toshinori around fighting villains for long enough that it took a lot to genuinely rattle him. Seeing his daughter, bruised and beaten, glaring at him was not something he'd ever considered. Izuku was behind her, his own eyes narrowed and his mouth a thin line. Melissa did not look happy. She looked angry as all hell. And that scared him. Got this done last night, so I'll post this here. Here's Buckrider. +X+. Tell me I'm missing something. Melissa snapped. Because based on what Sam just said, it sounds like you're the reason villains are here. It sounds like you're the reason Uncle Might and all those other heroes are stuck waiting for us to come and save them. It sounds like you did something really FING stupid to steal something, so please tell me what I'm missing. Izuku did not move forward. He thought there was a good 40% chance Melissa was about to throw something at her father, and he did not want to be that something. Instead he leaned on the door frame, arms crossed. Please miss, there is something you don't know. Sam stepped in, holding up the case they'd stolen. This here is a device and research your father and I had been working on for a long time. It can be used to amplify someone's quirk, without damaging their body or brain like quirk drags do. Izuku's eyes flashed before they narrowed again. The professor looked down as he picked up where Sam left off. It was deemed too dangerous and the project was cancelled. They made me give up both the prototype and the only copy of the plans. Everything else was destroyed. It was my plan to stage this break-in. Sam added quickly. We hired the people pretending to be villains. They would keep everyone distracted so your father and I could retrieve the invention and make it disappear, then we could just continue our research in secret. Melissa did not like this answer. But why do all of this? Don't tell me it was just because the work was important to you. Don't insult me by telling me that the papa I know would do something so idiotic for something as simple as a project being cancelled. Professor Shield looked ashamed, but he did answer. I don't know if either of you know this, but All Might is, his quirk is fading. Melissa tensed and Izuku stood up straight. He was injured and his body couldn't take it anymore. It finally leveled out, but he's weaker than ever. The man finally looked at them again. But if he can use this, he can be stronger than ever without risking his health dash. And you think he'd accept this? Izuku finally spoke up, finally closing the gap between him and Melissa. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. You think he'd be okay with you risking innocent people on his behalf? Yes, I knew he was injured, I've seen it. I'm the one who has been picking up the pieces for 2 years. So I can pretty firmly say that all you've managed to do is kill off your friendship, soil your daughter's good opinion of you, and traumatize a building full of people. Okay, maybe he said more than he should right then. Rein it in. No. Izuku shook his head. I know Toshinori too well. I thought you did, but apparently I was effing wrong. He sneered. All of us risked our lives. Izuku and his classmates, we all were fighting for our lives to get up here. Melissa shouted. Do you have any idea what we risked to get up here? How scared we all were. What do you mean? The professor, to his credit, did look confused. It's all fake, the villains aren't dash. Newsflash, tonight I watched one of Izuku's classmates nearly get his head taken off by a villain. I had to watch children get thrown through walls. I was shot at and nearly stabbed in the last 20 minutes alone. She snapped. Izuku took the moment of their stunned reactions to scale the stairs in a streak of purples and green and take the case out of the professor's hand. Both of you knew what you risked with this stupid plan of yours. Once the villains are dealt with, you'll both be arrested. If you're lucky, you won't be charged with terrorism. He flipped it open, grabbed the first thing he saw, which was a hard drive, and shattered it under his heel. He picked up the device itself, which looked a little like a metal spider, and was going to break that too. No, don't dash. Izuku might have ignored both Professor Shield and Sam if he wasn't wrapped in cold steel at the same time and slammed into a wall. Izuku! Melissa yelled, immediately running over to him and trying to help pull the metal free from where it was compressing his chest into the wall. Izuku could only see stars of color flashing in his vision while his head felt like it was splitting in two. And, oh boy, that was probably a concussion. He did his best not to vomit, but breathing wasn't exactly easy right now either. Izuku heard, more than saw, Sam handing over the fallen case. Heard the man explain that he needed more from his efforts than he'd received. Heard him admit to knowing this was a real group of criminals, not just actors. He definitely heard the gunshot. Sam had been shot? Izuku furiously blinked to clear his vision, and just in time since the professor took his own bullet. Papa! Oh. Melissa's attempts to get to her father were stopped as the butt of the lead villain's gun made contact with her head, sending the girl flying. Izuku needed to focus, he needed to move. The gun was leveled at Melissa's head. And Izuku saw red. The metal binding Izuku to the wall fractured outward, creating a barrage of shrapnel that narrowly avoided lodging itself in the villain's head. Melissa had already been getting ready to move and dropped to the ground, rolling closer to Izuku even as he surged past her. His fist met a wall, newly formed from the twisting steel walls of the room around them. Lise! Izuku shouted, and oh geez, did his voice sound weird? I've got this, go save everyone else. Izuku dash. They need you, Lise, then get back to me, okay? He demanded before arching back his other hand and, crack. The barrier crumbled. He heard Melissa pass him. She would be fine, she could handle herself. Give up. Izuku snapped, you're beaten? Not yet, stop her. The leader shouted. Izuku batted away another attack and spared a single glance at his friend, who roundhouse kicked her attacker in the head. This time the leader changed up his tactics and Izuku was forced to start moving as several pillars of the already damaged room began to twist and wrap around each other to try and pin him again. He saw the villain slip out as his arm was caught, and he needed to twist around to try and pull himself free. As soon as he touched the metal, it too damn near exploded and Izuku shouted in shock and more than a little pain as a shard hit his jaw. But with no time to focus on that, he hit the ground running. +X+. Ochako had thrown herself into the stairwell before her transformation could fall. She had maybe a half a minute to breathe before she was back in her dress and Ida's coat in a flash of green magic. You and your friends did an excellent job. Waist cheered. She nodded before fishing around in her dress's pockets. Here, Yamamo always keeps snacks on her. She handed him a granola bar which the Kwami happily took. If you don't mind, I'd like to try and find Pollen, she'll probably also need a recharge? He asked. There's another Kwami here? The girl rubbed some sweat from her face, still breathing from the fight. Waze nodded but did not elaborate. Right, go ahead, I'll wait here. She slid down the wall, too tired to keep standing. The Kwami vanished down the stairs, and Ochako was left to finish calming down. Moments later the speaker system crackled to life and it was announced that the I-Island security system was back to normal mode. +X+. Tenya had unceremoniously hidden himself away the second his classmates were no longer looking. Todoroki had abruptly realized his departure but was distracted when it was pointed out that Tenya had vanished as his normal self too. Not willing to pop out just yet, the teen laid low, hiding himself in the large amount of plant life around them. Excellent, my knight. Pollen Whisperer shouted in excitement. You handled those villains like they were nothing. Yes, thank you for your aid. He pet her mane and the Kwami buzzed with joy at the attention. Pollen? A voice asked, and Tenya was shocked to see another Kwami, this one green, holding a granola bar and flying towards them. Oh, you must be Bumblebee then. Yes. He nodded. You're a Kwami, you're Otoheim's Kwami. Indeed, and she'll be waiting for me to return to her. I just wanted to make sure Pollen had something to eat. I'm Waze. He held up the snack which the teen unwrapped for them and broke in half. When the tower shook, he shared a brief look with the Kwami before Waze shoved his snack in his mouth and phased through the ceiling. What's happening? Tenya asked, panicked. Oftentimes when an animal is cornered it will act the most erratic. Pollen said, looking to the sky. Perhaps the villains have chosen not to stand down. Izuku had much more trouble chasing the villains up the stairs than he might normally. He blamed the concussion, seeing as the room was spinning and the bright lights of the stairwell made him want to puke. When he finally crested the stairs, he saw a helicopter and the villain tossing the professor inside. Stop, he said, stumbling slightly. Give him back now. The villain turned to look at the teen. Izuku could admit he probably didn't look super intimidating, struggling to stand and bleeding from the head and face. What, are you here to bring him to justice? Or are you going to try and rescue a criminal? The boss asked, still holding the experiment in one hand. I don't give a damn what he did. Izuku snarled, I'm giving you one more chance to surrender peacefully before I rip that helicopter in half and beat you with the cockpit. You're rather violent for a hero. The man narrowed his eyes and he pressed a hand to the ground. Izuku was already moving. By the time the first metal pillar came close to him, he was already twisting round it. It was a little like fighting Todoroki back at the sports festival. He could vanish in the darkness and the terrain. He was making good progress until the villain made his first mildly intelligent move of the evening and raised his gun hand at the professor. Izuku wasn't dumb enough to assume he was bluffing and stopped dead, only feet away from the stairs to the landing pad. That's the thing about heroes, you're big talk but you're held back by the people you're protecting. The villain pressed a hand to the ground. Izuku felt his eyes flash in anger. But he didn't move as he was again thrown into a wall. Oh, that was his arm. Oh, if dash. He didn't rise right away. The world was spinning too much. He couldn't. Don't you dare lose that smile. Thank if dash. Professor, briefcase dash. Izuku pointed at the helicopter with his uninjured arm. Grab both. All right. His mentor may not know why the briefcase was important, but Izuku wanted to be sure they had it managed. When he saw All Might punch a hole through the helicopter, seriously, how cool was it that he could think such a sentence? He did something much less cool and leaned over to vomit. He maybe had a few more minutes of transformation and 2 strong attacks left in him. Maybe 4 if they were weaker ones. Izuku wasn't sure he would remain conscious if another one of those pillars hit him though. The teen spit to try and clear the bad taste from his mouth. It didn't work, and then stumbled to his feet. All Might had already landed and Izuku limped over to where he was breaking the makeshift restraints on his friend. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The man kept repeating, much to All Might's confusion. This is all my fault. Izuku set his mouth into a thin line and did not make eye contact when his mentor looked at him. Thankfully, from a certain point of view, he was spared from answering as the man was promptly yanked away again. Sheet dash, All Might yelled and Izuku really needed to sit down. Unfortunately, the world began to rapidly tumble and shift as half the FING roof came apart. The greenette's eyes flashed as he looked around. His eyes caught 3 things. 1. The villain was wearing Professor Shield's stupid quirk amp. Izuku was so going to break that thing when this was over. 2. Where Professor Shield was being rapidly encased with metal and wires, and, well, most of the tower. And the 3rd. Dave, what the hell did you create? All Might asked. Izuku tried to grab his mentor's arm, missed, but that blonde caught his hand anyway. Ignore the villain, clear the path and I'll grab the professor, I have a plan. The teen begged as he steadied himself. The blonde's eyes widened as he probably put together Izuku's idea as well. I'll cover you then. Izuku readied himself, There was still blood on his face and bile in his mouth, but he wasn't out just yet. When All Might launched forward, Izuku tried to find more stable ground to take off from. They only had one good chance at this. Even with an enhanced quirk, the villain still mostly used whatever metal was closest. So instead of using more from the lower part of the building, he was just suching around the position of what he already had. That meant that as All Might aimed for a direct attack after breaking up more snakes of steel and wire, the gaps began to form around where he'd hidden away Professor Shield. Izuku leaped as soon as he got a clear view of brown hair and reached out with his good arm. With a grunt and a yelp of pain as they both really needed medical attention, Izuku pulled the man free and aimed to land somewhere not covered in sharp, damaged metal. Izuku could still hear the villain talking as the ground rapidly approached. +X+. You bratowell. I'll deal with him after I kill you. Toshinori glared at the villain as he saw Izuku hit the ground, the boy wrapping himself around Dave to soften the blow. Because honestly, that kid was too good for this world. He was deeply disturbed to discover that this villain apparently had a second quirk, which meant obviously All for One was involved in this clusterfuck. The villain had aimed for his old injury, and despite Izuku's hard work it still hurt like a motherfucker to be hit there. He decided then and there that he was going to kick this man, even when he was in HNDCFFS. No question. He, Melissa, and Izuku could form a line. Get the other students in on this too, good friendly bonding exercise. I can charge even more for this little device after I use it to kill the world's #1 hero. Farewell symbol of dash dot. Okay, that's enough of that, said another, much more welcome voice. A hand was reaching through a glowing blue portal and it plucked the metal device off of the villain's head. What the dash? He turned away from All Might as a glowing pair of red eyes and a bright smile balanced on the rapidly growing portal. Hi. You hurt my family, now I'm gonna kick your butt. Melissa happily stated. And boy did she make good on that statement. +X+. Izuku could see the portal open from a distance, which meant he saw Melissa grab the villain by his hair and throw him off his self-worked vantage point. And if her throwing motion was anything to indicate, she took some scalp off when she did. Buck Rider was not a field hero. They had decided this very early on. That did not mean she could not fight. When the man made the frankly poor choice to stand up post being thrown from a tower, Buck Rider picked him up by the arm and judo threw him into the ground. Perhaps it was the extra quirk the man had boosted, but the villain just kept trying to get up and kept getting absolutely pummeled. I may not be a UA student, Buck Rider shouted as she raised the villain by the collar, but I think they'll give me permission to say this, plus ultra, beach. And with one final punch that sent the villain flying, not unlike what he'd done to Izuku, he finally collapsed to the ground in a heap. Buck Rider dusted off her hands as All Might finished untangling himself from the wires that had bound him. They both approached Izuku and the professor. You want to do the honors? She held up the quirk amp and Izuku made a gimme motion with his good hand. Once it was dust in his palm, Izuku sighed in relief. With that over and done with, and seemingly no new surprises to cause more problems, he gave up fighting the black at the edge of his vision. The last thing he heard was everyone shouting his name. +X+. Odoheim had been running up the stairs when a blue of yellow caught up to her. She briefly raised her guard before. Odoheim. The boy? Teen probably said, it was a little hard to tell with the armor. Yeah, who are you? She knew there was another miraculous holder here, but nothing about them. Forgive me for not introducing myself, I'm Bumblebee. He stood straighter as he said it. This is only my second time using a miraculous, and since the situations around my first appearance were rather muddled, I should have realized that you would not know me. She nodded. She supposed it made it easier to recognize her when her face and name were plastered on TV for a few days. Nice to meet you, I guess you already know my name then? They shook hands and started up the stairs, this time moving together. Were you assisting the students downstairs? He asked as they moved. Yeah, I told the girls I ran into to hide. What about you? She raised an eyebrow. Bumblebee was a little hard to read since his mask obscured his face, so she hoped he was as at ease as he sounded. I ran into a few student heroes on my way up. I had to leave them but all was safe when I did. She was glad they were all okay. When they crested the top of the stairs and entered the roof, they caught the tail end of a truly impressive beating. A woman they didn't recognize was currently beating a man into the dirt, while All Might looked to have lost a fight with a cat's cradle, and Izuku was sitting on the ground with another man she didn't know. When the woman punched a villain through a wall not 10 feet from them, both miraculous heroes mutually prayed this was a good guy. Seeing as All Might appeared to recognize her, that seemed a safe assumption. Bumblebee was very pleased to meet Otoheim again. The turtle heroine was as calm as ever, and he was certain his classmates had been safe under her watch. The woman he didn't know and All Might were approaching Midoriya, where she offered him a little metal trinket that the greenette promptly crushed into little fragments. However, much to his horror, a closer look at Midoriya made it clear he was much worse for wear than any of them, and the teen seemed to faint. It took all of Bumblebee's strength not to call out to his friend like the 3 people with him did. Bumblebee didn't know Midoriya, he needed to play this off as casual concern. When Otoheim moved forward, they saw the woman look up at them, her bright red eyes flashing through a few emotions. She shared a word with All Might, who picked up the unconscious teen and followed her over to them. "I'll handle these 2, All Might, you get him to safety," she said as they approached. It briefly crossed Tenya's mind that All Might could recognize his companion, but the number 1 hero was clearly far more focused on Midoriya, as he spared them little more than a glance as he ran downstairs. The woman crossed her arms and seemed to appraise them. "Thank you both for your help. I'm sure Waze and Pollen are exhausted, so you'd better run off." Bumblebee's heart skipped a beat. "You're a miraculous holder. You could call me a reserve hero. Special emergencies only." She tapped her glasses, which he had to guess was her miraculous. "Horse miraculous, MSTR of space and migration. My miraculous allows me to teleport, so I'm always on call when things get too tense." That must have been how the Guardian got their miraculous here. "Who are you?" Otoheim asked, a little in awe. "Johnny Blaze Dash." The user rolled her eyes. "You should know, secret identities are paramount to staying a miraculous holder. No one may know, not just because you'll potentially get arrested, but because the more one holder knows, the more of a target they become. For example, I'm not a field hero, so I know who Otoheim and Bumblebee are, and how you got your miraculous." Bumblebee stiffened as her eyes lingered on him. She might suspect what his intentions had been. "The Guardian was right to choose you, so expect to hear from me or him sometime soon. For now, keep Waze and Pollen hidden. You'll hear from me or the Guardian to recollect them before you leave the island." She finished, then smiled. "Welcome to the team, fledgling heroes. Wait, if you can't tell us who you are, can you give us something to call you?" Otoheim put up a hand to try and stop the heroine from leaving. "Buck Rider." The saluted before striding over to where she had left the villain in the wall indent. "Up and ugly. Time for you to go get measured for your orange jumpsuit, voyage." A blue portal opened a few feet from her and the heroine vanished, villain in tow. +X+. Izuku woke up with a sharp gasp of pain and a hand pushing him back down onto a bed. "Easy kid, deep breaths." "Someone, Tashinori?" "Yeah, that sounded like Tashinori. Deep breaths." That might have been easier if he didn't feel like there was a massive weight on his chest. Everything was blurry when he opened his eyes. "What the hell?" he asked. "Roar said you pushed beyond your limits again." The blonde's hand was still lingering close by and Izuku pushed his arm into it, relishing in the contact. "And on top of that, you were in really bad shape." "I had a concussion?" he asked. "You still have a concussion. Island doesn't have any strong healers on staff, so you're gonna have to wait this one out." Tashinori rubbed little circles on Izuku's arm, and he liked that because it was something to pay attention to that wasn't the pain in his everything. "You also had several bits of shrapnel in you that they needed to operate. Thankfully none of them hit anything vital, though one went through your jaw and narrowly missed going up into your eye." "I did that." Izuku remembered. "Everything was splintering when I touched it for a while." "That'll be the limit you broke. Roar said you were cousin potential energy to build in something and break out, destroying stuff from the inside out." His mentor sounded like he nodded. "Outbreak. Outbreak. Yeah. Okay, Izuku. Friends okay? All of our friends are okay? I want to sleep." You should be safe to right now. Plus X plus. Melissa exited her father's hospital room rubbing her eyes. They had had a long talk about making half-brained evil schemes. Both had come to the conclusion he was a lousy criminal and should avoid further pursuits at all costs. Things weren't okay. Her father would still be facing trial, and even if he avoided jail time, their name was forever going to be associated with a terrible event. Quite frankly, she was still coming to terms that life could probably never go back to normal now. But things were spoken and understood, and that meant she at least knew what to brace for. She found Uncle Might still in Izuku's room. Guilt was gnawing at both of them that the teen had gotten into such bad condition before they realized. He had not only been concussed, but his arm had been dislocated, shrapnel had been lodged in his face, shoulder, legs, and hand. And on top of all that, the magic fatigue he'd been experiencing had made the doctors think he might just not recover. Too exhausted to heal. But Izuku was well versed in miracles, which they should have known by now. He probably would laugh when he heard how confused he'd made Island's medical teams. He woke up for a minute or two but then went right back to sleep. Uncle Mike told her, "What about you?" She sat down, eyes still a little stingy. "Izuku and Dad both mentioned you'd been injured?" "That was a while ago actually. We didn't tell you at the time because, well, you were young." He sighed. It was odd looking at her uncle like this, smaller, skeletal, tired. "I was almost killed around 7 years ago now, in a villain fight. But recently I've been on the upswing." He looked at Izuku. "It's not fair. Izuku found a way to heal me in ways that quirks couldn't begin to touch. And when he gets hurt, all I can do is sit and wait." They both sat for a moment. "I'm gonna go get Auntie Inko." Melissa decided. "Okay kid, then rest up. Even if you stay here, you went through a lot." Uncle Mike knew she wasn't going home anytime soon. "I'm fine," Izuku shouted, rolling out of his mentor's reach and off of his bed. "You just had surgery," the blonde yelled. "Like 2 days ago, and it was minimal." The teen made a desperate dive for the door. The door opened as he did, and Melissa was on the other side. Apparently not even needing to guess what was happening, she picked him up, tossed him over her shoulder and walked back into the room. "Traitor, oh hi Mom." He waved at his mother who smiled at him. "Hi honey, already trying to get out of bed I see." She looked tired but thankfully didn't appear to be about to chastise him too much. "It's boring," Izuku bemoaned as he was set back down. "Well, I have 2 things that'll cheer you up." Melissa reached into her pocket and pulled out both the miraculous he'd given to his friends. The whole of his classmates on the island had come by to visit once Izuku could stay awake for more than 5 minutes. Only for him to promptly demand they go actually enjoy the expo in his stead because they weren't letting him leave. Thankfully Melissa had agreed to bring pollen and ways back for him. Izuku put both in a lockable bag before placing it in his backpack. Then the greenette slumped. "You're still a traitor," he declared. "Boo-hoo," she shrugged. Izuku's mom sat on the edge of his bed and held up a to-go container of katsudon which the teen happily took. "Mom is my favorite hero now, you've both been dethroned." There were several sounds of indignation, drowned out by his mother's laughter. Plus X plus. Inko had not been excited to get a phone call from her honorary niece to be told there had been a not-so-fake villain attack on Island, and that her son was currently recovering from minor surgery. But Melissa was clearly upset. Toshinori was blaming himself, and Izuku was unconscious. So someone had to keep a level head, and by the skin of her teeth it would be her. So she'd suggested Melissa come and get her, and they had a long chat over dinner. When the girl started to fall asleep at the table, Inko managed to pull her over to the couch for a well-deserved rest. The Kwami were frantic, seeing as Pollen and Waze had both been pulled away suddenly. So she needed to calm them down too. If Izuku had the time to call on 2 holders, that means there are already 3 miraculous heroes on the island, and Toshinori. He's injured, yes, but that's probably one of the safest places he could be right now, she pointed out. Especially once Melissa and I go back. When her niece was awake, Inko made her wait to transform until she'd made Izuku's favorite meal. They had taken a slight detour to Melissa's father's hospital room so she could let out her well-deserved frustrations in a very loud way. David Shield seemed appropriately remorseful for his part in the plan, though the only thing he said was, "Yep, you're definitely Midoriya's mother." Apparently her son had some very similar arguments during the fight. Then they went to find her son, now much more awake and apparently trying to escape his hospital room. "Mom is my favorite hero now, you've both been dethroned," Izuku declared as he began to eat. "Excuse us for wanting to make sure you're healthy," Toshinori grumbled. Inko smiled. "As I recall, the way you tell it, you were stumbling out of your hospital room almost as soon as you woke up." She poked fun at her friend. "That was different dash," he mumbled, apparently defeated. "Yes, things would be fine. She'd make the fine. Plus X plus." When Izuku was finally discharged from the hospital, the expo was almost over. "At least you can look forward to camp?" his mother pointed out. Yeah, at least he had that. Izuku was set to go home and hopefully be fully healed by Recovery Girl if they groveled enough the next day. So he took the chance to spend as much time with his best friend as possible. Roar had soft banned him from transforming for a bit to prevent potential fatigue interrupting his already shaky healing process, which meant testing Melissa's gauntlet was out. So instead they were relegated to video games and walking to the slowly emptying pavilions. Izuku might complain under normal circumstances, but it was pretty obvious Melissa was doing about as bad as he had been. Quiet moments with your best friend shouldn't be the commodity it was. With the bags packed and his mom off the island once again, Izuku double-checked that Pollen and Waze were still secured in his luggage. Right before they left the hotel, Melissa took off her miraculous and held the glasses out to Izuku. He only paused for a second before shoving them back towards her. "Keep 'em." "Huh." She paused because this was how things always went. She'd keep Koki with her until Izuku was ready to go and then he'd take them back. "I, Izuku Midoriya, guardian of the miraculous, am putting the care of Koki and the miraculous of space in your hands." Truth be told, he'd been considering this idea even before getting here. The villains attacking the expo had just solidified his decision. "You're my right hand in this mess, so keep your phone on sound and keep her safe for me, okay?" It wasn't easy letting one of the Kwami go, not after years of taking care of them. But with one final embrace of his best friend, he figured if he couldn't trust her, he couldn't trust anyone. After another several days of training and dodging reporters, Izuku was finally able to shove his suitcase under the bus that would be taking them to camp. Ida handed him the next bag as their short assembly line worked to fit everyone's bags without anything being crushed. Izuku had Roar in the bag that he'd kept near his feet, but her snacks were all in his suitcase. The Kwami had been very disappointed to hear they would not be joining him. This summer was adding up more time he'd spent away from his wards than the 3 years prior of being guardian. It was unnerving, but he'd have to get used to it eventually if he wanted to find permanent holders. Trix had been harassing him non-stop to bring the Fox Miraculous back to Shinso, arguing that Pollen and Waze had gotten time with their holders. He'd relented under the agreement his mom would only drop off the Miraculous after Izuku left to make the timeline of events less obvious. Maybe it was the many, many days of training both behind him and looming ahead. Maybe it was the warm sun rays hitting his window seat. Maybe it was the familiar noises of his class from beyond his headphones. Most likely it was the nausea medicine he'd taken before the trip started, but Izuku quickly nodded off, his head pressed against the window. Plus X plus. This did mean that Izuku missed several key things that happened about an hour into their journey. When Mr. Aizawa did not notice him not getting off the bus, and while his classmates did, they elected to let him sleep. Their bus driver, who did notice, didn't think to mention it until after the 18 other students had already been launched off the side of the mountain. "You forgot one." He pointed to the greenette, who was slumped over, headphones still on and thoroughly unresponsive. At the very audible sound of Aizawa face palming, the 2 other pro heroes came to investigate. Mandalay peered over the seats at the one remaining student. "He slept through that? Who is he?" Meanwhile, Pixie Bob was torn between bewilderment at the child and keeping tabs on the others they'd sent on their first training mission. "So what do we do? Wake him up or just toss him to his classmates?" Aizawa grumbled several things that made Mandalay wonder if she needed to cover her little cousin's ears, before he finally sighed. "Oh, for F's sake, just let him sleep. I don't care anymore." It's not like he'd have much free time to nap soon anyways. Plus X plus. Izuku woke up another hour later to an empty bus save for his teacher and the driver. What the F dash? The teen rubbed his eyes. Mr. Aizawa turned to look at him as Izuku pulled off his headphones and looked around. Where did everyone else go? Izuku mumbled, still feeling the pull of the nausea pills trying to pull him under again. His teacher sighed. You slept through the first training exercise. Unfortunately, we didn't notice until it was too late, so you'll meet up with your classmates after they get done. That woke him up. What? You're kidding? He was not, and Izuku was forced to sit through another 10 minutes of awkward silence as they approached the camp proper. A black car had been following them the whole time, and when the doors finally opened, Izuku briefly forgot the feeling of betraying his classmates. No way! He shouted, immediately scrambling for his notebook and running at the two members of the Wild Pussycats that were here. Ah, Aizawa said we had a major hero fan in this group. Pixie Bob took the offered pen and scribbled her name onto the page about her. Yeah, I was little at the time, but I remember watching your debut on TV. He said excitedly. Not too little you mean dash, the blonde continued through gritted teeth. Hush you. Mandalay elbowed her teammate and signed her own autograph. Midoriya, right? Yes, ma'am. Izuku took the book back and made a mental note to get an extra autograph from Tiger for Roar to keep. She might never forgive him otherwise. Feeling guilty for missing out on the training mission, Izuku managed to talk his way into taking everyone's luggage to their respective cabins. Thankfully, everyone had their names on the bags, so he didn't need to guess. He did much the same for Class 1B's bus. Izuku did an excellent job of convincing either Mr. Aizawa for the Wild Pussycat members to keep him busy while his class made their way there slowly. When 12:30 came and went, Izuku heard something about underestimating time. When the sun had finished setting, the first of his friends broke through the trees. Izuku was all apologies, seeing them all covered in dirt, scratches, and sunburnt. Midoriya, you don't need to apologize. Quite frankly, we were happy you didn't have to deal with that. Ida insisted. You just got out of the hospital 4 days ago. Uraraka practically blew out his eardrums. Take a break once in a while. Izuku ate alongside his friends and classmates, his notebook now sporting 4 new signatures with 1 extra for his Kwami. As he did, he noticed the kid who'd been following the teachers around all day picking up a box of veggies the size of his entire body to carry to the kitchen. He hadn't gotten a chance to speak to the kid, but he'd heard Mandalay call him Koda? He thought that was it. Izuku set down his bowl for a second and approached the boy in the red cap. Want some help? A pair of wide but angry eyes met the greenettes. Go away. I don't want anything to do with your stupid class of wannabe heroes. Izuku balked for a second. How on earth had he made a bad impression so? Okay? The kid hauled the box away and Izuku sat down again, mind whirling as he sat back down. Plus X plus. The teen didn't have to wait long for another encounter with the mystery that called himself Koda, because as Izuku finished pulling his hoodie over his pajamas and exiting the bathing area, he spotted the kid climbing down a ladder. It looked like there was a small catwalk between the walls separating the boys and girls, and Koda had been stationed between them for whatever reason. Izuku was still toweling off his hair, so he heard before he saw anything happen. The creak of rusted metal and a yelp was all that Izuku needed to hear before he was running forward, arms outstretched. I got ya. He jumped the last few feet and caught the child from what would have been a nasty fall. His arms twinged slightly, but it didn't hurt nearly as much as catching a bus, so he'd manage. Thankfully, Koda had already been halfway down when he fell, but he appeared to be unconscious when Izuku steadied himself and adjusted his hold on the limp kid. What a catch! Kirishima said, having been close behind Izuku as they both went back to their bunks. Is he okay? Izuku shrugged. Maybe he fainted? I'll go to the office. Please tell Ito where I am so he doesn't kill me for missing curfew. The greenette begged and his classmate laughed before waving him away. Izuku hadn't exactly met any kids, much less had to carry them around, so he had to kick at the office door lightly, worried he may drop Koda if he tried to free his arm. Oh sheet dash. Mandalay said as she opened the door and Izuku quickly went to set down his charge. What happened? I think one of the ladder rungs broke? Izuku said as he stepped away from the couch. I caught him before he hit the ground, but he was already out. He must have fainted from the fall. She had a sad expression. Aizawa said you had a girl-crazy student earlier this semester, and to be safe I stationed Koda up there to keep watch. Izuku tugged at his hood strings, wondering if he was bold enough to pry about a stranger's personal life. Well, it was now or never. Hey, earlier today I tried talking to Koda, but he didn't seem to like, well, any of us? Or heroes at all. Can I ask why that is? Mandalay seemed to be weighing her options, when Pixie Bob, who had been lingering in the door, spoke up instead. Mandalay's cousins, Koda's parents, they were heroes too. She set down a tea tray. But they were murdered and now, well, now he's here with us. Izuku did his best to keep his face neutral. I'm sorry. Mandalay shrugged. They died protecting people. That's the kind of death most heroes can expect, maybe even hope for. Something noble. But how do you explain that to a kid? How indeed? +X+. The next morning had Izuku slipping into the bathroom to change. His suit had adjusted slightly with his upgrade, but he could still hide it under his school gym uniform, which is what really mattered. He kept his braces and boots on today. No doubt he'd need them, and quite frankly, even in the summer the morning mountain air was killing him a little, so he was taking every bit of coverage he could get. Whoa, nice kicks. Jairu gapped at his boots as they followed Mr. Aizawa to the first proper day for training. He smiled and laughed awkwardly. They really weren't his usual style. Going all the way up to his knees was new. But they compressed his legs in the same way his braces did his arms, so they served a purpose beyond just fashion. Similarly, his mask was currently firmly pressed to his face so as to keep out the chill. It turned out today he'd be strength training with Tiger and some of the kids from 1B whenever they got here. Izuku's natural enthusiasm was wearing thin, but he'd like to think his determination would make Stomp proud. When dinner rolled around, Izuku was sore and exhausted, with his voice raw from shouting, "Yes, sir," around 200 times. So when it was announced they would be making their own food, he resigned himself to a bit more time on his feet, though he had blessedly gotten to change out of his sweat-soaked uniform and let Roar rest up. Izuku had been routinely banned from his own kitchen, mostly because he tended to get distracted, tragically while holding sharp things. But with Ida glaring over his shoulder the whole time, he managed to stay on track. What they made was not great. Not bad, but the texture was pretty weird and they definitely burned something in here. But curry was curry, and he didn't have the energy to complain. As he finished carrying the dirty cookware inside to not attract bugs, his eyes caught on a now familiar red hat, slinking off into the woods. After a moment of thought on the subject, Izuku piled some of the better chili the students had prepared onto a plate and ran off with a quick, "I'll be back later." Izuku, wait. Uraraka tried to get up and follow him, but Todoroki had put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. He's not gonna get himself killed, leave him be. The boy told his classmate. Truth be told, he had no idea what Izuku wanted with the kid who had so far only glared at him, but he also didn't know how or why the greenette did most things. Meanwhile, Izuku kept an eye on the child-sized shoe prints leading up the mountain. While logically he knew that Koda knew this place pretty well, he still wondered how the boy managed to get himself up here in the first place. A fond smile appeared on Izuku's lips as he heard the telltale noise of an empty stomach. "I heard that," he chuckled when the kid spun around. Honestly, he was starting to see why the adults rarely took Bakuga's threats seriously when they were kids. Their angry faces were just too adorable. "Wah, how did you find me?" Koda shouted. "Yep, adorable. I saw you head out, and thought you might be hungry, so I brought curry." He held up his offering. "It's edible, I swear." The boy's stance shifted slightly, leaning away from the greenette. "Whatever. I'm fine, I don't need anything from you." Izuku shrugged, but didn't put the food down and didn't turn around and leave. "You don't like me very much, huh? Why is that?" Koda, whose eyes had been fixed on the food he'd insisted he didn't want, turned around sharply not to look at him. "Because you're another dumb hero wannabe." He scoffed. "Like everyone else at camp." Izuku puffed out his cheeks as he blew a long breath. "Well, I'm not quite a wannabe anymore. I actually got my provisional license a bit ago." The apparent confusion of his statement earned him a look from the boy. albeit still not a friendly one. So what, you just want to go show off faster then? You can't wait to go throw yourself in the public eye and show everyone how cooler powerful or whatever your quirk is. The boy went and sat roughly on the ground, and Izuku, despite knowing he wasn't wanted, sat down a bit away and put the curry between them. Well yeah, the green net admitted. Of course I have to show everyone how powerful I can be. Apparently Koda had not expected him to agree because he actually stared at Izuku, face devoid of anger since they'd met. Instead fully replaced by confusion. You're admitting it? Koda asked, very surprised still. Again, the greenette shrugged. Sure, I want people to know what I can do. I worked hard to be good at it, and the fruits of that LBR are wasted if people can't see how I can help them. He strategically didn't use the word quirk. It always sent a prickle down his spine when he lied about his powers. I knew it. All people care about is their dumb quirks. The boy jumped to his feet in triumph. Izuku meanwhile just pressed his back against a rock and leaned back to get a better view of the sky. He rolled his eyes. Don't I know it? Like, don't get me wrong. I think quirks are super cool. I study them in my off time. But people treat it like the end-all be-all. People think just because they're powerful they can do anything and get away with no scratches. Both heroes and villains. Koda threw his hands in the air. Exactly. Like, get this. I was diagnosed quirkless when I was like 5. Izuku started. He rarely admitted this, but he also rarely talked about his frustrations with people. Koda blanked. Not that Izuku noticed, too caught up in his rant. And everyone kept telling me, you can't be a hero. Everyone. They seemed to think that a quirk was what made a person, and if you didn't have one you were nothing. Half the kids in school called me Deku, which means useless pretty much, all while praising my bully and insisting he'd make a good hero. The greenette huffed in frustration. Honestly, he really should have let his mom sue them. What if some other kid was dealing with it now? Note to self, start making more decisions when angry. But guess what? It wasn't him defending the other kids on the playground. It was me, wrestling the so-called future hero, in the dirt getting burnt and bruised to hell for it. It wasn't Bakugo fighting for the underdog. It was Izuku Deku Midoriya. Ruining your day since 22XX. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose, willing himself to not tear up. It's not that I think quirks are bad or anything. But the idea of them in heroism is just so skewed, it pisses me off. Then, why do you even want to be a hero? Koda asked, deeply confused by the mess of contradictions that was Izuku Midoriya. Why bother defending them? The greenette took a deep breath and hummed. Because someone has to. All that is necessary for evil to succeed is for good people to do nothing. I can't live with myself if I do nothing. When he was sure he wasn't going to shed any tears, Izuku stood and dusted off his shorts. Sorry, that was probably a lot to hear. I meant to talk about you, but I kinda got sidetracked. If you want me to leave you alone, I will. And I'll leave the curry in case you want it. He looked up again. You know, you probably have the coolest hangout ever. I don't think I've ever seen this many stars, with nothing in the way. Koda was still deep in thought, processing the bucket load of information he'd been given by the greenette. You can come look at the stars up here. We can agree my hideout is the coolest. Izuku grinned a Cheshire smile and nodded. The coolest, have a good night. I better run, they'll be after me soon and I doubt you want everyone up here. The teen turned and began his job back to camp. He skidded into camp just before everyone headed inside and managed to scarf down a portion of curry before following his friends inside. Not you. An unfortunately familiar scarf wrapped around his wrist, slowing his walk. Izuku sighed, demon. Before turning around. Yes, sir. You mentioned a new ability you unlocked over break. We need to know what it is. His teacher looked as tired as Izuku felt. Maybe this could be short at least. Oh yeah. Izuku sighed. Can I get changed? It's best I have some protection before I fire it off. After receiving a nod, he waited 5 minutes inside the bathroom, figuring that was a reasonable time to pull on his change of clothes before transforming. All of the teachers were still milling around when he re-emerged and ran over to them. Is there anything here you'd be offended if I damaged it? He clarified. The wild pussycats shared a look before shaking their heads, and Izuku picked a random tree. Right, so, my power works by transferring potential into kinetic energy into large-scale attacks. He laid a palm to the tree's trunk. Recently I found a way to channel that into objects instead. I call it Outbreak. Why Outbreak? Ragdoll had about a second to start her question before the tree exploded and massive amounts of wood shaving filled the air. Izuku had the forethought to pull his mask up and cover his eyes. Coughing a little at the sawdust he made, Izuku put his hand down and shook some leaves out of his hair. That's basically how it, He turned and had to stifle a laugh. The teachers were covered in about as much dust and leaves as he was. Oh, sorry. That was my first time doing it on anything with dash. Aizawa spit out a large amount of sawdust before turning on his heel and walking away, eyes twitching. Someone else deal with it. Izuku took it as a small mercy. +X+. After thoroughly scrubbing his skin clean and helping Roar sort out her fur, Izuku was finally allowed to crash into bed. Bakugo, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato were all still doing remedial lessons with Mr. Aizawa. So he could at least say he wasn't the last to bed. His dreams were odd, in that he rarely had dreams anymore. Tonight, he found his mind conjuring images of those stars, thousands of lights stretching for miles, more than he could ever count. But time for dreaming was quickly replaced with following his dreams as Ida woke everyone up bright and early to get ready to go back to training. Izuku stumbled out, not exactly well rested, but not exactly dead on his feet either. He would not be training with the same group as yesterday apparently, as the discovery of his unique power apparently needed its own practice. So Pixie Bob was tasked with throwing large amounts of earth at him, sometimes in the form of a monstrous beast, sometimes she was essentially just pelting him with rocks. Izuku would need to beg Roar's forgiveness after this for the amount of dirt she was doomed to get in her fur. When lunch came, Izuku saw Kodo watch him interact with the others before disappearing off again. The same thing happened at dinner, while Izuku tried desperately not to cover all the firewood with the dirt still falling from his hair. Izuku still wasn't sure what to make of the kid. He wanted to get to know him better, help if he could. It stung to see a child have to carry so much anger around with him, with no one to help him out. Izuku was pondering this when Todoroki approached him. So, how's the custody battle going? Izuku raised an eyebrow. What custody battle? Well, between All Might and your mom's boyfriend trying to adopt you, I'd figure there would be arguments. The teen shrugged, hiding a grin when Izuku started sputtering. Don't say that. Izuku threw a twig at him, which Todoroki dodged with little effort. It's not like that at all. He sighed, sitting back on his heels. That was a new can of worms he wasn't ready to open. Izuku had a dad, one he didn't particularly like and could barely remember, but he did have one. So what if All Might acted more like a parent than his own father? If that was the only standard, so had literally every adult in his life. No, he needed to focus. He was trying to figure out how to help Koda, damn it. Hey, Todoroki, you have a complicated relationship with quirks and heroes dash, Izuku started, earning him a look from the half-redhead. Gee, thanks. He said dryly, though most of his sentences were said rather dry. I just mean, say you were trying to talk to someone who hated heroes. Who hates quirks? What would you say to them? Izuku pondered, picking up the lighter Yaoyorozu had given him. Well, it kinda depends. I mean, if I don't really know this person, I wouldn't exactly expect them to want to hear what I have to say. Todoroki pointed out. I guess, I'd hope they watched my actions. That's what I did with you. Izuku jolted, nearly tipping towards the fire before straightening up again. What do you mean? Todoroki put the pot he'd been carrying on the grill top. Well, we hadn't really talked to each other much. So at the sport festival, most of what I had to go on was how you behaved. You treated me like a person and didn't push my boundaries. You did your best to build everyone up and didn't tolerate when people tried to attack the class post-USJ. All respectfully, but with unwavering confidence in what you did. It made me sure I could tell you about, home. And you listened. Izuku hummed. He hadn't really thought about why Todoroki had opened up to him. He just assumed, to some extent, it was a call for help. Even if that help was just someone to talk to. And you just kept doing what you were doing before. You tried to help me, pushed my boundaries a bit more, but still respectfully. I could tell you just wanted to protect people, or help them be better. Todoroki shrugged. So whoever you're trying to convince, I guess just keep doing what you always do, Midoriya. +X+. After a while, the mass of students made their way to a clearing not too far from where they had been training. But this one was entirely surrounded by trees, blocking their view of even the camp. The 5 students who were in extra lessons were tragically carted off by Aizawa, along with Monoma from 1B, to continue training. Shiro patted Kaminari on the shoulder. Hey, at least if you start now, you might get to go to bed at a decent hour. That got the group moving. Izuku drew his lot, and found he would be traveling with Ajiru, albeit at the very end of the exercise. Class 1B had already gone to find their spots along the path, and Izuku, forgoing any sort of shame in the action, sat down in the dirt to wait. Time ticked by, and the screaming of his classmates wasn't exactly encouraging. Even without Monoma, it appeared their sister class was using their frustrations as good motivation. Izuku would like to think he was pretty brave. He'd been in crisis, like a lot. And his logical brain knew he was in no danger with the other students. None of them were so petty as to try and cause serious harm. But he also knew his instinct when startled was to swing first and ask questions later, which was a lot more concerning. I'll be honest, I didn't take you for the scaredy cat type, Midoriya. Ajiru admitted as Group 6 started their walk. Izuku resisted the urge to make a pun and instead rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I kinda got banned from the local amusement park, so. Huh. Ajiru blinked as Izuku jolted to his feet. We're about to go right? The teen tried to focus on more positive things. Their dinner tonight had been better than the one before, and the stars were still out tonight. He might take up Koda's offer and go back to that cliffside when they were done. It really was amazing up there. No, wait, why did you get banned from an amusement park? Ajiru followed him. The greenette grit his teeth in an embarrassed smile. I maybe punched an animatronic hard enough to break it back when we paid for the damages, of course, but yeah, they kinda politely told us never to come back. That had been a mess, one that involved Toshinori rolling on the ground laughing like a maniac for half an hour. +X+. Izuku was honestly very impressed at his restraint. The benefit of his sharper eyes and hearing was that he generally could tell when they were about to approach a group of scares. Which just left the question of what they were gonna do. Kodai had probably been the one he saw the least coming. Extra senses did very little when your opponent was hiding in the ground. But Ajiru had been slightly in front of him, so no kicks to the face for her. Nope, instead he's just stumbled back onto his butt, prompting the entire group to burst out laughing. That had lightened the mood significantly. Laughing at your failures made the scare itself less of a struggle. Shiozaki had also pulled out all the stops. She'd messed with the terrain a little bit and then dropped down from the trees. And Izuku was vaguely reminded of a giant spider before they'd hightailed it past her. And Tsunatori had managed to make a really frightening ambience by kicking a tree so hard it groaned and fell, though nowhere near the path, thankfully. When their group had finally finished, Kodai and Shiozaki got scarers of the night. It was decided that Class 1A would wait until tomorrow to switch roles since they were short 5 classmates. As the group wandered back, Izuku approached Ragdoll and Mandalay. Hey, I know curfew is soon, but I was wondering if I could run off some of the adrenaline? He asked, putting on his best, I'm a good student, take pity on me face. After both had what appeared to be a conversation with their eyes, they relented. You have an hour. And stick to trails. If you trip and hurt yourself, no one will notice until morning. Mandalay reminded him as Izuku thanked them both and took the path that would lead him closest to Koda's hideout. Technically, it was a trail, just one carved out by little feet every night. Once fully out of sight of the clearing, Izuku felt roar fly out of his pocket. That was fun. She cheered. They were all fired up for the challenge. I know. Are you okay if we go on a run? I want to see the stars again. He asked, and she rubbed against his cheek in response. You know I'm always happy to run with you, so long as you don't get my fur a mess again. She purred. Let's go. Roar, stripes on. The light wrapped around him, and in a moment he was ready to go. He felt the telltale burst of speed that came with his transformation and took off towards the cliffs, jumping over fallen logs and flipping over small creeks that wound through the paths. He wasn't entirely sure if Koda would still be up here. It was pretty late in the evening. But when he finally rounded the corner, he saw the familiar red hat waiting there. Hello again. He strolled over and sat down, not too far from the kid but also not too close as to push boundaries. Koda, who had been starting to drift off, jolted at his approach but didn't complain. Oh, you're back. If it's still okay with you? Izuku leaned against the same rock as last night. Whatever. The boy pulled his knees up to his chin. They sat in silence for a bit. Izuku hummed a song he thought he'd learned from his mom while watching the few clouds in the sky slowly block out the stars before revealing them again. Mom tried to point out constellations to me when I was little, Izuku said suddenly. We couldn't see a lot, but she grew up in the country so there were plenty she's familiar with. Like, I can still recognize the Great Bear, and I think I'm seeing the Corona Borealis? I might be wrong though. They're just a bunch of stars. Why do they give them names? Koda asked. Izuku shrugged. Well, because they gave them stories. The stars are kind of a plant-wide constant, so when people started seeing shapes in them, they assumed some great divine being must have done it on purpose. Like if you can see that ring of stars, it's said to be the tiara of a princess who helped defeat a minotaur. But when her fiancé abandoned her, one of the gods threw her tiara into the sky where it turned into the Corona Borealis. Or that line of stars are said to be a set of brothers who were being chased by Oni and ran all the way to the stars to escape them, and now they're the tail in Scorpio. Izuku tried to track each with his finger. Not all the people remembered were good or strong or powerful, but they all were worth remembering, so their stories were locked into the stars so we could have a reminder of them. And some of them are supposedly still alive up there, keeping an eye out for us. Izuku explained. Are there heroes up there? Koda asked, and Izuku could guess where his mind was going. Sure, plenty. Izuku nodded. That group, if you kinda look at it, looks like a harp. It's called Lyra and it belonged to this guy named Orpheus. His fiancée died before him, and he traveled to the underworld to try and get her back. They never got to reunite in life though, so his lyre got put into the stars so the music he wrote for her would remain after his death. And that one sort of looks like a dragon. It's called Draco. He guarded golden apples from thieves, and when he died the gods put him in the stars for his service. And plus, he's a dragon, so. Dragons are cool, the boy conceded. Do you think new heroes still get put in the sky? Izuku shrugged. Probably. Weirder things have happened. They talked about little things while they watched the sky. Apparently Koda had been taken out of school but was going to start again after the summer was over. His favorite color was red, which Izuku might have guessed, and he didn't like long breathes because they made it hard to comfy. Meanwhile Koda learned that Izuku's favorite color was green, closely followed by magenta. He'd wanted to be a hero since he was 3, and had only gotten his quirk when he was that his mom was his favorite person in the world, tied only with his mentor. And that her Katsudon was to die for. The kid hadn't noticed probably, but he'd slowly inched closer to the teen as they talked, asking questions or telling little stories that Izuku managed to coax out of him. When Izuku realized his hour was probably almost up, he felt a little head fall onto his side. The greenette chuckled, as Koda very blearily tried to sit up again, blinking sleep from his eyes. Come on, let's get you back to camp. He hoisted Koda onto his back, who voiced he wasn't a baby and could walk, but didn't make any more to climb down. Hey Koda, Izuku grinned over his shoulder, you wanna know one thing quirks are really good for? Koda was forced to wrap his arms around Izuku's neck as the teen took off running at nowhere near natural speeds. It only took a second or two though before the boy was laughing as Izuku made a daring leap down the last 10 feet of cliff, landing on his feet and still running. You wanna go faster? The teen asked, and got a squeal of delight in response, so he kicked Clout into gear to put more speed behind each stride. Hold on tight to that hat, here we go. With a huge bound, Izuku jumped above the treeline, causing the boy on back to whoop in excitement as they fell back to the earth before immediately jumping again. By the time they reached camp, Koda's cheeks hurt from laughing so much as the sting of the wind brought him back down to earth. Izuku set him down as soon as they broke the trilene, before fixing the askew red cap on the boy's head. Have a good night, Kota, okay? He turned to walk back to the bunks, but felt a little hand on his leg. Thanks, Kota said, looking at the ground like he was embarrassed. Izuku, in a move that felt more like something Toshinori would do, ruffled a hand on the boy's head, obscuring his hat once again before writing it again. I'm just happy you had fun, I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku did not see Kota wander back into the head office where Mandalay looked up from her computer. There you are. I was wondering when you'd get back. I was hanging out with Midoriya, he admitted, toeing off his shoes. Really? She clicked the laptop shut, smiling a little. I wouldn't have guessed you'd be very interested in being friends with him. Shut up. The boy groaned, pulling his hat down over his eyes. All I'm saying is, you didn't seem to like him all that much when he got here. The heroine grabbed the plate of food she'd been picking at for the last half hour. What changed? Nothing, he's just not bad. He's fine, for a hero at least. Kota stuck his nose in the air before practically running out of the room. The woman watched her cousin disappear into his room and sighed. Well, whatever Midoriya did, she was grateful. Kota had looked not happy, but he wasn't scowling when he came in. And he didn't snap at her nearly as much as he usually did when she poked about what he'd been up to. Figures Aizawa's sunshine problem child would be the one to finally get Kota out of his shell. Plus X plus. Izuku's senses were in overdrive. His bolus tail was flicking wildly behind him in panic. There was fire? Why was everything on fire? He watched blue flames wrapping around the trees around him and turned on his heel to run back towards camp. Where were his classmates? Where were the teachers? The fire was still chasing him. He should be able to outrun it, right? Why did he feel so slow? Izuku caught sight of his legs and saw his bright red sneakers instead of his black boots and nearly stumbled, skidding to a halt. Wasn't he just transformed? Roar! He called, voice shaking. He put a hand to his mouth to try and avoid breathing the smoke. No, not smoke. Gas? Or, where are you? But he got no response. You Rarika? He tried. Ida? Where is Dash? Anyone? Why was he the only one here? Someone. Where is everybody? Izuku screamed himself hoarse. Until he heard someone. Help. Was that Kota? He didn't wait around to figure out if he was right. Instead, he just tried to follow the voice. He knew this path. This was the hideout, right? Was that where Kota was? Could he see the fire? Was he in the gas? What was going on? Izuku could hear other voices as he ran. Vanguard Dash. League of Villains Dash. Stain. Stain? League of Villains? Were they here? How could Stain be here? He made it to the mountain path, but his footfalls were getting slower. Like his feet couldn't quite reach the ground? He scrambled with all he had, desperate to keep moving. People were still talking, voices he didn't know, and Kota was still yelling for help. Where was Roar? With a great effort, he finally rounded the bend to the cliff ledge. He couldn't see the stars through the smoke and gas. But he could see Kota, and someone who didn't look right. No, don't dash. Someone was grabbing him, someone was pulling him back. He needed to. Midoriya, you need to wake up. Someone yelled in his ear. And with that, Izuku's eyes snapped open with a gasp. Where was he? Where was Roar? Was there danger? Dash, he choked out. He couldn't see, nothing was in focus. Don't hurt Dash. No one's hurting you, Midoriya. No one is hurting anyone. Someone was yelling, someone who was touching him, holding him upright. You need to focus. Focus on what I'm saying. What who was saying? His eyes struggled to focus, but he knew that voice, right? That was Ida's voice? Was Ida the one holding on to him? Midoriya, you need to focus. Someone else, white and red, Todoroki? Yeah, that sounded like Todoroki. What are 5 things you can see? He knew this game. Not much? He managed to choke out, blinking rapidly. You kinda, the ceiling? The window? Black spots. There's black spots and Dash. Okay, now 4 things you feel. That was a tad easier. The blanket, my pajamas, sweat? He could feel sweat, a lot of sweat, he realized. Now he felt a hand being put to his forehead. He's burning up. Ida said, Kirishima, go wake Mr. Izawa. I think he's ill. Someone was putting something in Izuku's hand, something a little painful? No, just cold? Did Todoroki just hand him a block of ice? 3 things you can hear? Ida. Izuku said, shifting the ice block between hands. Ida was less holding him up now, instead just letting the greenette lean on him. Now that he was paying closer attention, he could feel and hear Roar too, pressed against his leg and quietly purring. Good, she was here, she was safe too. 2 things you smell? Todoroki handed him another ice cube now that the one he'd been holding had melted. Sweat? Detergent? He was pretty sure that's what he was smelling. 1 thing you can taste. The teen finished, as he partially froze a handkerchief Ida handed him and put it on the greenette's neck. It felt really nice. Izuku liked his lips. Salt. He was still at camp, he had a nightmare. Everyone was fine, nothing was on fire. Roar was here, and Koda was probably just grumpy listening to Kirishima banging on Mr. Izawa's door. +X+. Is he okay? Ajuru poked his head into their section of the bunks. No doubt he'd woken the entire building with his yelling. He has a fever, the heat must have induced a nightmare. Tenya said, one arm wrapped around his friend who was much calmer but still breathing unevenly and using Tenya to support his weight. Everyone gets sick, I guess, especially at camp. The blonde shrugged before disappearing. He'll be okay, right? Yes, I'm sure. Tell the others and then try to go back to sleep. We don't need to get up for a few more hours. Tenya told them, trying to act unfazed when his best friend just woke them up by screaming like he was being murdered and begging some unseen villain not to hurt someone. Knowing Midoriya, it could be literally anyone he was scared for. When Kirishima returned with their teacher, it was agreed Midoriya had a fever and he was brought to the teacher's building so they could keep an eye on him. Tenya tried to go back to sleep, but his mind wouldn't let him. So he waited until the sun had started rising before starting to pack his things. Today was the last day of training, and they would be going home after lunch. It had been odd how fast the week went by, but maybe not since they were working the whole time. He found Todoroki sitting on the steps to the cabins, and with a small sigh joined him. Thank you, I don't know if I could have calmed Midoriya down without your help. Tenya admitted. The other shrugged, it's whatever, that's what friends are for. Though it went unsaid, both had experience with family members waking up screaming. Todoroki was looking at the grass. I don't think I've ever seen Midoriya get scared like that. No, I suppose to some degree I thought he couldn't be. No matter how bad things were, he always seemed ready to fight back. I don't think I've ever seen him look Tenya paused. I don't think helpless is the right word. Out of control? No, that's not it Desperate? Todoroki offered. Tenya nodded. I think so, it was weird for certain. At breakfast, Mr. Izawa told them that Midoriya's fever was broken but he was being confined to bed rest until they left. Apparently Koda had offered to stay with him so the teachers could stay with the students. When they got back for lunch, Midoriya was now dressed and back to almost normal. He had some deep bags under his eyes and his hands shook a little, but he was smiling like they were used to. Unlike the first drive though, Izuku didn't sleep all the way back to school. Bonus. Have some art. Go to the post here to learn about their names and some other fun stuff. Oh, and bonus because you guys love Inko so much and I do too. Izuku found he enjoyed falling back into his training regiment. Every morning he'd wake up at home or in Tashinori's apartment and ride to school to get extra training in. He was also, unofficially, allowed on the all-for-one case due to Shigaraki's intentions of targeting him. He wasn't allowed to sit in on meetings because they deemed some of the information a bit too graphic. But either Tashinori or Detective Tsukachi would usually fill him in on what he missed. Izuku's own planning was going well too. He had 3 more miraculous holders to talk to, and he had 3 villains in mind they could help with, recently rumored to be aligned with the League. He browsed through police records they definitely shouldn't let him be reading and found a thread he could tug on. Some villains just went around, attacking indiscriminately, or at least they appeared so. Everyone had patterns, even ones they never realized. And Izuku liked to think he was pretty good at recognizing them. Now all he needed was to line up the dominoes. Ruffling Roar's fur, Izuku tucked a little box into his pocket as he pinned Nuru's miraculous to his chest. Melissa was sitting on his desk chair, spinning idly. "You've picked a new one?" she asked, pausing to try and spot what Izuku had with him. "Wouldn't it be better to focus on training the heroes you already have?" "I do intend to do that. In fact, they'll all be getting their miraculous next week." He checked his phone's calendar. Otoheim and Bumblebee seemed to get along fine, and I spoke to Piper. Trix was right on the money. He's taking the initiative to improve both as a hero and as a miraculous holder. I think letting them have the option to meet up and train would benefit everyone. He stood in the mirror and Nuru rose to meet him. "Nuru, wings rise." Izuku called, and now the Guardian stood before her. "But if the League of Villains want to show off their new recruits, I feel it's only fair we match them. Give me a hand?" She rolled her eyes, but called for her own transformation. "Where to?" "I'm heading west. Here, I'll get you the address." He pulled out his notebook and flipped to a page recounting dates and times of major events in the city. "And how do you know either of them will be there?" Buckrider asked as she read over the address he'd put in her face and typed it into maps to find a good place to drop him. "If I'm right, and I'm sure I am, the only thing this guy hates nearly as much as UA is Shiketsu High. And they're holding a public event for students and benefactors to attend before the start of the school year. I have a pretty good idea that he's gonna try and crash the party." Izuku smiled, and, "Well, I'm less confident about the other, but if I'm wrong I'll call you for help." She hummed but just held up a hand. "Voyage." Seriously, making her a full-time user was the smartest thing he'd ever done. This just saved him so much time and he didn't even wear out Kaki to do it. Izuku was now standing in an alley, 2 blocks from his destination, the setting sun throwing long shadows over him. With a bound, the Guardian settled on top of the roofs and looked around. He scanned, moving quickly but careful, eyes keen for that little thing out of place. Finally his eyes pinged that little missing piece. "Gotcha." The event was held on Shiketsu property, but the front gate security system was already engaged. No one inside could see because they were wrapped around the side of the building, and the exit nearest to them was still wide open. If a panic started, they would all funnel towards the front, expecting an escape but instead being trapped in. Izuku wasn't dumb enough to leave it all up to chance. Roar was with him so he could step in if necessary, and the moment he saw the gas, Izuku pressed a button on his cane to send an anonymous message to the police about suspicious activity. "Let's go." The Guardian leapt forward when the first scream started. He had been right on the money. Everyone was rushing away from the exit with the villain, just trapping themselves in with nowhere to escape the gas. Mustard, one of the newer and younger League recruits, seemed to be enjoying himself as he strolled past the sparking gate he'd entered from. Some of the older students and teachers were attempting to move forward to defend, but they were being shoved back by waves upon waves of people. And with the haze covering them, the risk of hitting innocents was too high. Izuku, meanwhile, felt his eyes catch on a familiar head of hair and immediately dove in, holding a deep breath as he charged in and grabbed his target to carry up and out of the gas. "What the he dash?" Yayorozu coughed from behind a gas mask. Yeah, he shouldn't be surprised she had already put that together. "Who are you?" "Let me go, I need to get back in there." He did put her down, but a hand on her arm stopped her from running back into the fight. "Momo Yayorozu," the Guardian said, and she stopped trying to run past him in 5 of starring. "How do you dash?" She jolted her arm out of his grasp and Izuku took the chance to grab the miraculous box from his pocket. "Who are you?" "I'm the Guardian. You met some of my companions when you helped rescue Island." He explained shortly, causing the girl's eyebrows to shoot up in shock. "I know you want to help, but you aren't a licensed hero yet. That being said, you're the only one who can defeat this guy." He held up the box. "I'm giving you the chance to go beyond your limitations and act with anonymity. You can save everyone and this will help you. This is a miraculous, and it will grant you the power of pretension. With it you can give yourself any power you need to fix this mess." Cautiously, and more than a little confused, she took the box and flipped it open. Momo jumped back with a yelp as a ball of orange light sparked, spiraling around the Guardian before solidifying into a chicken plushie? "Hello." The plushie talked. My name is Izuku. I can already tell this will be so much fun. Once the villain is defeated, you need to return this miraculous to me. I'll buy you time while Izuku gives you the rundown. The guardian tapped a spot on the side of his mask, and 2 vents opened up in the butterfly pattern. Without any more fanfare, the guardian vanished into the gas. The students and teachers had finally managed to get free and run into the fight, but the haze obscured their sights of the villain, and not breathing while you fight isn't easy. How disappointing, you're dropping like flies, said a voice that Momo could only assume was the villain. Momo turned to Izuku, still confused on how this was supposed to help. Don't be nervous, chick, it's the enemy to your clever mind. Izuku tapped her nose. Now listen and think. My power is called sublimation, call it out when you're ready to activate it. Then it will let you choose one power to have mastery of. Using that, you can defeat the villain. Momo took out the thumb ring and slid it on, at which point it turned into 2 simple gold bands. What would I even do? She asked Izuku, surely he must know? If this was his power? Should I make myself immune to the gas? No need, that mask of yours when combined with my magic will work just fine. The rooster shook his head. Momo racked her brain. I could give myself wind manipulation, disperse the gas? Again Izuku shook his head. I'm afraid not, that power is already held by another of my kind and makes it unavailable to me. You're thinking too big, chick, what do you know about this villain? She tried to think. His quirk was the gas, which appeared to make people fall asleep. It all seemed to spiral around him, and the only view she had gotten of the villain was that he was a teenager with a gas mask. He had a gas mask. If the villain is affected by his own quirk, she wondered, I can get him to take himself out. That was even if I'm caught I didn't do anything wrong. He can't see any better than I can. And if the gas is tied to him, then he could potentially know how people are moving in it. I know what I need. In that case, the words you'll need to say is sunrise, your suit will help conceal your identity, and sunset will return you to your former self. And no, once you activate sublimation, you'll only have about 5 minutes to defeat the villain. 5 minutes is plenty of time. She nodded. Izuku, sunrise. The rooster smiled as he returned to the orange light that was now swelling around her. The warmth of this magic truly lived up to its transformation phrase. When Momo looked down, she was wearing dark blue and red-orange briefs. Her top was backless, but a bulky dark red jacket sat over top, giving her access to her quirk and good coverage. She'd have to look into this idea for her hero suit. She felt something in her hair and reached up to grab a fountain pen with a hard metal feather out of her ponytail. Though she could only partially see it, her gas mask had shrunk, and was now a gold color covering her mouth and nose. She had little doubt it would be beak-like if she checked her reflection. With one last deep breath, she took hold of the pen and scrawled in the air. Sublimation. I give myself the ability to always take my opponent by surprise. She spoke to herself as the word undetectable into the air in gold glowing letters. She felt that same warm feeling again and charged into the smoke. Despite her eyes being uncovered, she felt she could see much better than before. She saw the guardian running with a student in his arms, and they shared a nod before he ran, presumably out of the fog. Momo kept around, trying to track the sounds around her. When a shadow finally came into view, the villain didn't even look at her twice, just kept walking. So imagine his shock when she snatched the mask off of his face with a flip. What the? The kid spun around, his brown hair a mess as he squinted. Who did that? Momo snapped off the oxygen tanks of the mask and tossed them away. That would be me. She crowed, moving in quick, deliberate steps. He clearly heard her, but he was scanning wildly. She kicked the broken mask to his feet and he jumped. Where are you? Are you a student here? The boy sneered and Momo rolled her eyes. Am I? Am I even here? She picked up a stone and flicked it at the back of his head, causing the boy to let out a very undignified yelp. He was breathing heavier. Or here? She asked, throwing stones from a different place. Mustard was moving slower, his tense stance slipping into a slouch. What are you? He asked, words slurring. She strutted forward, still unseen. Who me? I'm a Henwei. He spun around before pausing, breathing unevenly and eyes closing. He didn't even notice Momo stroll up behind him. What's a Henwei? She snapped her fingers and felt the sublimation vanish. About 10 pounds. When Mustard whirled around to face her, he was met with a punch to his face, causing him to pirouette like a ballerina before dropping to the ground. As he did, the gas started to disperse. Gets him every time. She grinned, pulling off the gas mask. The Guardian flagged down Henwei as the teachers and students started waking up. He pointed up and she was very surprised to see she could scale the first floor of the school with ease. They stood on a concealed roof between two walls. Very clever, making yourself unable to be tracked by the villain while making sure to be visible to your allies. He said, tilting his head to the side, "I keen. Smart move. Thank you, Sunset." She let the magic flow away from her, and was back in the blouse and skirt she'd come in. "And thank you, Eriko, for allowing me the privilege of using your abilities. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced." She bowed to the Kwame, who bumped his head against hers. "I knew you'd be a good chick, such a creative soul with great potential with respect for the powers that be. I do hope we meet again." Eriko cooed before flying back to the Guardian. "We'll meet again. Should the need ever arise for Henwei again, be ready to jump in and assist." He nodded to her before offering to get her back to the ground. Momo didn't wait around long once the Guardian left her, instead running to try and find her parents. The police were taking the still unconscious Mustard into custody. And after hugging her father tightly, she joined them in watching the event unfold. A teacher was explaining the appearance of a vigilante to an officer when he explained he heard her name. She called herself Henwei. The man explained. The detective looked puzzled. "What's a Henwei?" Momo had no regrets. +X+. With Eriko's miraculous safely tucked into the miracle box, and the rooster himself bragging to the others about his clever new holder, Izuku settled down onto the couch and pulled up a movie for him and Melissa to watch. 20 minutes into them roasting the plot of what was honestly their favorite movie, the door opened and Izuku's mom entered with Toshinori on her heels, both laden with groceries. "Ah, good, you're both here." Mom kissed them both on the cheek before disappearing into the kitchen. Toshinori smiled at them as he passed, arms full and unable to hug his niece. "Hope it went well." "It did," Izuku called, pausing the movie. "She handled it great. And that's one less villain for Shigaraki to direct. Honestly, he should be thanking me. His leadership skills didn't seem great when we last met. And less people who poorly lead are less embarrassing for him." He heard his mentor chuckle from the other room before his mom started directing him on where to put the groceries. Melissa was persuaded to stay for dinner, so the group all sat around discussing recent events and upticks. "Where does your dad think you are all day anyways?" Inko asked her niece. She shrugged, "Mostly that I'm locking myself in my lab." "You act like I'm here every day." "Not every day, every other," Toshinori pointed out. "I know Dave can be oblivious to the world turning around him when he's working, so I'm guessing he assumes you're the same." "Oh, he definitely did," the blonde smiled. "I just scheduled my time better." The Kwame were drifting in and out of the room, with Eriko stopping in briefly to recount his adventure to the other three, while Izuku dipped out to grab a notebook to get into the serious stuff. Coffee was poured, and Izuku dropped his notes on the table. "Planning." He cheered. "We know the League brought in a new batch of villains post-Stain being arrested. Henwei took care of one today, and 2 of the others we have on record should be easy to catch out. All 3 were profiled as being impatient and not great at listening to authority." Izuku handed out the remaining 2 profiles. Toshinori already knew the plan, but looked over it again. 2 more heroes. Miraculous already picked out. That rounds my team out to 6 temps, with me and Melissa as full-time users. An even match if I do say so. He pointed out. His mother flicked through. "I hope you're not sacrificing quality here, Izuku. You don't exactly have time to train 6 miraculous holders. And once the school year starts, all of your picks will be busy again. And I won't let you sacrifice your education for more magic." He shook his head. "I know that, Mom." He whined. Melissa leaned back in her seat. "Regardless, It seems Izuku's been building a roster. What about you, Uncle Might? Nothing. He admitted. Everyone except Izuku has pitched one for all candidates to me, and that's because whenever he sees potential he steals them for himself. I see potential first, I get first dibs. Izuku shrugged, a sheet-eating grin on his face. If they turn me down I'll let you know. Toshinori rubbed his face. Even with all the healing they'd managed, the clock had just been delayed, not stopped. I wish I knew what Nana saw in me that made her decision make any sense. You could ask her? Roar perked up, causing the table to look at her. She seemed just as confused as they were when she saw their faces. I may not fully understand how quirks work, but I do know power being passed between different holders tends to leave an imprint. With miraculous holders it can be activated with a reunion. Maybe your thing was its own way. Izuku had many questions. He knew, vaguely, about reunions, and there was a magenta and black Kwagatama at the center of that knowledge hanging in his room. I'm gonna table that bombshell for a second. Melissa held up a hand. That's an interesting idea, Roar, but right now I think you're narrowing your field. All for One has Nomu, we have Uncle Might and Izuku. They have a warp quirk user, we have me. They have a payroll of serial killers, we have a group of teenagers on a volunteer. Maybe think about bringing in some actual adults. Izuku perked up. Mr. Aizawa would probably be willing to help. That's definitely a start. You're gonna want to think about people who can't easily be combated. She pointed at her uncle, and you are about to hate this suggestion. After pondering that statement, the pro's face dropped. No. Yes. She crossed her arms. You can't go around avoiding your bromance breakup forever. I may only have met the guy a few times, but I doubt you would have worked with him so long if he didn't have good intentions. So Isuke it up and make the phone call. Izuku felt a mixture of annoyance and potential of mischief. Meanwhile, Toshinori slammed his head against the table. What are the chances he'd sign my notebook, do you think? Izuku asked, fingers tapping away on his thigh as they drove to Sir Nitai's agency. Toshinori pulled a face. With normal people he seemed 50-50. However, with you specifically, I have no idea. Izuku hummed. He was wearing his fake suit since he was technically coming as All Might's sidekick. They had scheduled a meeting with the hero, reluctantly and through other people because Toshinori looked ready to throw his computer out of the window when drafting that email, to talk about recent developments and ask if he wanted to join in on the Make All for One Stay Dead party. Izuku called it Moused for short. Roar was snoozing in the pocket of his coat, since they had been forced to get up at an ungodly hour to start the drive. So, you told me about the breakup dash. It was not a breakup. But you didn't tell me how you guys met. Izuku smiled. Up until Night Eye, the closest you'd had to a sidekick was Professor Shields, and that was more a partnership since he wasn't a pro hero. So what made you finally cave? They stopped at the light and Toshinori kept staring forward. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Over-eager fanboy asks me about being a hero. This guy is clever, definitely powerful, and most of all very devoted to helping people, even to the detriment of their own well-being. Izuku smiled. You know you love me. Yeah, apparently I can't stop picking up strays with death wishes. The blonde pointed out, tone frustrated but looking amused. A small quamatic chirp left Izuku's mouth as he thought. So, if they were so similar, what changed? You still put up with me, so there has to be something? Well, I can think of two major ones. Toshinori admitted. One, it became increasingly obvious that Mirai never could get rid of that image in his head of me. I think he made some assumptions that weren't exactly on base. When I got hurt, he was there, of course. I think that shattered something that I kind of wish broke earlier. The greenette hummed as the light changed and they carried on. I had told Mirai more than once that I didn't want him to look into my future. I didn't want to know, and more truthfully I assumed that someday I'd die in some fight against a villain, or maybe I'd die fighting All for One like everyone else. I didn't want to subject him to potentially seeing that twice. But after I got injured, he looked. He saw what I knew he was going to. This part the teen knew already. Izuku knew that if All Might was ever going to retire, he'd go kicking and screaming into it. Personally, the greenette felt well equipped to face that eventual fight. Especially if he could so handily fill the power gap. How did he say you died? I'm not telling you. For a moment, his mentor actually looked mad. I didn't want to know. I didn't want anyone to know. I'd prefer whatever kills me to be a surprise. Izuku rolled his eyes. It will be. And that's the second difference. Toshinori pointed out. Mirai's quirk is bordering on a curse, I think. I assume it's a little like when you know something with disgust or scare you but don't look away. He says everything is set in stone once he sees it. But I told you I was halfway to death's door and you responded that death would have to wait. Mirai doesn't have much faith in people, it's a fatal flaw. He doesn't trust them to make the right decisions, or at least the decisions he thinks are right. Night Eye told me the day I woke up from surgery, that if I died Japan and maybe the world could never recover. He has no faith, no hope. The boy hummed again as he digested that information. A hand landed in his hair. And Hopi Ice, one thing you have in bounds, my boy. Izuku chuckled, before the smile faded from his face. He reached up to squeeze the hand ruffling his curls. If you die, Japan could recover. It would be a loss, but someone would always step up eventually. The world could recover, but I'm not sure I could. They pulled into the parking garage and Toshinori flashed their visitor's pass to the lady in the booth who waved them through. You'd live though. You're stronger than I'll ever be. He stepped out of the car with a sigh. Besides, I'm not going anywhere. Izuku hummed one more time before hopping out after his mentor and crossing through a hallway to the entry level of the agency. Toshinori was already in all-might mode, so they were already turning some heads. Nice to see you again, sir. Someone shouted and Izuku turned to see another much younger Toshinori looking at them, running over and waving. And you're Midoriya, right? I've been hearing tons about you already. Nice to see you too, young Togata. Toshinori smiled, a mostly real smile at the teen. Izuku gave the impression of a confused toddler as he looked between the two, as a Todoroki-level conspiracy started forming in his head. Many questions, all of them concerning, flashed through his mind and he barely stopped a note before it left his mouth. Togata, it turned out, was a UA student that had a work study with the Night Eye Agency. Specifically with Sir Night Eye himself. Izuku learned all of this during the long but walk up the stairs that led to the man's office. The man must get sheets and gigs out of seeing people suffer. FING figures. So you've heard about me? Izuku finally asked. From what? Well, not many first years can pass the provisional license exam. In fact, UA's pass rate is terrible. Togata pointed out, but you managed to pass after only 2 semesters, which is entirely unheard of. Not to mention the sports festival. I got to watch a recording of it after ours was done. Izuku hummed. So how long have you worked here? Not too long, a little less than a year. Togata explained. Sir saw me at the sports festival last year, and he offered me a job when work studies rolled around. He's the one who insisted I watch you guys. He seemed impressed, or something. Even asked if I'd met you yet. At that, Izuku perked up, his mischievous expression returning, causing his mentor to internally groan. Oh, little old me? I saw he offered me an internship, but I assumed that's just because most people were. What did he think? The other teen's expressions twitched, not in annoyance but in confusion maybe? I'll be honest, I have no idea what Sir thinks about you. I mean, you were objectively pretty amazing and he didn't begrudge that. But he almost seemed angry that you did so well? But then he insisted on sending you that internship offer? I think you confuse him at least. Izuku sagged so low his fingertips hit each stair, making Toshinori stifle a laugh. I'd hate for him to hate me before we even meet. Come on, Togata, how do I get him to like me? The blondes both laughed out loud, unable to contain their amusement at his antics any longer. You're fishing for information, huh? Togata said between laughs. Well, I can't make any promises, but I can give you this tip. Sir really appreciates humor, so if you make him laugh it's probably your best bet. They finally reached their desired floor and Izuku stopped. Oh. What's up? The teen asked as they both paused. I'm not funny, Izuku pointed out, eyebrows pinched. Young Midoriya, I've seen you leave your classmates in tears from laughter. Toshinori pointed out. That is a full lie. Izuku waved him off. No, but it all arises from natural interactions, it's not on command. All of my humor comes from satire or incredible acts of physical comedy. What am I supposed to do? Go in there and roast him? +X+. When they reached the door, Togata knocked but didn't wait for an answer before opening it. Toshinori wasn't even remotely sure he knew how this conversation would go. Hopefully smoothly. Probably not though. Mirai looked barely different from the last time they'd seen each other. The smallest changes brought on by over 5 years didn't outweigh the fact he had hardly changed at all. He was standing, not like he was waiting for them, even though he probably was. A young woman with blue skin was also there, sitting on a chair, apparently not willing to wait on foot. All might. He greeted, plainly. And then his eyes slid to Izuku, who was back to smiling pleasantly. And this is Dash. He trailed off, not like he was expecting anyone to finish his statement. Just dropping the sentence like it wasn't worth it anymore. Izuku, though, never one to take a jab lightly, just widened his smile. Izuku Midoriya, I'm the upgrade. While Sir Night-Eye did not look amused, Izuku heard Toshinori start coughing into his hand, poorly covering laughs. Togata looked to be surprised by the audacity, an expression most people had around Izuku. And the lady with blue skin gave a very small snort. Izuku, meanwhile, felt his smile shift from cocky to genuine joy as he looked past the man at the wall. Hey, I know that poster. He shouted, running over. It was never sold to the public because of the conjecture about whether All Might's 10th anniversary of being a hero should have counted before or after he returned from America. I've never gotten to see an original, just the fakes people sell online. Toshinori leaned over to Togata. You may want to sit down, I have a feeling this might take a while. Izuku didn't seem to be wavering as he went on a rant about dupe hero merch. You think? They both sat in the armchairs while the woman introduced herself as Karakoko Owada. She pointed with her thumb. The boss is probably your biggest fan, which you probably knew. This is the first time I've seen anyone get this close before. I did know, and I also know if anyone could give him a run for his money, it's young Midoriya. He sighed. Honestly, I think he's embarrassed to talk about it with mutual acquaintances, which is pretty much everyone he knows, so this might be built up. Toshinori saw Mirai's eye twitching as he finally cut Izuku off. Enlightening as you opinions on that are Dash. Nah, I bet you knew most of it anyways, Dash. Don't interrupt me, I believe I have words to exchange with my friend. So please leave. Honestly, the display of self-control was impressive. Izuku turned his gaze away from the poster for the first time since spotting it, and it flashed for a second. We were just becoming friends too. Sure I can't stick around? Step in. Toshinori mumbled, and blessedly both Togata and Iwata took pity on them. Hey, Midoriya, how about I show you the training facility here? He grabbed the younger Greenette before the two could kill each other. K! Izuku shouted as he was dragged out. Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief and let his ulterior form shrink down once the door clicked shut. So that's Izuku Midoriya. Mirai didn't look impressed. Yeah. I saw that you sent him an internship offer. He considered taking it, but Gran Torino beat you to the punch, unfortunately. The blonde looked at the ceiling. I didn't come here for us to argue about Izuku and Togata, but I have a feeling we will anyway. So spit it out. Mirai strode across the room and sat in his own chair. Alright, I will say it. You made a foolish decision picking that boy as your successor. The man said, with such little grandiose you might assume he was talking about the weather. Odd, you're making that call before you even know anything about him. He propped his leg on his knee and looked at the ceiling. You clearly came to some assumptions. I guess you'll make your case and I'll make mine. Izuku wasn't the kind of mystery you could unravel from televised feats or short conversations. Alright, fine. He acts overconfident, but the key word is acts. He's carrying himself like a pro would to hide how scared he is. Toshinori, to even his own surprise, snorted. No FNG sheet Sherlock. He sat up. You want to know why he's scared? Because he's a teenager who has been facing down villains since that's how I met him. He's a magnet for disaster and spends every single second out of his house wondering what's going to happen next. And worse, if other people are going to get dragged into it too. You heard about the USJ, right? I mean, who didn't? Mirai nodded. Well, he was at the dead center of that entire mess. He watched his teacher get his head bashed in and nearly watched his classmates' faces get torn off. So he fought, and you know what he told me after? That he was terrified the entire time, not for himself but for me. I wasn't even there. But if he revealed that fear, they're screwed, so he buried it. Then not a week later, Hosa gets attacked and he's in the middle of a burning city, with Gran Torino having run off and one of his friends missing. A trip to the mall had a League of Villains member crashing it and threatening the civilians around them. Island gets held hostage, I get held hostage. In a moment of frustration, he slammed a fist on the arm of the chair and heard wood splinter. How much of that did you deal with before you were 15, Mirai? Unsurprisingly, the man stayed silent. Izuku is scared out of his mind because who wouldn't be? But you'd never notice unless you knew what to look for, so don't tell me his empathy is a bad thing. What's your next argument? There were a few beats. His act won't always keep people confident in his abilities. But let's move on. He only seems to use one for all, not his own quirk. Unless they're very similar, he's relying too much on what you can't teach him and not the wider scope of Dash. Izuku didn't have a quirk. Next point. Mirai was apparently smart enough not to argue with him on that. He won the sports festival, but halfway during two of his fights, he got distracted and drew it out for no other purpose than showing off. This was probably the most reasonable argument, albeit stripped of context. That's a bad habit. True, he dragged those out, and in training exercises he tends to let things go on longer than he needs. Toshinori leaned his head to the side as if thinking, but those are all in practice environments where no party would be in serious danger. In every Real fight I've seen him in, they end just as fast as they begin. The man scoffed. He's prone to injury. He's sporting scars everywhere, including his face. That shows he can be hurt. It also shows he survived long enough to let them become scars, memories, stuff of the past. Toshinori gestured to his stomach. Everyone can be hurt, it just makes Izuku a person. You're emotionally compromised. Mirari finished, realizing this would go nowhere. And you aren't. The blonde finished. Now, let's argue about Togata. You and Nedza both pitched him to me as a one-for-all candidate. He aligns with the values you set as the symbol of peace. The first and most obvious point being brought up. Toshinori nodded. Yep, seems so. He has a quirk that can be adapted but not hindered by the addition of one for all, and without people realizing the spike in power. Mirai added. Mirio already has excellent control of his abilities, and a great scale on what is too much or too little. The blonde nodded. I've worked with him at school and all the other teachers seem to agree on it. He's got a really good head on his shoulders and creatively applies his abilities. He's personable, a team player and a capable leader. He keeps his cool under pressure and as a result people look to him for guidance. The greenette waved his hand around in the air to emphasize his point, his agitation growing. Yep, Izuku already seems to like him. Toshinori smiled a little. Honestly, he didn't see a world where those two didn't get along. He's a good kid, I'm sure they'll learn a lot from each other. He has potential to reach the #1 spot. Just on his own. Mirai was slipping, his emotions were getting the better of him. The older of the two grinned wider again, and I certainly hope he does. Now it was Mirai's turn to slam his fist. You're running out of time. How much longer until you can't keep this up anymore? How much longer until the world loses its symbol of peace? I provided a perfect candidate, he's everything the next Yashal'd be right. Have you considered there doesn't need to be another me? Toshinori asked, causing the man to falter. But inevitably he recovered. He's the best candidate. Admit it. I do. Toshinori nodded. And yet, I chose Izuku, didn't I? Izuku rolled his shoulder, feeling pained joints pop and click as he sighed. You know, didn't have to go that hard for a sparring match. Togata laughed. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting you to break the floor like that, you threw off my angle. Unable to stop himself, A grin slipped back on Izuku's face. So, you think the adults are done arguing yet? He checked his phone to see they'd been gone for over an hour. Both Togata and Iwata both checked the time and nodded. The latter sighed. Yeah, probably. Come on, let's hope they didn't break anything. Sir gets a little defensive at times. I think they're arguing about us, but I don't know what exactly. Togata sighed, but didn't let his smile slip. Izuku was starting to wonder if that was just how his face sat. I'm getting a little tired of being left out of the loop, I won't lie. Izuku matched his look with his own tired smile. I know, hopefully it'll all sort itself out though. I don't like him, at least not as a person. All Might said we were a bit too alike and a bit too different, so maybe that's it. But he misses his friend. I can tell. Izuku couldn't exactly blame him for being so proud of Togata. He liked him too. But it just rubbed him the wrong way how forceful about the whole thing Night Eye was. When they reached the office again, there were files sitting on the desk and the two adults were poring over them. How was the reunion? Izuku asked as he followed the other two. Toshinori looked up and smiled at the three, albeit strained. It was great. Anyways, Izuku, good news and bad news. +X+. So it turned out that apparently the Yakuza and the League of Villains were having talks. What a shocker, since they seemed to exist solely to make Izuku's life difficult. Roar was perched on Izuku's head as he scrawled out the information he'd learned today. Honestly, his code work could use another layer. He needed to keep everything he knew quiet. Sliding the notebook back on the shelf, he turned to some of the Kwami residing in his room. I'm sorry, this is gonna take a lot of my attention and I'm not sure I'll be able to find time to get you and your new holders introduced. Nuru fluttered down to land on his shoulder. Guardian, no one blames you. Stomp looked up from where he and Ziggy were cleaning their horns. Yeah, Calf, we're fine with waiting. You need to focus on coming up with something clever to beat those lowlifes back into the shadows. Ziggy agreed. Tiki booped Izuku on the nose. Most of us haven't had holders in hundreds of years. We don't mind going a few more months. Just so long as we have our favorite person to spend time with. Izuku nuzzled his head into hers. I will get you guys to your holders, I promise. He swore, I want all of you to have what Roar and I do. The tiger Kwami purred in delight. No one can be so lucky as to get another you kitten. But I'm sure you'll find the second best. +X+. Eri was sitting in front of her mirror. She had recently learned how to braid hair and was trying to practice on herself. After a halfway decent attempt that left one long braid in front of her ear, she saw the mirror shimmer and a white portal open up. You're back! She yelled, jumping forward to be scooped up by her friend. Fiver picked her up immediately and climbed off the vanity. I am back, Bunny. He smiled, spinning in a circle with a grin. She giggled as the world spun for a second before pointing at the braid in her hair. Look, I did this one by myself. The rabbit hero ran his fingers over the braid. Wow, you did so well. You look like a princess. Eri nodded with a smile. She had practiced super hard to get it right. PSD, look at this. Fiver set her down and pulled a familiar object from behind his back. Her eyes widened. Wow, how'd you get Chisaki's mask? She held up her hands to take it. Good old-fashioned theft. Fiver admitted. Don't worry, it's been ages since I did this in my time, far too long for me to still get in trouble. Eri turned the bird mask over in her hands, considering. It's ugly. You're exactly right. The man admitted, nodding solemnly. Honestly, I'm doing him a favor by relieving him of this crime of fashion. Normally, whenever Fiver looked sad for a joke, he'd bounce back really fast. But today he seemed more sad than usual. Why are you sad today? She asked. Fiver said it was okay to ask people why they were sad but not to be upset if they didn't tell you. She hoped he would tell her though. He sighed. Because I'm gonna have to say goodbye today. Eri felt her face fall. I know. The rabbit sat down and opened his arms for a hug, which she gladly took. I'm not happy about it either. But this me and other me can't exist at the same time. Once the other me gets his miraculous, I'm not gonna be able to come back to this time. It could cause problems. She sniffled. It wasn't fair. I don't want you to leave. I know, but you'll get to see me soon, I think. I left a few days as margin of error, he admitted. It'll just be me a little younger is all. That was at least some condolence, maybe? She wouldn't lose Fiverr altogether, just meet a younger him. Are you gonna still know me in your time? The girl asked, sitting down on her friend's lap. He nodded aggressively. Oh, absolutely. We're gonna see each other every day once I'm me and you're a bit older you. She wasn't totally sure what that meant, but figured it was probably good. And you're gonna meet your heroes soon. Fiverr added cheerfully. That got her attention. Really? Oh yes, super soon. But you're gonna have to help them a bit. So next chance you have, run. Run as fast as you can, they need to see you to know to come and save you. He explained, I'll distract your caretaker for a bit when the time is right. This is the last thing I'm gonna be able to do for you, bunny. She leaned against Fiverr's chest and sighed. Okay, I promise I will. Thank you, and if you can just do one more thing for me? I have something to tell your heroes once you meet them. They ended up crashing in a hotel that night, close to the Night Eye agency. Togata had invited Izuku to join him on a patrol tomorrow. Since Izuku had a better idea of League associates, he'd have a better chance at spotting them. If they recognize me, wouldn't that do more to spook them away? Izuku had asked confused. I think that's what we're hoping for. Awad admitted. As nice as it would be to have them on something concrete, the last thing we need is for the League of Villains and the shy Hisekai becoming buddies. So if you scare them out of the deal dash. And that had made a bit more sense. Sitting in the desk's spinny chair in their room, Izuku hummed and chirped to himself and roar. If you keep thinking that hard, you'll fry something. Toshinori complained from where he was face first lying on his bed. Go to sleep my boy, you're gonna need it. Rolling his eyes, Izuku clicked off the lamp and headed to the bathroom. He pulled on his PJs and ran a brush through Roar's fur while also brushing his teeth. He fell into bed and sighed a good night. +X+. The next morning had Izuku texting Togata for his coffee order and arriving with his own drink, holding the blonde's sugary abomination in the other hand. That, he pointed after handing it over, is a crime. It's more chocolate sauce than coffee. The blonde grinned as he sipped the frappuccino, and they headed out. Toshinori was sleeping in, at Izuku's request, so the two teens met with Night Eye and Bubble Girl before leaving. One more thing. Night Eye caught Tadata by the arm and they both turned back to him. Don't do anything rash. If you do run into anyone of interest, you stay away and call us. Yes, sir, Togata nodded. Once the two left, Awata turned to her boss, surprised to find him clutching his head. Whoa, you okay, boss? She yelled as he leaned heavily on his desk. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Not this again. +X+. Izuku saw a few people stare at him, and exactly 2 people came up to ask for a photo. You're popular. Togata pointed out as he handed back a phone to a middle schooler who ran off with a loud, thank you. Izuku felt his smile twitch. It's a curse. They kept walking. Izuku fiddled with his hood. As not to exhaust Roar, he wasn't transformed yet, but he was debating putting on his mask. Come to think of it, I don't think I ever learned your hero name, Togata pointed out. And I never told you mine, but we should probably know. Izuku hummed and nodded. I've been going by Pan for a few months now. Though basically everyone still just calls me Midoriya. Pan? What's that mean? The blonde stopped as a light changed and they waited for cars to clear the road. A few things. The boy shrugged but didn't clarify. I like it, but I also like my real name so you can use either. Okay, well I'm Lumillion, Togata said, gesturing to the number on his chest. It's for how many people I want to save before the end of my career. Izuku grinned. That's one hell of a promise, but I'm pretty sure I can see you fulfilling it. Ah, thanks. The older teen bumped shoulders with him. Can I ask about the costume too? What motivated it? Finally the greenette stopped fiddling with his accessories and shrugged. I don't know, it's just what felt right. I got an upgraded suit just a bit ago, and I just kind of went with the flow. It was the best explanation he could come up with that wasn't just, my subconscious told a magical entity to make me look like this. I guess that makes sense. Togata tugged at his own suit. I knew I wanted the color and the number, but Sir helped me design the rest. It's made with special fabric so I don't Well, you saw yesterday. Yes, he did, far more than he would have liked. As well as hearing a very loud, "Damn it, Mill. Warn me next time," from Iwata, who had spun around to face the wall. Izuku took in the blonde's outfit with this new context. Nitra helped design it, huh? That might explain the resemblance. While he was looking, Izuku heard faint footsteps approaching and expected to see another kid running up to or to pass them. And technically the former did happen when a blur of whites and grays collided with his legs, causing him to stumble and the blur to fall down. Oh whoops! Izuku turned to see who had bumped into him, and a bit in front of him Togata stopped as well. In a few moments, he noticed 3 things. 1. The person who bumped into him was a little girl, probably around Koda's age. She had long gray hair with a braid over one ear, a small horn above her right eye, and bright red eyes. She was wearing a white nightgown, no shoes, and finally it set in what he had mistaken for sleeves, were actually bandages wrapped up the girl's arms and legs. The second thing he noticed was that she was breathing like she's been running for a long time, and she was shaking even on the ground, thoroughly exhausted. Her eyes darted behind her a second. She was running from something. The third, that something was slowly moving down the alley towards them. Crouching to his knees, Izuku plastered a smile on his face, while silently using his obscured hand to direct Lemillion's attention. "I'm sorry about that, I wasn't looking." He sighed, and offered his palm out flat for her to take. "Let me help you." When the little girl's eyes focused on him, they widened, flashed to Togata, and then back to him. What was that about? In a moment, the girl jumped to her feet and leapt behind Izuku, who stood up, startled. Instinctively, he put a hand between her and the man approaching. "Eri." He stepped out of the shadow and Izuku fought every nerve in his body to remain still. This was the guy from the file he'd seen yesterday, plague mask and all. Izuku mentally recalled everything they'd told him. None of the suspected crimes included kidnapping, but that might have just meant it was unknown. Though he didn't know this was a kidnapping, there could be more at play here. "I hope you can forgive my daughter. We were arguing and she ran off, you know how kids are." Chisaki might have smiles. It was hard to tell when his eyes didn't change. Always getting into trouble. Izuku did not drop his arm, and let Togata take the lead. "Oh, it's no trouble for us. Sometimes kids can get spooked, nothing weird about that." The greenette could feel his eyes flash and pupils contract. "Yeah, I guess it's sorta instinct for children to run for heroes whenever something bad happens." Togata gave him a warning look. "My partner and I are new to the area, but you probably guessed that. We're interning in the city for school." He tugged on Izuku's jacket. "Well, it was nice meeting you too, let's go, Pan." He didn't move. Eri's hand was firmly grasping his sleeve, and Izuku felt rooted to the spot. He needed more information. If they spooked his guy now, Nitai's case would be screwed and Izuku would be back to waiting for the League to show their ugly but faces. But if he could get evidence, any at all, it would be more than he started with. "What were you arguing about that got her so spooked? You said her name was Eri, right? Must have been a nasty fight." He tilted his head. "And, oh boy, you must have been going at it to have that many bandages. Tell him something. Kids can be clumsy." Lemillion said, and while he was still smiling, Izuku got the faint impression he wanted to strangle him. "Yeah, rough play and all." Chisaki narrowed his eyes. "But hey, you're heroes. I get why you'd be concerned. So let's chat, huh? And get out of the way of the sidewalk." He turned on his heel, and for a second Izuku considered bolting, but he still needed a clue, something to jump on. Very cautiously, Izuku picked Eri up and let her rest on his hip. She almost immediately shoved her head into his hood so she didn't have to look. He inclined his head slightly and Togata apparently decided to trust him on this. But, not 5 steps down this alley, Eri leapt from Izuku's arms and sprinted back over to Chisaki. Head down, very intently watching the ground as she walked. "Oh, are you done?" The man in the mask waved vaguely over his shoulder as the two disappeared. Izuku stood frozen to the spot for a few more seconds before internally cursing himself. "Come on, Dash," Togata tugged on his sleeve again. "We need to tell Sir what happened." "But yeah, Dash." Izuku stood still for another moment before turning and hurrying out. "She said something, and I'm gonna need you to clarify some things." "+X+." She said, I found you, please help, he's not my dad, he hurt Grandpa, he needs my blood for his plan, he's gotten stronger, be very careful, and then ran right back over. Izuku explained again. Question: what plan would require a child's blood? He threw his hands in the air in frustration and tugged at his hair. What a moron he was. If he hadn't been so shocked by some of the things she said, he could have bolted. If he had been transformed, he could have easily outpaced Chisaki, and Mirio could make himself functionally invincible. There were so many things he should have done, but instead he stood there and just watched. Calm down, Izuku. Toshinori looked about ready to physically stop his pacing. I effed up. The Greenette vocalized. I seriously effed up. It was my fault. Togata jumped in when Sir Night Eye looked ready to agree. I should have made us leave the second we started, but dash. No, you handled it the best you could. The man sighed. And we managed to get more information than we've been privy to before. Hopefully we won't frighten them back into the... All eyes had turned to the youngest in the room, who had gone slightly pale, pupils shrunk to slits, and a look of utter shock and disgust on his face. Izuku felt his eyes flashing again, but he was a bit preoccupied. Is that what you care about here? His voice was odd again. It hadn't happened since Island. Had his vocal cords changed? Izuku needed a minute. He turned and stalked out of the room, because if he didn't he was likely to start throwing shit. How could they? What the hell were if he needed to leave? His head hurt, he couldn't wrap it around the problem. He was so angry, it hurt to breathe. It burned from the tips of his toes all the way to his skull. Doria! He stopped and felt the tips of his clawed nails dig into his palms. Togata stopped a few feet from him. I do care. I care that someone is hurting, I do. I swear, but I need to look at the bigger picture, and so do you. If we had fought or even run then, we would have saved Eri but doomed hundreds for all we know. Izuku felt a bit of blood pool in his palms. I'm getting really sick of the bigger picture, Togata. I'm really sick of it. Because if the big picture asks me to sacrifice children, I don't want to see it. I became a hero to help people, and today I didn't. I failed, and I'm not going to stand for people writing that failure off. Not when I can do something. We will save her, just dash. The blonde looked down when Izuku turned a furious gaze to him. It wasn't the right time. For your sake I hope we do. Because at this moment, Togata? Izuku glared at him. That 1 million has never been farther out of your reach. Without waiting to see his reaction, Izuku left. No one heard from Izuku for 3 whole days. Inko reported that he was coming home each night, but he barely spoke to her and did not appear to be in the best health. Fearing for her son's safety, she'd attempted to keep him home on the 4th, only to find him vanished from his room without ever passing her. Melissa insisted she had no part in this mess, and Toshinori had no better luck with him. But, knowing Izuku would appreciate being in the loop after he worked through whatever it was he needed to. So he spent most days at the Night Eye Agency, assisting where he could with research on what Chisaki could be doing. It was so odd being there with his old friend. Because they'd go 1 minute talking like no time had passed, and then Togata would enter, face strained from a smile that wasn't real. Toshinori had no idea what Izuku had said, but whatever it was, it had shaken Togata. He put on a great act, but he was undeniably upset about it. He apparently wouldn't tell Mirai or anyone else at the agency what that exchange had entailed. And he certainly hadn't told Toshinori. You already know I don't like that boy, Mirai had said, but he's done an excellent job of tearing down my sidekick. If you must keep him around, you need to keep his attitude in check. I would if I knew where the hell he was, Mirai. The blonde snapped. Izuku had crossed a line, and if he knew the boy he'd probably feel awful about it once he cooled down. But right now all his worry was focused on where in the world his boy was. They just had short texts explaining he was fine, or saying he'd get in late. And a look at his bank records showed he was stopping at a lot of stores on his bouts. Convenience stores, gas stations, grocery, craft, what he was doing. The only condolence was that they knew he was going home to sleep. Inko had already called him twice today to beg for his intervention. So he was returning to the Midoriya residence tonight to wait for Izuku. But first A meeting with other agencies who would be assisting in the case. Fatgum was pretty well known from his drag busts, and they knew the Shy Hisakai had that as an income source. Or at least, they were pretty sure they knew. The BSers were tricky, everything could be denied, or there were 3 fall guys between them and conviction. Ryukyu had been monitoring activity that in hindsight looked like very early tests of whatever they were making. Lock had volunteered to assist, due to being familiar with the organization. Gran Torino was covering the League of Villains part of the investigation, and a handful of heroes agreed to keep an eye out. All of them were meeting with their sidekicks to talk about a plan. Toshinori was representing All Might as his manager obviously. Hato and Amajiki were currently sitting away from their mentors to try and coax a real laugh out of their friend, and were making more progress than any of them had managed. Izuku had been sent a text regarding the meeting but had left it on read. Well, we may as well get started. Everyone important is here. Mirai digged at the still missing teen. Most of you already know this, but this meeting is to talk about the recent uptick in activity with the Shy Hisakai and the League of Villains. They explained the prompting of the initial investigation and the interaction Togata and Izuku had. Question. Lock held up a hand. Why didn't they just grab the kid and run? The teen sank a little and Hato and Amajiki looked downright murderous at the hero. That is my fault. Mirai admitted. I take full responsibility for the event's outcome. I had imparted a great sense of caution should any interactions with the Hisakai occur. Midoriya did want to act in the moment but couldn't. The door thudded open and to everyone's surprise, the greenette in question stood in the doorway wearing a stained All Might hoodie and a grim expression. He had a binder in his hand, and even stranger, Aizawa of all people came in after, closely followed by Tsukachi. What the dash? Several people jumped up as Izuku scanned the room and strode over to Mirai. As he approached, Toshinori got a good look at the teen. Inko hadn't lied, he looked like sheet. There were deep bags under his eyes, and his skin was sallow. His eyes were glossy, and his nails looked picked raw. Hey! He said, slamming the binder down in front of Mirai and falling into one of the vacant chairs. Where the hell have you been? Toshinori asked, quickly standing up and trying to find the source of his mentees. Disheveled state. Getting evidence. That's all that matters, right? Getting a case against these assholes? He said, staring at the ceiling before releasing several chest-shaking coughs. Togata flinched and Mirai narrowed his eyes. Well there. The teen pointed with the hand not covering his coughs. There's your DMN case. Awada apparently decided to see what this was about, because she flipped open the binder and began to flip through. After skimming a few documents, she sped up going through everything rapidly. Holy shit! She jumped to her feet. How the F did you dash? Mirai reached for the binder himself and Awada handed it to him, while taking a manila folder out of the sleeve and looking through herself. The man's eyes widened. This is dash. Every incriminating action committed by the Shy Hisakai in the past 3 years. Izuku nodded, wiping his mouth of spit and rubbing it on his breathes. Drag trades, illegal quirk usage, kidnapping, and interactions with the League of Villains. It's all in a timeline for you. Izuku? Toshinori asked as the teen who sunk lower in the chair with a groan. What did you do? The greenette just pointed at the 2 men who arrived with him. Midoriya called and asked how to go about getting dirt on the Hisakai after he met Chisaki. Tsukachi started. I told him he'd need to obtain any information legally, or else anything he got would not only be useless, it would hurt his case. So he pitched the idea of investigating under the guise of looking into a different crime. That's where I came in. Aizawa admitted. Brat needed a hero at face, so the presence of heroes was already acknowledged. Eri said Chisaki hurt her grandfather, so we looked into it. Izuku mumbled. Muzan Koto, better known as Boss, by everyone in the Shy Hisakai. Tsukachi handed over another file which Toshinori took and glanced at before passing that to Mirai. Missing for over a month. We were allowed on the premises and found out he was mysteriously ill and has been comatose ever since. Apparently an in-house doctor is handling his care, and from what I can guess, most of those in the organization don't know what happened. More likely Chisaki did something. Izuku groaned. He's keeping him alive, maybe it's loyalty, but the point is, the man's been out of commission and Chisaki is calling the shots. He's Eri's grandfather. Via his estranged daughter, missing, and her husband, missing presumed dead. Awada held up a photo of the man in a hospital bed, 4N monitors hooked up beside it. While we were there, Midoriya did some looking around. And don't ask me how he did it because I don't know, but he managed to copy 3 years of information in an hour of information and take photos. Aizawa shook his head. Without being seen or caught. As well as map out how to get to the underground levels of the house. I couldn't find Eri. The team grumbled. It's a maze in that place, I'm lucky I found Chisaki's office. On top of that, we have notes on some of the partnering organizations. Business fronts that Midoriya managed to get information from while asking to use their bathroom. Tsukachi sounded mildly impressed. As well as a list of which had nicer bathrooms. Izuku keeled over and started coughing into his arms again. Toshinori helped hold him up in his seat to help keep his airways clear and felt the teen to be freezing to the touch. Can we go get Eri now? He asked weakly when he stopped coughing, looking at Night Eye through fluttering eyelids. The man looked at the file, back at the teen, still lost for words. Finally he nodded, we'll make a plan. Yagi, take him to our medical center. He's the only one with knowledge of how to get where we need to go, and is no good to anyone dead. Everyone else, I hope you're willing to go through a change of plans. Toshinori picked Izuku up like a rag doll and carried him out of the room. As he passed Aizawa, the man stopped him. He really didn't tell you he was doing this? The man asked, apparently shocked by his initial confusion. The blonde shook his head. He hasn't talked to any of us in a few days. His coworker nodded. He implied you knew, otherwise I would have said something. I'll be honest, I'm just glad he went to someone. Toshinori mumbled, shifting his hold on the teen and continuing on. The nurse in the medical wing said Izuku's body temperature was surprisingly low, and that his lungs sounded very congested. He was given a bed, heating pad, and a very large mug of tea but otherwise deemed healthy. Just rest, kid, the man had said, before turning to Toshinori. You're his dad, right? Izuku choked on his tea and Toshinori nearly spat blood. No, a family friend. The nurse shrugged. Whatever, man, just make sure he stays in bed and sleeps. Once he wandered off, Toshinori pulled a chair close to Izuku and dropped his voice. All right, what the hell have you been doing these past 2 days? You scared the shit out of me and your mother, and now you've obviously overtaxed yourself. So start talking or I'm banning you from the raid. The teen's eyes widened in shock and a little horror, but he nodded. I went to cool off after the meeting and I kinda just wandered around for a bit. Roar was just talking the whole time, trying to calm me down. And I realized that if I wanted to help Eri, I needed help. Help I wouldn't get if I didn't do Night Eye's job for him. He rolled his eyes and sipped his tea. Detective Tsukachi and Mr. Aizawa said what happened next. I was testing my ability to go around unnoticed and my information-gathering skills on the front businesses. Then we went for the real deal. Izuku held up left hand where a bracelet and a thumb ring were sitting. You merged dash. The blonde snapped his mouth shut, glancing around before continuing. You merged 3 miraculous? Multiple times? No, I didn't use Roar. But Pancalcatrix is really useful for intel gathering. He waved off the concern, but Roar was having none of it. Even if I wasn't active, you still wore my miraculous. She hissed, poking her head out from the yellow hood currently pulled over the greenette's curls. Sass and Eriko followed. Some of my strength affected you, and it enhanced your power but wore you out just as fast. All right. Toshinori rubbed between his eyes. Give me at least one of those, now. He held out his hand. Izuku slapped a hand over the miraculous. No way, that's dangerous. Not if I don't transform. He reminded. And I can probably take the subtle effects better than you. I'm taking you home today, you can put them back then. And under no circumstances are you to transform until we go after the Hisakai. Izuku grumbled something but handed over Eriko's miraculous, which promptly turned into a red and blue band set into gold. Toshinori slid it on and a Riko dove into his pocket. Sass did the same, not trusting Izuku not to try something stupid. Okay, so how'd you get in? The older asked now that that was settled. I used sublimation to make myself intangible. I got the idea from Togata. He looked down. We'll talk about that later, he said firmly. Then once I was in, I'd set a second chance point. I'd read as much as I could in 5 minutes, then go back. That's how I found all the most important information. Then I let Sass recharge and copied some files. Once that was done, I'd transform and start again. I kept all the copies in my lyre so I could ensure they made it out. The greenette continued. With the photos, I opted for invisibility instead once I found the guy. That's also how I figure out how to open the tunnel to the underground parts of their place. Toshinori sat back when it was clear the story was over. He heaved a deep sigh. You're playing with fire. I know. Izuku looked down. But I messed up so bad. Everything felt so clear when it was over, all the things I should have done. And I took it out on Mirio. I know I shouldn't have, but I was just so mad, and I couldn't stand hearing what we did was right when I knew it wasn't. The teen took a deep breath and sipped his tea again. She knew about Roar, he said suddenly. When I was holding her, she felt Roar move in my pocket and said, "Is that your Kwami?" And I froze up. Toshinori gaped at him. How on earth would Dash? I don't know. Izuku sighed, energy fading fast. I'll ask once we save her. Yeah, you do that. The blonde ruffled his boy's hair as green eyes closed and breathing slowed down. Very carefully, Toshinori used his spare hand to set the tea aside, continuing to sun his hand through messy, slightly greasy hair. Just rest up now, okay? I'll wake you up if anything happens. MMK. Izuku settled, leaning into the hand in his hair as his breathing evened out. +X+. After sleeping for several hours and getting his body temperature back to a normal level, Izuku was being carted back home by Toshinori. He slept again in the car, which meant he was mostly aware when his mother started ranting about his behavior the past few days. Yeah, sneaking through the back wall of his room had been a bit much. Roar was now resting on her cat tower while Plag made biscuits in the cushion he'd bought them. Ariko and Sass were enjoying an extra helping of dinner, courtesy of his mother, for all their hard work. As Izuku was changing into his pajamas, there was a knock on his bedroom door. He hastened to finish and open it. Toshinori was holding his phone up. Mirai called. The raid is the day after tomorrow. Izuku spent the next day's waking hours watching movies on the couch with his mother while Toshinori went to find trouble. He was curled up around another heating pad, his overuse of Sass still chilling his blood. Roar's miraculous had been taken off for the first time in Izuku's memory since he'd found her. The Kwami was still stuck to him like glue, of course, but she'd insisted he leave her miraculous in the miracle box to clear his body of all magical interference for a bit. Don't worry, kitten, we're all right here with you, she reminded him, purring against his pulse point. Inko was wearing her own miraculous too, just in case, to assuage his fears. Toshinori returned around lunch and informed him his friends had flagged down the pro to ask about the teen's well-being. Apparently you hadn't been responding in their group chat and they got worried. The blonde explained, sitting between the teen and his mom. They might be showing up at your door today to see with their own eyes that you're okay. Izuku groaned good-naturedly and pulled out his phone to go through the many missed messages he'd received. Sure enough, about an hour later there was a knock on the door. Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki were all standing there with several boxes of sweets. Hey, he grinned, opening the door fully. Sorry I've been a minute. They teens settled down at the kitchen table with the three awkwardly greeting the adults as they passed. I am sorry, I got really deep into a thing, and have been one-track mind all week. The greenette admitted. I kinda got involved in a big case some other heroes are working on. I don't think I'm allowed to say what. Uraraka bumped shoulders with him. That's okay, just don't shut us out again, yeah? If you need help, we're here for you. If you need to talk, we'll listen. We're friends, right? Ida tilted his head and smiled. You use my own words against me. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Todoroki took a sip of the coffee he'd brought with him. You have a right to privacy, but you've supported us when things got too much, so just know we're willing to do the same. Izuku felt his ears turn red but still grinned. "Oh, you guys love me. Never mind, I take it all back." Uraraka rolled her eyes. "No." He whined as his friends cackled. Plus X plus. The next morning, Izuku sat checking his gear. Courtesy of Melissa, he had a few new accessories to bring in. A set of brass knuckles for his left hand that were able to withstand him using them with clout. And a visor to protect his eyes should he decide to use Outbreak again. Izuku brushed his hair out of his eyes and clicked the locker they'd offered him shut. Togata was next to him, fiddling with his cape. Izuku tapped his fingers on his arm. "Hey!" The blonde looked up in surprise. They had been strategically avoiding speaking up until now. "Hey! I'm sorry." The brunette looked at the floor. What I said, I was wrong. You were trying to make the best call as the situation presented itself. And I know you were trying to protect the most people. I'm the only one responsible for my inaction and had no right to take it out on you." Togata's expression, from what Izuku could see, was unreadable. "No, you were right. I let myself get blinded by what-ifs, that I failed to see what was right in front of me. I wouldn't have realized it if you hadn't called me out. Still, I was in but." Izuku tried to smile. It felt weak. "Guess I'll have to make it up to you somehow." That got the older teen to laugh, the first time Izuku had heard it since they argued. "Alright, if you say so, I won't complain." Unseen, a man with green and blonde hair walked away, pretending he was never there. Plus X plus. Midoriya. Izuku looked up from the document he'd been reading about Hisakai's quirks. Sir Night Eye was staring down at him, and Izuku did his best to not be intimidated. "Yes, sir." To Izuku's great surprise, the man put a hand on his shoulder. "I believe I was wrong about you. I took you to be too impulsive and immature to carry the mantle of hero. But in a week you achieved more in this case than I have in months. That alone proves you are capable of more than I expected of you." It wasn't an apology, it almost still sounded like an insult. But the little part of Izuku that still wanted that autograph, and more so he wanted every hero he met to like him. Even if the feeling was far from mutual. "So, thank you," is what he said, and offered a half smile. While Mirai had rarely explained what his quirk was like to people, he would sometimes describe it as a movie. He wasn't in the action, he was an observer, outside looking into a story that wasn't his. He needed to see before they went into this. He needed to see if All Might's boy would be able to handle what was to come. And most of all, he needed to know how the hell the kid kept distorting things. When Mirai looked where he shouldn't have, all those years ago, he saw his friend die. But he also saw something, or rather the lack of something. The story was over, or it should have been, but instead of the usual end, the film started up again. Each time getting more and more distorted until he couldn't see anything at all. The same had happened when Midoriya had gone with Mirio for patrol. He'd been trying to be proactive, to make sure nothing terrible would happen to his student while with the impulsive newcomer. Instead, he'd get an overwhelming static every time he tried to look a little closer at Midoriya. Today, before they even had a chance to enter the raid, he needed to see what was going on. He slunk away from the debrief, he already knew it anyway, and let his quirk activate. And all he could see was fractures, tears in the film, static and distorted images. All of them layering over each other until Mirai was clutching his head at the overwhelming sense of wrong. And then for the first time, he heard a voice. "WLISSSNSANWFACC." Something hissed as the distortions warped, twisted familiar faces and shadows into the form of something else. He needed out, he needed to look away, but he couldn't. Whatever nightmare waited in Midoriya's future was keeping him here. ANUNBIDEN LOOKFINGTOBROKINDS, LITTLENOTSINKI, and to his horror, another form made itself known. LADKSFUTURINOURHNDS, WHATISOURSISWLGRD. IFORGIVYOURCUNTURIN, SOIWLGRNTYOUAGIFT, DONOTWASSSDYOURSESOND, NOTSNA. The first monster writhed, and it looked like it was reaching for him. And just like that, he could look away. Mirai was still right where he'd been standing, there were no creatures haunting his mind. In fact, it felt like he'd never used his quirk at all. He glanced to where a green-haired teenager was cheerfully talking to the other 3 students present, and felt a sinking feeling. +X+. At 8:30, Izuku stood between Mr. Aizawa and Mirio as they waited for the police to read the warrant. If you hear either me or All Might tell you to leave, you do, got it? His teacher pointed at him. The League specifically hates you, and if they're here we aren't giving them extra opportunities to kill you. All right, Mr. Urserhead. Izuku nodded, knowing full well he'd ignore any such order. Before they could finish the warrant, however, the first villain made itself known, as Izuku and All Might caught police officers that had been knocked back by the door blasting open. Or they just come out swinging, I guess. Izuku distantly heard Lock yell. After setting down his passengers, All Might quickly jumped up to half-tackle the villain out of the newly widened doorway. All Might, I can handle this guy, but I'll be no good indoors. Ryuko shouted, I can stay here, you can go with the others. Thank you very much. The blonde released the villain he'd been wrestling and sprinted to follow the police and the other heroes inside. He quickly caught up with Izuku, I got the first hit. Don't get too cocky. Izuku shouted back. I've got big plans for this. The police and a few heroes would pause every now and then to assist with the masses of people running out to fight them. Izuku followed the path he had memorized to get to the underground levels. Stop! He skidded to a halt in front of an alcove with a fake plant sitting in it. What's the mechanism to get in? Night Eye asked as Izuku knocked once on the wall. No clue. Izuku admitted, taking 2 steps back. Lock rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then how are we supposed to dash? Izuku took a running start and kicked the back wall out with the force of a raging bull. It splintered the wood, while the metal door behind was sent flying back off of its hinges. 3 more Yakuza members had apparently been ready to ambush them at the door, and were now groaning under the rubble. Izuku paused in front of them, hands on his hips. We know Chisaki attacked your boss, and we know he's been calling shots the rest of you don't agree with. If you want to help get revenge for what he did, speak up now. There was a beat of silence before one answered. You can't beat him. We'll see. Izuku mumbled as they carried on, a few officers stopping to cuff the men and bring them back outside. While Izuku had been asking the man about Chisaki's plans, Mirio was checking a dead end for them. It's not real, just this wall was rearranged. He shouted as he pulled his head back through. I got it. Izuku ran forward, and with another strong kick, there was a sizable hole in the wall. All Might and I should be able to handle these, they aren't connected to the supports. Let's keep moving. Fat Gum yelled, as they all ducked through the gap the teen had created. Which way is the girl? One of the officers yelled. Night Eye looked over his shoulder to yell. We don't know, we'll have to sweep the area. Divide and conquer. Izuku suggested, All Might and I can break off to keep the paths clear, everyone else can focus on checking the place for signs of Eri or Chisaki. I'm with Mid-Pan. Togata yelled, and Izuku caught their mentors sharing a look. I'll stay with these 2, half of you officers go with All Might, Bubble Girl and Centipede you 2. Night Eye agreed, Lock, Fat, Eraserhead, I trust your own judgment who to go with. As soon as they hit a crossroads, All Might peeled off from the group. Fat Gum and Amajiki went with him, but Mr. Aizawa stayed with Izuku's group. And apparently, they had split off just in time, as the walls began to warp. The hallway that split from the main path slammed shut. +X+. Eri had her ears keenly listening for the smallest sound. Her heroes were here, she could tell. Noisy, aren't they? Chisaki said, looking at the ceiling. You're a fake. Eri spoke up, surprising even herself. Both adults paused, seeing as the girl rarely spoke 2 words to them. You talk about making something the heroes fear, but the second they came you ran away. You're leaving behind the people who trust you to save your own skin. You're a coward, she narrowed her eyes. You're scared of the heroes, now more than ever. And you should be. +X+. They're altering the path. Lock shouted, nearly tripping into an officer. This might be Irinaka. The chief yelled over the sound of shifting concrete. This is out of Overhaul's wheelhouse, but with a quirk enhancer dash. Izuku smacked into Togata's back. I can't break it, the building will come down on us with everything moving like this. The blonde stumbled and looked between Izuku and the path ahead. They're trying to slow us down, right? Togata pushed Izuku off of him and kept moving forward. I can keep going. Lemillion. Night Eye yelled, barely keeping upright as the floor moved like waves. Izuku dropped to his knees and tried not to hurl. Don't go. I can do this. He shouted over his shoulder. Okay, maybe Izuku was a bit of a bad influence after all. +X+. Toshinori shook out his arm as blood poured from his knuckles. I am so happy that kid brought you. Fat Gum declared as he produced a pair of cuffs and shackled the villains together for good measure. Are you all good? He bit my hand before I knocked him out, missed the bone but took a sizable chunk from the skin. He held up his hand to show the missing chunks of flesh and muscle. He'd had significantly worse obviously, but bites, less common in general. A sheet, there was spit on it. Amajiki pulled a wet wipe from his belt and offered it to the hero as they headed out the only available exit. I think we're further below ground now. Bubble Girl and Centipeder had been left up above when they'd been separated. So now it was just 3 heroes. How do you think the others are faring? Fat Gum asked as they followed the newest available path. Izuku jumped to his feet the second the ground stopped moving. He must have moved to another section of the building. Eraserhead didn't waste time moving past the teen, taking the lead. If he pokes his head out to attack again, I can stop him, so keep your eye peeled. The teen nodded as they continued on. Togata had already disappeared from sight. Should we break off? An officer shouted. Night Eye shook his head. No, it's too dangerous now. We need to catch up to Lemillion and work as a unit to get through this maze. Izuku didn't like this, he didn't like it at all. He'd be taking the most direct path, right? The Greenette asked, maybe just to himself. We just need to push forward to find him again. That means taking Irinaka out of the fight. I have an idea on how to do it. Izuku admitted, but I'll need some help. He ran even with his teacher. Let's see if all that work at the training camp paid off. +X+. Mirio was still running. He had checked all of the rooms along the main path. He'd just have to trust the others to cover what he missed. A few times, the walls started to move again, attempting to dissuade his progress. Every time he just ignored it and eventually it went away again. He had to keep moving. Eri was down here somewhere. One step threw him off balance, and for the first time in his immediate memory, Mirio tripped. Huh, said someone. It took a moment of looking around to find a man on the ceiling. Dumps, why are you upside down? Sakaki, one of the Hisakai members they'd been briefed on. Feeling woozy dash, he was promptly cut off when a red-gloved hand connected with his jaw. Not really. Mirio shrugged, dragging the guy's very unconscious body out of the way. Maybe try that on someone whose quirk isn't like riding a roller coaster. Honestly, he might now have bothered fighting if it weren't for everyone behind him. Mirio had to keep the path clear the best he could. The blonde spared a final glance at the man who was slumped on the ground, kicked a bottle of alcohol farther away, and kept running. +X+. Toshinori was very annoyed when the floor swallowed them up again. He'd been separated from Fat Gum and Amajiki this time, and he could only hope they'd be able to take care of themselves. When he finally managed to break out of the tunnel he'd been dropped into, the man found himself surrounded by long halls and endless doors. Oh, for F's sake. Toshinori groaned. He was going to have to check every room, wasn't he? +X+. The second the ground started shifting, Izuku stopped in his tracks. Lock, I need you to keep us still. He yelled, and after a moment the ground beneath their feet steadied. Your idea better work. The pro shouted, already looking strained. Just keep your eyes out for Irinaka. Izuku insisted as he put both palms flat on the wall. There were a few tense moments of everyone scanning the area, but no sign of a person anywhere. Night Eye shifted to check where they'd come from. He's not showing himself. Hurry up, Midoriya. Eraserhead mumbled. I'm trying, Izuku said back through gritted teeth, eyes closed to concentrate everything into what he was doing. He's attacking from the front. The detective yelled, and Izuku didn't need to open his eyes to hear the rumbling walls that were fast approaching. Midoriya dash. Focus. Whatever you're going to do, kid, do it now. Control the output. Midoriya. Outbreak. The power spread from his palms, splintering concrete, warping pipes, and shattering lights. The wall coming towards them was still moving, albeit slower, so Izuku turned to face it, his visor protecting his eyes from the dust filling the air. Meeting the attack head-on, Izuku reeled back his fist and shattered it with a single blow. As he did, something caught his eyes. There. He pointed, and that was all Eraserhead needed to lock onto Irinaka, half falling out of the ruined infrastructure. Nkit. Lok mumbled, looking at the shaky building while using part of his shirt to cover his mouth. Izuku pulled up his face mask. Be careful in these areas, I did some nasty damage. It was all I could do not to bring the building down on top of us. Once the police and heroes had all covered their mouths to protect it from the dust thick in the air, they carried on. Karakoko was rather disturbed by how quiet things had been for them so far. After their separation from All Might's group, they'd yet to have a single encounter with anyone from the Hisakai. And well, they didn't really run into the Hisakai per se. No, instead she was greeted with a knife through her forearm. Son of a dash, Karakoko shouted before her attacker was rather aggressively ripped away by her partner. Language. Centipeder held the blonde girl aloft. Karakoko heard a noise behind her and spun, in time to catch another identical blonde's arm before a new knife could be lodged in her neck. Mirio's not here. The point still stands. He tossed aside goop? Did that girl turn into goop? This one sure wasn't turning into goop, but she was screaming as a large bubble popped right in her eyes. The second the blonde got close to a wall, it swallowed her up and sealed off behind her. She looked down at her leg and then did something ill-advised. Bubble girl, don't pull the knife out. Centipeder yelled, grabbing a handkerchief from his pocket. Give me your frill thingy. She grunted, packing the wound at best she could. I can move better without a knife in my leg anyways. With that tied off, she stood. The League of Villains are here. Karakoko picked up the knife and wiped her blood off on her breathes. Himiko Toga, and the other one was a clone, right? So that means probably Twice is here too. Let's hope that's all of them. +X+. On the other side of a wall, a blonde was pulling a sweater over her head. Not much, I'll have to make it count. She grumbled, looking at the small amount of hero blood on her hand. Rubbing her watering eyes to try and clear them of the soap that Lady had thrown in them. And here I was hoping to meet that Izuku kid. +X+. Izuku was leading the group. He reasoned if he could make it through anywhere, then so could everyone else. The hallways had begun to straighten out again, and more so, Izuku could hear fighting up ahead. We're almost there. Izuku yelled, speeding up and moving past the unconscious body of presumably another villain. When abruptly the hallway ended, Izuku stopped. He could hear fighting. He almost thought he could hear Togata yelling, but where? Izuku put a hand to the wall after a moment. Here. He splayed his palms again and didn't bother to be quite as precise this time. Outbreak. He felt the wall shatter and watched it fall away. His eyes caught on three things. 1. Chisaki standing farthest from where he's entered. 2. Lemillion taking on Chisaki, bruised but as skilled as ever. 3. Eri sitting in what Izuku belatedly realized was Togata's cape. Thankfully looking unharmed if covered in dust. Eri! Izuku yelled, trusting the blonde and any of the others to handle the fight. Red eyes looked away from the fight, which fair he'd kill to watch this right now, and widened. You both came. Weird way to say it, but power through Midoriya. Yep, we're right here with more help on the way. He wrapped the cape, now more of a blanket, more firmly around her as he thought through his options. Mr. Aizawa would be here any second, so he could potentially take out Chisaki's quirk, and then Lemillion could probably end the fight no problem. You're gonna be fine, Izuku said, for lack of anything else to say. Nemoto! Shoot! Chisaki yelled, and that's when Izuku became aware of a fourth person he'd missed. Another goon, half sticking out of a hole in the wall, scrambling for something in a little red case. A gun was leveled at Togata, but before Izuku could think to intercept, it turned to him instead. Quirk erasing bullets, that's what Night Eye had theorized they were doing. That's what the reports he'd copied indicated they were testing. That was what they needed the League to fund. If he could waste their shot then? Izuku turned his back to put himself between the barrel and Eri, and waited for the pain. It didn't come. Instead he felt a rush of wind go by, and heard a sickening thump as someone hit the ground. +X+. Mirio had thought, up until now, that things had arguably been going all right. He'd found Eri, gotten her away from Chisaki, and Midoriya had just bashed through a wall. Now though, he was being shot. Mirio hadn't really thought about what it would be like to get shot, and truth be told this was probably nothing like it. But out of every outcome to him getting shot, what happened next was something probably Sir couldn't even predict. Midoriya turned, right as he hit the ground, wide. Not with fear, not even with worry. Instead he was met with unbridled rage and a quiet, "No, why did you do that?" Izuku didn't understand. He could have taken that hit, right? Even if, but no, Togata didn't know, did he? Did Eri know? Did no one know? One more secret that got people hurt. Izuku let himself dwell on these thoughts just long enough to let out one low note. Then he was moving again. Lemillion may have lost his quirk, but he could still protect Eri. Izuku just needed to give them space. Go! Izuku used a toe to kick a large shard of Rick into the air before sending it flying at Chisaki. Midoriya! That was Mr. Aizawa good. Great. Best news he'd heard all day. A large wave of reshaped earth forced Izuku back again, and he finally took in his surroundings again. Night Eye and Eraserhead were here, but the hole in the wall he'd made had sealed up again. So it was the four of them against Chisaki and two goons. Both looked pretty wiped though. Izuku heard more than saw his teacher approaching and could safely guess he'd do what he did best. So the greenette charged forward, ready to attack while the threat was powered down, only to get roughly grabbed and thrown away. Look out! Eraserhead yelled, and Izuku felt his back hit the ground. A silver tendril? Something had sliced through the air, leaving the man bleeding slightly from his arm and slow in his movements. No, Izuku turned. Should he attack Chisaki before time was out? Or try and take out Chrono to see if that would let Mr. Aizawa break free of his quirk? No, Chisaki was the bigger danger. He twisted, getting his feet back under him and charging again. Unfortunately, the lead Eraserhead had given them ran out, and Izuku felt a sharp pain as a new spear of rock forced him up into the air. Not breaking his jacket but still feeling the impact meant he was trapped, but not injured. As if, I'd let people like you sick in the head ruin my plan. Despite his restored quirk, it was clear Chisaki was burning out. The injuries he'd no doubt sustained fighting Lemillion were obvious in his hunched posture and strained voice. A body, the guy who tried to shoot Izuku, fell down in front of the man, as Izuku attempted to squirm free of where the rocks were pinning him. Oh, outbreak! Izuku called for his power through tight lungs. Feeling the pressure fall away from him, the teen fell the not inconsiderable distance to the floor. Barely managing to catch himself, and remaining crouched to catch his breath. You understand, Nemoto. You understand my goals. You want me to succeed, right? So I know you'll give your life for my cause. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what Chisaki was on about as he reached for the mask on his comrade's face. The teen felt a very sharp tug of fear in the back of his head, like Roar was trying to yank him back in a way as the mask crumbled and the world tilted. I'll admit you're better than me, but I will persevere. Chisaki yelled in a voice that had Izuku's hair standing on end. And I'll have you return Eri to me now, kid. Izuku didn't want to think of the details of what he'd witnessed. But he felt more than a little sick to his stomach. Pan, clear the path. Lemillion, I trust you to get Eri out of here. Night Eyes had already moved on the offense, and in desperation to steady his whirling mind, Izuku did just that. Too exhausted to focus on outbreak, Izuku reeled back his fist and punched through the wall once again. Togata dash? Izuku asked as the blonde bundled Eri up again and limped towards the newly formed door. Somehow, the blonde gave Izuku a strained smile. It's fine. It wasn't fine. I'm sorry. Sorry he didn't take the hit? Sorry it happened at all? Sorry he didn't get here sooner? Izuku knew he was sorry but couldn't begin to know just what for yet. I'm so sorry. Togata bumped his shoulder as he passed. Nothing to be sorry for. Izuku couldn't see any of the other heroes in this hall, and Mr. Aizawa had just vanished with Chisaki's other minion guy. They must have been forced back. Izuku grumbled, "Go, I'll back up Sir Night-Eye." Lemillion put Eri on his hip and started down the hall, favoring one leg over the other. A small puncture wound was bleeding on his forearm, but Izuku refused to acknowledge it. He'd fix it. Somehow he would. +X+. Taishiro would, under normal circumstances, say things were going bad. Seeing as he'd basically used up everything he'd had already, Amajiki was lying on a cot barely conscious, and a villain was still raring to go about 5 feet away. "I like that guy," Rappa kept saying. He didn't think he could win but fought anyway. "That's what I call guts. We gotta fight again." Resulting in Taishiro responding that no, you could not fight the sleeping teenager. Wait your DMN turn. Okay, so clearly you only care about fighting strong opponents, so why bother signing up with the Hisakai anyways? Taishiro said, not unsubtle, putting himself between the villain and his work-study student. The man looked up, as if searching the heavens for an answer. "Overhaul, he's the only guy who ever beat me." That was certainly enough to set off alarm bells. Which meant he should really be trying to get back to the others. He cleared his throat. "You know, if you're looking for a strong opponent in the meantime dash." Rappa looked up with interest. "All Might is around here somewhere." +X+. Izuku waited to make sure Eri and Togata had turned a corner before returning to Night-Eye. Things were going, they could be better. Every time Night-Eye started to get Chisaki backed into a corner, he'd change the layout. "I can't stand filth. Combining with someone else and taking on their disease makes me a little crazy," Chisaki said, his fraying mask moving a little with each word, like a puppet on 2 loose strings. "But I feel much better. Looks to me like you just made yourself a bigger target." Izuku wrapped his bolus around a fallen stone and launched it at the villain, but when he turned to meet it, one of Ngaitai's seals caught him in the jaw. "Where did you send Mr. Aizawa?" "Better question dash," the villain grumbled, holding up one of his new arms and pointing it at Izuku. A new mouth formed in the palm. "How many of you are still coming?" "I don't know," Izuku admitted, before slapping a hand over his mouth. Why did he say that? He's using confession, Nemoto's quirk. I jump back. Don't let it distract you. Izuku's mind clicked a few pieces into place. When the hand moved to Night-Eye, Izuku jumped to shove him out of the way just as Chisaki asked, "How does your power work?" Izuku wasn't eager to answer that, but an idea clicked into his head right as he opened his mouth. He let out several high-pitched notes, the same ones Roar had taught him when he'd first learned this new language. What the hell? The young head looked bewildered as Izuku charged forward feet first. He met a wave of stone and a shock went through his soles. The metal in his heels taking the bulk of the hit. "Why didn't you answer?" Izuku grinned and swung his bolus to cause Chisaki to back off again. He let a few whistles about Quamtic leave his mouth before following it with, "Not my fault you don't speak the language." It was obvious Sir Night-Eye had caught one, because each time Chisaki attempted to get information out of either of them, they'd respond in a different language. Izuku was fairly certain the man was speaking Russian, but he wasn't positive. Secrets safe aside, the two were attempting to match blows without communication. Izuku hadn't worked with Night-Eye like Mirio had. Night-Eye hadn't taught Izuku like All Might had. They were getting in each other's way as much as they assisted. Izuku nearly stumbled as Night-Eye's seal shot past him, disrupting his bolus arch as Izuku reeled it back. Still, that allowed Izuku to get in close again, and his knucklebuster appeared to break Chisaki's nose, before Izuku was again jumping away. He was getting desperate, even after killing his henchman for an advantage. "What's your quirk?" He spat, apparently willing to try anything. The answer left his mouth almost immediately, but unfortunately this was a phrase that hadn't ever existed in Quamtic. "Don't have one," Izuku admitted, but instead of the reaction he'd anticipated, this just seemed to rile the villain up more. The teen couldn't get out of the way this time, and felt a scream leave his mouth as the stone finally broke through his miracle suit, tearing into his arms and calf, pinning him like a bug. After the sound of his heart beat and the echo of his scream died down, Izuku could hear footsteps. Eri wished Fiverr had been a little more explicit in how she was going to be rescued. She felt there was a lot of information missing from what the rabbit had told her. First and foremost, he didn't tell her heroes were still teenagers. I mean, sure, they were like a decade older than Eri was, but according to Grandpa before he went to sleep, teenagers were really bad at a lot of things. She knew it was them, obviously, but she was starting to wonder if she'd jumped the gun. So she went back. She had to go back. Not a lot of rescuing they could do if they were dead. Slipping Purple and Green as much information as she could was just about the best she could manage. While White and Gold had done an excellent job of trying to get the F out of there, Purple and Green was more determined to see things through. Fiverr talked a lot about the exact right moment, and that wasn't it. Now they were here for her with backup this time. Lemillion, that was White and Gold's name, was carrying her away from where Midoriya, Green and Purple, was fighting alongside the guy in the suit. He was limping slightly, exhausted, and Eri just let herself be moved. He'd lost his quirk. Fiverr had once said that Chisaki's plan was in no way, shape, or form her fault. That what he was trying to do, how he was trying to hurt people, was all on him. It didn't stop her feeling guilty though. Eri supposed though, that at least he didn't vanish. There was the sound of fighting up ahead, and Eri felt Lemillion tense as he put her down. Wait here, hide if you can. He ran around the corner to see who was fighting, not wanting Eri to get too close if it wasn't something he could handle. But Green and Purple, Midoriya, he was still behind them. Eri. She felt her shoulders tense. 2 more people are going to die right now. Unless you come back. Do you really want more blood on your hands? No, she didn't. With tense shoulders, she turned around and returned to the chasm Chisaki had made. +X+. Izuku felt every muscle in his body twitch and writhe under his skin. His adrenaline was still pumping. He couldn't feel the pain nearly as clearly as he should, but he also couldn't move. Night Eye had gotten the worst of it. There was a large stone cutting through his torso, arms limp behind him and mouth gasping for air. Stop, Dash, a very weak voice whispered, and Izuku felt what little blood he had left in his face drain. Don't hurt them. Eri was shaking, one arm pulled tight to her chest, the other using the wall to support herself while she trembled like a leaf in the wind. She inched forward, still clinging to the wall. No, Dash, Izuku choked. He wasn't done, he could still fight. Stay with Lemillion, Eri, please. Sir Night Eye made a strangled noise that might have been an attempt to say similar. Leave them alone, Dash. Eri stumbled over her own shaking feet, landing on the stone floor with a thud, but just as quickly got back up to attempt to keep going forward. You better make them all better. Or I'll just keep running. Chisaki narrowed his eyes at the girl. I get it, harder to see others get hurt than yourself, huh? He made no move to release either of them. Izuku pressed his hand to the stone, but couldn't muster enough strength for another outbreak. He snapped off the spike in his leg and fell forward. +X+. Ryukyu. The heroine in question looked up from where she was subduing the villain for the second time to see Bubble Girl sprinted over, breathing slightly. She pointed past the lot. Night Eye and Izuku are fighting below ground. Chisaki basically formed a sinkhole. They need help. The blue-skinned woman shouted. Hato weakened the ground. She called to her student who nodded despite looking exhausted from the fight so far. But the teen had barely taken a step before she turned back around and looked at Bubble Girl with a strange expression. What a dash, she said cautiously. Since when do you call Midoriya by his first name? +X+. Shoyuta felt that if he was going to be forced to move at a snail's pace, his mind should at least be slowed as well. Because so far Kurono hadn't shut up since they dropped down here, and it was on his last nerves. But no, because things were never easy, so instead he had to lie on the floor and listen as a knife was unsheathed. Out of every way he'd theorized dying, listening to a pedantic young man talk about how amazing his boss was while being stabbed was not at the top of his list. Granted, it might have been on there somewhere, but nowhere near the top for certain. Sorry about this, we'd probably both prefer you not die here. But for the Hisakai. There was a knock on the door. And while Shoyuta couldn't necessarily see what was happening, he heard what sounded like said door being ripped off his hinge and then a loud scream of pain as the weight lifted off his back. Wow, Erase, are you okay? Never had been happier to hear All Might's voice. Izuku groaned from his spot on the ground, shoving himself to his knees with more effort than he'd like to admit. A small pool of blood was forming beneath him. Oh gosh, better get Roar cleaned up. She hated getting her fur dirty. Leave her alone. Izuku breathed into the ground. He'd already failed twice. He'd let Eri go back, he'd gotten Togata hurt, he brought them here, Izuku needed to be the one to get everyone out. Chisaki tilted his head. Heroes always want to keep fighting. Come on Eri, I'll be nice and kill these two quickly. It'd be a mercy not to just leave them to bleed out. Izuku forced himself to his feet. Leave her alone. Izuku repeated, swaying on his feet. That familiar growl was back in his vocal cords. He'd lost his bolus, his suit was torn, visor shattered, and his knucklebuster was lying broken on the ground. For the first time in a while, Izuku heard the faint beep of his miraculous. A warning, if he pushed too much further he'd lose transformation again. But while Izuku could still stand, he could still fight. Eri looked at him, bloodied and worn, and slowly turned back to Chisaki. She's lost faith in you. He'd never earned it in the first place. He mentally apologized for what he was about to do. To Melissa for not accepting her help sooner, to Tashinori for the mess he was about to leave behind, to his mom for breaking his promise. Because Chisaki was not leaving here with Eri while he still drew breath. Then to Izuku's greatest surprise, Eri smiled at him. It was strained and exhausted, and carried so much fear, but she was smiling all the same. It'll be okay, she said shakily. Izuku saw Chisaki reach for her, Eri fiddled with something in her hand, and the ground came to meet him once more. +X+. Mirio had gotten thoroughly covered in twice goop after helping Rocklock and the police take down a copy of one Chisaki's goons. But the threat was defeated, and now he just needed to focus on finding Eri again. Sure, he was maybe a little out of it and was now bleeding from his head from being thrown through a wall, but that was far from the worst thing that happened to him today, so whatever. Kid, take it easy. Rocklock grabbed him under his arm, and Mirio let out a laughing sob. Can't still get work to do, right? He smiled. Everything hurt, everything felt wrong. He wanted to go back and tell past him to just run with Eri and don't look back. But Sir made it very clear there was no changing the past, only the present. Unfortunately, it was looking like the only direction for Eri to run had been back towards Chisaki and Sir. She's lost faith in you. Please no, not again. Rocklock was half supporting Mirio's weight as they both rushed to the entrance. What waited for them felt like more whiplash than Mirio had ever experienced before. Sir was lying on the ground, a broken spike through his stomach. Midoriya was standing in a pool of his own blood, shaking but eyes defiant. And Eri was standing right next to Chisaki again. It was that alley all over again. But unlike that day, Eri smiled at Midoriya and quietly said, "It'll be okay." Midoriya lost the battle against his own shaking limbs and collapsed, as Chisaki reached for Eri again. When she snapped her own tiny fingers around his wrist and brought her other fist down on top of it. Maybe out of instinct, he lashed out, and Eri flew back several feet from the blow. Rocklock, currently Mirio's favorite person ever, dropped the blonde and managed to dive under her to break the fall. Mirio hobbled over, putting himself between the two and Chisaki, who appeared to be staring at where Eri had hit him. Eri breathed, like she'd been holding her breath, and cautiously held up her open palm. Sitting in it was a little red cylinder with a tiny needle at the end. She looked between Chisaki and Mirio, who felt, honestly, kind of giddy as he turned back to the man who was now shaking. "I believe I owe you half a fight, Chisaki. Let's see if you can last until backup arrives." Izuku heard beeping and felt something sticking out of his arm. The beeping grew a tad faster, not at the realization that he was in a hospital, but that he was hardly fazed at being in a hospital. "Oh geez, what did he do?" "Izuku." Someone was squeezing his hand. "You awake, honey? What happened?" The greenette sat up bleary-eyed and felt the tug of an4 in his arm. "Lay down, baby." She pushed him back so that when his vision swam back into focus he was staring at the segmented ceiling of a hospital room. His mom was just barely in his peripheral vision. "Blood loss is what happened. You've slept through the whole ambulance ride." "Ambulance?" "Eri." Izuku actually bolted up again. Where's Eri? What happened? Where's Toshinori? Where's Togata and Night-Eye? Despite her efforts, the teen would not lay back down. Eri is in observation right now. That nice young man with the curly hair said she fainted from stress about 20 minutes after she saved you. They also think her immune system is a bit compromised, so she's in isolation. Last I heard, Mr. Aizawa was stationed at the door. Eri is fine. His mom made a cursory attempt to get him to relax, but Izuku's mind was too busy spinning with thoughts of what happened. Mr. Aizawa is okay too then? He asked, abruptly realizing he never found out where he'd gone or what had happened. Yes, he had some lacerations, but apparently All Might found him before he could get hurt further. Togata was that boy you met, right? I'm not sure where he is, but if he's in bad shape no one has told me. She rubbed the back of his hand. Sir Night-Eye though dash. Izuku's eyes widened and, with a yelp of fury and fear from his mother, pulled out his four. Thankfully he was still dressed, only missing his jacket which was sitting on a chair in the room, so Izuku wasted no time in leaving. His mother was shouting at him at his heels. The greenette ran to the first nurse's station he saw. Where's Sir Night-Eye? The poor woman nearly dropped the energy drink she was sipping and pointed at the elevator. ICU, second floor, you can't miss it. She stammered, clearly not going to question why he needed to know. Izuku forewent the elevator and took the stairs 2 at a time. When he hit the second floor, he was met with a small security team. I need to get through, he said as an officer he'd never seen before approached. Izuku Midoriya, I assume? She asked. Now that you're awake, I'll need your statement. He went to push past the detective, later. Hold on dash. He grabbed the hand reaching for him, and heard a growl in his voice that was rapidly becoming familiar. Later. Now unfettered, Izuku made his way to the 2 people he recognized. Midoriya? Awata turned to him. She was leaning on a crutch and there was a thick bandage around her thigh, but otherwise she looked healthy if utterly miserable. How is he? Izuku asked, finally pulling on his jacket. The young woman attempted to talk, but the words came out choked, which in and of itself was an answer to his question. Centipeder put a hand on her shoulder, and they all entered the room. The 2 had been waiting outside. Through a second set of doors, Izuku could spot Toshinori's unmistakable silhouette. There was a doctor talking to Recovery Girl. Both had grim expressions. I should have known you'd already be on your feet. The heroine mumbled. We've done everything we can, but it was a miracle he even survived long enough to make it here. The doctor admitted. At this point it would take a miracle. Toshinori opened the doors and gestured to Izuku, who went in silently. Come on. Heels clicked on the tile floor. Izuku had seen plenty of gruesome things, he'd lived through plenty of gruesome things. But seeing someone hook up to 1,000,000 wires and monitors would never get any easier. Upgrades here, Izuku announced, though his tone brought no humor this time. Night-Eye appeared to be trying really hard to focus on the world. Midoriya. But he still managed his name with that small amount of distaste. Question for you. Izuku stood at the side of the bed. When Chisaki was utterly failing to interrogate the 2 of us, what was your language of choice? Night-Eye coughed, looking slightly annoyed. It was Polish. The younger greenette sighed. Then my money was on Russian. You seem in good spirits for someone who was also stabbed. The man managed to glare. Izuku's mouth twitched in half a smile. One of us had to be lucky, and I can tell it wasn't you. He could feel Toshinori staring into the back of his head. Then the strangest thing happened. I'm sorry. Izuku blanked. He had to have misheard that? Not sure what drags you're on, but they've got you acting loopy. Because in no world did you just apologize for getting stabbed. The teen's fist clenched around his breathed leg. I thought you were too reckless to inherit All Might's power. Night-Eye rasped, but continued. That you lacked an ounce of self-preservation, and that would result in you getting yourself killed, leaving the world without a symbol of peace. But you're the one standing and I'm the one dying. Izuku bit his tongue. Can't compliment me without a dig, huh? Izuku shoved his head out of the room, and the 2 waiting jolted in surprise, the doctor and Recovery Girl having left it seemed. Awata, he's barely conscious. Where is Togata? He wants to speak with him. The teen asked urgently. She paled at the realization that the blonde was still absent. I'll find him. Running out with Centipeder following close behind, demanding she slow down so as to not further injure her leg. Izuku stuck his head back into where Toshinori was giving him a weird look. What are you doing? His mentor asked as Izuku scrubbed his face. Night Eye had pretty much fallen back into delirium, which had to be good enough for now. Can you make sure people stay out for a minute? Izuku ruffled his hair and pushed it out of his eyes. Roar, stripes on. A wash of purple light filled the room, but the ill-informed person present did not react outside of blinking. Doctor said we need a miracle, right? The teen reached into the bolus and pulled out 3 miraculous. The bracelet was still in its camo mode from the last time he'd worn it, and the thumb ring flashed from Toshinori's gold, red, and blues to Izuku's silver and green. The final thing he put on was a pair of earrings that turned to plain black studs in his ears. Izuku dash. Toshinori's eyes widened. Don't tell me I can't do it. Izuku leveled a look at him as he called for his transformation with roar to fall. Don't tell me you think I shouldn't, because we both know it's a lie. That's the difference between me and Night Eye, remember? I have hope when he doesn't. I have faith after his run's dry. So have some faith in me. Toshinori put both hands on Izuku's shoulders and the teen stared into the floor. Don't push yourself. Don't make me trade one loss for another. The blonde begged, and once Izuku nodded, he left the room and stood guard at the entrance to the hall. Guardian dash. Tiki looked worried, but Izuku just gave her a determined stare. Izuku took a deep breath. Tiki, Oriko, Sass, begin again. The transformation felt simultaneously hot and cold. The feeling of being so cold you feel like you're on fire. His nerves were frying, bones melting, hands shaking. This never got easier. Second chance. His talons, Taurus. Nothing brushed over the bracelet to activate its power. Night Eye was looking at him, and Izuku felt his hackle feathers raise, but there was no reaction or recognition in the man's eyes. One long talon with a protruding feather graced the air, sublimation. He needed the right combination of powers to get this right. It always took more than one try. He needed to map out the injuries to know the extent of the damage. Needed to heal, regrow, replace, reverse damage, stitching back together bone and muscle. Learn how to expand, stretch, graft, recreate veins and skin, and return donate accelerate no blood. Here he grew damaged nerves. Here he started his heart. He voided ruined organs. Izuku needed to cauterize what was out of his skill set to save. After 18 minutes of real time, and over an hour in Izuku's own head, the monitors were beeping steady again. Night Eye had fallen asleep, body desperately trying to adjust to the patch job Izuku had to make. But he would live. Final res resolve. Izuku stumbled back into a wall, head swimming. When he managed to get through the door, Toshinori caught him before he could hit the floor, spared a moment to see his friend alive and well, and shouted for assistance. Later the doctors would discover that Night Eye's condition had vastly improved. No one knew how, but his damaged organs, while still weak, were in one piece again. And a thin layer of discolored skin was keeping all the blood on the inside. It was a mystery. It was a miracle. All the while, Izuku Midoriya was slowly dying of exposure. Blankets and heaters were piled on, a feeding tube was applied, and tests showed his blood had practically soured and his oxygen levels were dangerously low. Toshinori was pushed out of the room by doctors, while Inko demanded answers he couldn't say yet. 30 minutes before Kai Chisaki was brought above ground in HNDCFFS, a brunette had found a familiar box sitting on her desk. Ways. She'd grabbed for the box, barely remembering to shut her door before flipping the lid open and embracing her Kwami with vigor. The turtle eagerly returned her affection. Hatchling. I missed you. Even though the guardian had taken to letting her patrol on her own on occasion, it never made saying goodbye to Waze any easier. Even now she was reluctant to set him down, wanting to keep him close by. So what if she was attached? Sue her. I missed you too, Ochako said as she finally noticed a note that had been left by her miraculous. She flipped it open and read in crisp handwriting. Major incident occurring here, with an address, If heroes do not emerge by 10 a.m., enter and engage. Otherwise stay vigilant but hidden. Once arrests are made, follow the armored ambulance and ensure its arrival. At the bottom it was signed with 2 rabbit ears on top, and B in a different hand in ink. She could only assume that B was for Buckrider, but had no idea who F was supposed to be. She checked her watch. It would take her exactly 17 minutes to get there if she traveled as Odoheim. 6 minutes before the deadline to enter. Any idea what this is about? The teen asked Waze. I believe I know the event they are speaking of. The Guardian heard tell of a raid ordered by the heroes today. Waze looked at the address. But he did not inform me of this. I didn't even know I would see you until I was pulled to be brought here. Ochako hummed, slipping on her miraculous. Ready for a run? We do have stereotypes to reject. The Kwame grinned as he nodded. Waze, shell on. Odoheim reached out an arm to watch the power wrap over her dusty purple sleeves replaced by rich green. She cracked her door open. Dad, I'm going for a run. Okay, Ochako. She heard him yell back as she slid the window open. +X+. It was halfway to her destination, checking a screen in her shield for directions, when she realized she wasn't the only one on this path. A blur of yellow and black was also running, although he was moving on the currently empty train tracks. Hey, B! She shouted, tapping her shield to allow it to hover and riding it up to the tracks. The blur slowed down, and she got a better look at the other vigilante. Oh, nice to see you again. Bumblebee held out a hand to shake hers. Did you also receive your miraculous with instructions to accompany a villain transport? Dead on. The redhead nodded. This must be big if the Guardian called us both in. Even more than you realize. Added a new voice. A puff of orange smoke revealed a third person, this time dressed in an orange jumpsuit with lilac hair in a ponytail. Who are you? Odoheim put a hand on her hip while Bumblebee's stinger arm was directed at the newcomer. He held up both hands, one was grasping a short flute. Pied Piper. I got a note too, it mentioned I'd be meeting 2 other miraculous holders, I guess that's you too. His miraculous beeped. I was kinda traveling using my power so I think dash, he pointed to the ground. Yeah, go ahead. Odoheim gestured. Once Pied Piper was out of view of the street, they saw him open a recycle bin to check if it was empty and hop in. Ew. Bumblebee mumbled to himself. The thought briefly crossed Odoheim's mind that if she went to check she could probably find out who this miraculous holder was. And a glance at B proved that he appeared to be considering the same thing. It would be nice to know who they were working with, and there was no real risk to knowing since they weren't about to rat out their fellow holders. Neither moved, until a minute later when the lid opened and Pied Piper re-emerged. Bonus, I don't remember if I ever posted this on here. I did it from before I'd even introduced Piper, which is why Pan still has his first design. The address was for a large house that would have been innocuous if not for the villain currently being pinned by Ryukyu and a girl a little older than them. Bumblebee's trompo opened a little screen. 3 minutes. They all sat in wait, heard plenty of noise, but held their position. With only seconds to spare, the first group exited the building. How do we know if everyone is out? Piper asked, adjusting his hold on his flute. Give it a second dash, Odoheim mumbled as the next group came out. Look, there's All Might. Who's he got with him? She squinted as Pied Piper put his flute to his eye like a telescope and peered through it. He made a choking noise but said nothing more as he passed it to the redhead. When the turtle got a look at what he saw, she too barely managed to strangle down the sound that threatened to escape her mouth. All Might was carrying out Mr. Aizawa, who didn't appear to be moving. Still, he was loaded onto a stretcher and the paramedics began checking on him, so presumably she wasn't out a homeroom teacher yet. Other officers and first responders had already entered the building as the injured and arrested were pulled out. Those who were loaded into the armored ambulance had cuffs on their hands, and one in a green jacket was sporting dual black eyes. Odoheim nearly dropped her the flute when Midoriya got brought out, followed by a man in a white suit. Both were bleeding heavily. What? Bumblebee asked, seeing her reaction. What is it? It's that kid from the Eye Expo, he's here too and hurt. She handed over the spyglass and the beholder removed the top half of his helmet to see better. Underneath he had bright red eyes and messy dark hair held back by a beacon that was likely his miraculous. He and the other heroes were all put into ambulances and they drove off. The armored ambulance, however, was headed in a different direction. They're moving them to the nearest hospital for villains. Otoheim realized. Her violet companion retrieved his weapon and moved to the edge. So we follow, right? The turtle nodded. I'm flanking their right, Piper on their left. Be keep to the rear. Neither of you let yourself be seen, got it? We're a phantom entourage. Since when do you give orders? Piper asked, and B looked equally ready to object as he replaced his helmet. Since right FNG now. She snapped, standing and putting both hands on her hips. In case you've forgotten, B and I have more experience than you. And I'm the one the public recognizes. So for the time being, I call the shots. The fox hero grumbled a few things about seniority but accepted, and Bumblebee just nodded, accepting the arrangement. With that she set up her hover shield and pushed off the building to get to the ambulance's other side. The others fell in step, with Bumblebee keeping to the side roads as much as possible. Thankfully the announcement that there had been a big villain fight and the ambulance sirens kept their path clear. Otoheim used her shield as a stepping stone over a gap too large for her to jump, and noticed something odd. She tapped on one of the buttons on the back of the shell and a panel opened. Piper, look at the truck. She said when the call picked up. I see it, someone is climbing out of the window to the roof. He explained, does pale hair and a weird-looking mask sound familiar? Shigaraki? B asked. The League of Villains? Sounds like it. Otoheim felt her blood chill. Stay alert, we don't know who he brought with him dash. The doors to the back of the truck opened and she had just enough time to note two unfamiliar faces before there was a blast of blue flames. All three of them jumped, but thankfully whoever had sent them wasn't the only one who thought to send a protection detail. A large pillar of sand was protecting the officers. Piper, set up an illusion, don't let them know which ambulance is real. She shouted, hoping on her shield as the first notes played from her teammate's weapon. They were far from pretty, but the job was done as the real ambulance fell back as three doubles filled the lanes around it. Shigaraki was leaping forward and got caught in the sand, so Otoheim aimed for him. Hey! Handsy! She leapt off the shield and sent it flying into him, landing on the cop car behind the sand hero. The villain flew back into his own group's transportation as the shield snapped back to Otoheim's waiting hand. Who are you? The sand hero asked as she crouched so as to not slip. What? You're that vigilante? The turtle one? Yep, that's me. If you'll have us, we'll help get these guys off your back. She said, pushing as much confidence into her voice as possible. He seemed to be considering this. You look 12. He finally decided. But I'm not one to look a gift turtle in the mouth no matter how young they look. For the record, I am not 12. She shouted as the man in the top hat flicked a marble out of the back of his truck. When it transformed into a boulder, she was ready. Shelter. The dome formed, causing the rock to bounce out of the way. The officers still had the sense to stop the car. The ambulance and its copies did the same. Otoheim leapt forward and curled into a ball behind her shield as Fire Guy threw a wall of flames at her. She felt the heat clipping her ponytail. The Sandman was focusing on Shigaraki, so Otoheim hovered her shield and laid on her back to kick it forward with both feet. It snapped into the villain's jaw, and before he could recover, a flute was baseball batted into the back of his head. Pied Piper jumped behind Otoheim as he didn't have much in terms of defense, so they began the tag team effort of attack, shield, double team, and repeat. The man in the hat tried to sneak past them, but the second he dissolved the first fake ambulance, he was met with a black visor and gold helmet. Venom! Bumblebee tapped him before the realization had even set in, and the villain was frozen with their hands still outstretched. B! Otoheim shouted, smiling behind her mask, nice of you to join the party. Hope you don't mind my +1. He grabbed the frozen villain and threw him at Fire Guy, who had to stop his attack to not burn his own teammate. B's trompo extended from his gauntlet and wrapped around the villain's ankles as Piper ran over to the ambulance. Go! He shouted, go a different route to a different hospital, I'll scatter the fakes, just go. The terrified man nodded, quickly driving off as the remaining 2 copies also sped off different ways. With that settled, he spun his flute between his fingers and then bent it. He launched it to fly behind Shigaraki before striking him again as it came back. This was enough of a distraction to let the Sandman blast him back again. "Forget it!" Fire Guy yelled as he finally managed to shake free of the trompe's string. He grabbed his frozen companion and Shigaraki by the collar and managed to get them back in the van. "Damn it, Dobby!" The man shouted as the doors slammed shut with a final yell of, "Spinner! Drive!" Otoheim relaxed as her bracelet gave a warning beep. She only had a minute left. "I'm almost out," she admitted to her teammates as she dissolved the shield she'd made. The sand hero was checking on the officers he'd been traveling with. "Me too," Piper admitted. They all turned and fled, not giving the heroes or officers time to change their mind about arresting them. +X+. Once everyone was recharged, Otoheim messaged a meeting spot and they all arrived shortly after. "I followed the real ambulance," Piper said. "It arrived safely and a few extra heroes arrived to guard the hospital." Otoheim sighed in relief. "Our first real mission, I'd call it a success." "We performed excellently," Bumblebee agreed. "We make a good team." The turtle smiled. "Yeah, we do. I gotta go home now, but I hope we'll get to work together again soon." They all said their goodbyes and left. Ochako de-transformed a few blocks away from her house and walked through the front door with sweat-soaked hair and aches in her legs and arms. "There you are." Her dad smiled from his spot at their table with work spread across the surface. "You were gone for a while?" "I ran into some friends," she said, sitting and observing his work. "We hung out for a while." "Anyone I know?" he asked, finishing a form and putting down his pen. Ochako shook her head. "Nah, I've only met one of them once before and the other one was new." Their topics turned to more mundane things. That night Waze stayed up late with her to talk and snack on popcorn as they watched a movie together. She left the bracelet in its box when she fell asleep and the next morning it was gone with a new note. "Good work," signed with a B. She still didn't know who the F belonged to, but she hadn't known Buckrider or Piper existed. Who knew how many miraculous holders there were that she'd never met? Izuku took 2 days to recover from his self-induced illness. Toshinori had barely slept those 2 days and he was pretty sure Inko was ready to kill him. Melissa arrived a day in with food and changes of clothes for all of them, and Izuku was finally able to be changed out of his hero suit and into a pair of pajamas after his nurses finished cleaning him up. The doctors still didn't understand what had happened, how Night Eye was suddenly on the road to recovery while the teen was struggling to survive. There had been several rounds of blood transfusions, since he's barely recovered from the loss during the fight. Tests had shown his blood was chocked full of alkaloids that were poisoning him from the inside out. The only guess was that he'd been hit by a quirk without anyone realizing and the reaction had been delayed. Toshinori felt a weight in his pocket in the form of a pair of earrings. The Greenette's body was struggling to warm up, his heart rate remained slow and sluggish, requiring them to put him on oxygen to make sure he didn't suffocate. Inko fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist. Melissa spun a jointed thumb ring with her left hand. Night Eye was moved to a different hospital, but the younger Greenette wasn't able to be transported without risking his health further. Amajiki, Togata, and Hado all came to see him, albeit none were actually allowed to enter. Melissa had met them at the door. Inko was the only one actually allowed in the room as Izuku's parents. Toshinori had spent more time in the chair outside the room than he'd spent in his own apartment in the last 2 weeks. The first time Izuku was awake enough to talk, Inko had left the room crying as the doctors were forced to sedate him. "He was scared," she said, voice shaking. "He was yelling about fire and sand?" Toshinori was at a loss for what to do, so he just hugged his friend while she panicked about her son. That afternoon Izuku was awake again, this time more clear in the head. His condition had been stabilized enough that Toshinori and Melissa had also been allowed in. "How's everyone?" Izuku asked, blinking a few times. "Everyone okay?" "Everyone's okay," Inko reassured, voice shaking and eyes glossy. "Okay," the teen said, mumbling a few things that made only a little more sense. Once he was asleep again, Melissa explained what had taken her so long to get there. I got a letter. She explained. It said that the armored ambulance moving Chisaki was going to be attacked and had a plan to intervene. She explained, dropping off the other letters and miraculous to the temp heroes. The letters had rabbit ears on them. Melissa finished. The rabbit miraculous had been one of the few Izuku had been incredibly hesitant about handing out. On one hand, its usefulness was undeniable, but on the other it was a rather heavy burden to drop on someone's lap. When he's more awake, Inko finished. You can tell him when he's more awake. +X+. Izuku could blearily remember his family telling him that everyone was okay. He remembered his mom talking to him a lot, Melissa and Tashinori's voices between doctors and nurses. The teen blinked at the ceiling, feeling like death warmed over. Midoriya? That wasn't his family. Togata? He turned his head. Sure enough, the blonde was sitting in a chair in the corner of the room. A bandage on his jaw and dressed in pajamas. Where dash? He knew they had been here, so where did they go? They kicked out your mom and stepdad since they've been here for a while. I said I'd sit with you since the doctors have us all under observation. He explained. Whatever quirk got you, they wanted to make sure we didn't catch it too. Izuku wasn't sure what he was talking about, but his brain had caught on the word stepdad. He's not, no, Tashinori's not, no. No. That's what your friend said? Togata's brows looked confused. Todoroki? He asked. Yeah. For F's sake. That lie would be the death of him. Slowly sitting up, Izuku realized he was in different clothes. I feel good. He declared. How are you doing? Compared to you, I'm healthy as a horse. The blonde snorted. Lacerations and bruised ribs, but recovery girl got a hold of me ages ago, so the worst is past. Izuku nodded. Eri? Night eye. Sir's been moved to a bigger hospital since he's gonna need a lot more recovery time, but Eri is still here. Togata explained. She's been doing better. They let me visit yesterday, but only for a bit since they don't know what's going on with her quirk. Records say it's something funky. The greenette pondered this. Hey, wanna help me do something dumb? Izuku grinned as Togata wheeled him into the elevator. Where the teen had gotten one he wasn't sure, but they were making this harebrained scheme work. They watched the elevator light change as they rode to the children's floor. So, about your quirk? Izuku paused, not sure what he would say. Even if it was possible for him to replace a quirk, he was in no condition to do it anytime soon. His efforts were stretching him too thin. Another big charge like that would kill him. Don't worry about it, Togata said, smiling slightly. But Izuku could guess that what he really meant was, I don't want to talk about it. So the greenette said, okay. When they arrived on the floor, Eri was on. Izuku was a little surprised to see Midnight sitting in the hall, in casual clothes but obviously watching the hall. So she saw them from a mile away. Midoriya dash, she jolted. You're awake. Does everyone know? Izuku looked up at Mirio. Only those who got added to Eri's guard detail. Togata explained, and everyone from the raid and your friends, so probably your whole class dash. Izuku groaned, already expecting Uraraka to be ready to kill him for nearly dying again. I can't let you in, she said, already knowing what they wanted. Until Aizawa gets back, no one but a few doctors are allowed in. I'm glad we switched her prison to one with a window. Izuku mumbled, and he really did mean for that one to stay in his head. The two others flinched. Well, so maybe you can't let us in, but you could let 2 provisional licensed students take over for you while you run to the bathroom dash, Mirio smiled. That would take, 5 minutes? He tapped Izuku on the shoulder, who put on his most pathetic expression. Maybe because they were both battered and bruised and oh so pathetic looking, their teacher caved and told them she'd be back in 5 minutes or sooner. Those are the eyes All Might complains about, evil. Evil powers. Once the hall was clear, Mirio held open the door to the viewing room and Izuku rolled his way in. Through the window he saw Eri sit up. When he managed to roll in, Togata let the door click shut and helped him get closer. Hey! Izuku smiled. Sorry it took me so long to get back up here. I had some more hero-ng to do. She was eyeing the wheelchair. Just 'cause I'm tired, it's actually really fun, he assured her, tapping the wheels. I'm gonna try and go down a hill later. See how fast I can go. The girl nodded. I'm happy to see you. We're happy to see you too. Togata agreed. And I haven't gotten the chance to thank you yet. Izuku added. We came in to save you, and you ended up saving me. Eri fiddled with her hands. I want to be a good person. That sentence caught both off guard, and for a brief second Blue met Green in confusion. Good people can't just do nothing. She continued. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. All that is necessary for evil to succeed is for good people to do nothing. She finished, and Izuku mouthed the words with her. That's what Fiverr and his boss says. Fiverr? Togata mumbled. The girl brightened. Yeah, he's my best friend. Oh, and he said to tell you something whenever I saw you both again. She went quiet for a second, thinking hard. Watch out for tomorrow. Hop to it and don't keep me waiting. +X+. When their allotted time was over, Izuku and Togata were making their way back to his room. They stopped short when they ran into three familiar faces. Oh shit dash, Izuku mumbled as all three ran over. Togata, you said you would tell us if he woke up? Toshinori yelled as his mom began checking him over. Oh yeah, Togata nodded. He woke up. I can see that. The older blonde looked seconds away from a heart attack. Mom. Izuku said as his mom evaluated his health. Mom. Don't you me? She snapped. If you think I'm going to let you pull a stunt like that again dash. I'm not just gonna stop being a hero because I'm a little worn mom dash. He stopped short at the promise her glare carried. But I'll take it easy for a while, I promise. He glanced between his family and Togata. Hey, can I catch up with you later? The teen nodded and left him in the care of his family. Once they were back in his room and the door was clicked shut, Izuku saw a roar fly from his mom's purse. Hey, there you are. He grinned as she rubbed against his cheek. Never do that again, kitten. She firmly told him, I will bite you if you try. He sighed. I'm sure you will, and I'd hate to get a matching scar to the one Trix gave me. Once his kwami was back in place on his shoulder, his face got firm. We went to talk to Eri.